now you look at them demonic-like, and everybody's life seems to be falling apart. Let's go down the line.
Federal RICO, though, on KK and Chris. Ooh. The federal RICO I'm about to drop on Chris and Kim is about to be crazy.
Wendy Williams is back in the spotlight, and she's making serious claims about Kim Kardashian and the Kardashian brand. After years of controversy surrounding Wendy's conservatorship, she's now speaking out again, and this time she's pointing at something much bigger. Allegations that some Kardashian business ventures may have been used to hide where certain money was really coming from. According to Wendy's claims, the family's nonstop cycle of launching new brands and projects, only for some of them to fade out quickly, may not have been random at all. She suggests those businesses could have served as cover operations tied to suspicious money, with the family allegedly taking a cut along the way.
So Kim and Khloe was my sister's assistants. They stole $600,000 to $800,000 off my mom's credit card and Brandy's credit card.
To do what?
Kim was doing closets. They didn't have any money. All that's a lie. They worked for Brandy. Brandy said, go shopping for me.
It's a wild accusation, but it's one that's been floating around online for a while. What pushed the story into overdrive was a recent shipment controversy that got people talking again. Reports traced the situation back to September 2025, when a Polish truck driver, Jakub Jan Konkel, was transporting 28 pallets of Skims clothing from the Netherlands to England, and investigators allegedly discovered illegal substances hidden inside the shipment. When the truck reached the port of Harwich, UK Border Force officers reportedly discovered 90 concealed packages of cocaine hidden near the rear trailer doors.
So I went to a women's prison, CIW, and I sat in a room like this, and this one girl was like, my boyfriend had me go get drugs or pick something up at this apartment, and I didn't know that like some shit was gonna go down and someone died, and like these crazy stories. And I thought to myself, oh my God, one time my friend had me go pick up like ecstasy at this apartment, and like, what if something happened? And I was like, I literally thought that. And
so Elle Woods, right?
And no, I'm being serious though. Like, I was like, what? I don't want to name names. I'm getting myself in trouble.
With an estimated street value of around 7.2 million pounds, investigators also said the trailer appeared to have been specially modified to hide the drugs. On top of that, the driver, Jakub Jan Konkel, reportedly made an unexplained 6-minute stop before arriving at the port, and authorities believe that may have been the moment the shipment was loaded. At first, Jakub denied knowing anything about the drugs, but later he pleaded guilty and admitted he had agreed to transport the shipment in exchange for $5,200. That alone turned the case into a major headline. But online, people quickly started connecting it to older moments from Kim Kardashian's past, which only made the story blow up even more. One clip people brought back was from a 2018 episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, where Kim spoke openly about her past experiences with drugs and said she was using during a period of her life that included her marriage.
Got married on ecstasy.
I had no idea.
No, the first time. I did ecstasy once and I got married. I did it again. I made a sex tape, like everything bad would happen.
You were high on ecstasy when you had that tape?
Absolutely. Everyone knows it. Like my jaw was shaking.
Then there was the 2017 Snapchat controversy, when viewers spotted what looked like a white powdery substance in the background of one of her videos. Kim denied it at the time, but years later, people are still bringing that clip up whenever her name gets tied to another scandal. Because of all that, a lot of people online weren't exactly shocked to see Kim's name wrapped up in another messy and potentially illegal situation, even though the full truth behind these claims is still heavily disputed. Long before Kim Kardashian became the business powerhouse people know today, she was already tied to a major money controversy. Back when she worked as Brandy's personal stylist, Brandy's mother, Sonia Norwood, sued Kim over allegations that she used Sonia's credit cards without permission. According to the lawsuit, Kim had access to the cards while shopping for Brandy, but Sonia claimed those charges went far beyond anything she had approved. The lawsuit went even further, alleging that Kim shared the card information with her siblings Khloe, Kourtney, and Robert Jr., who then used it for unauthorized purchases. Some of those charges were reportedly made at Dash and Smooch, stores connected to the Kardashian family, and the total allegedly reached more than $120,636. Sonia Norwood said, After Ray J and Brandy urged me not to file criminal charges because of their prior friendship, I decided to allow the Kardashians to resolve this matter without a lawsuit.
My sister's assistants, they stole $600,000 to $800,000 off my mom's credit card and Brandy's credit card.
To do what?
Kim was doing closets. They didn't have any money. All that's a lie. They worked for Brandy. Brandy said, go shopping for me. They swiped the card and get Brandy 3 or 4 Jimmy Choo shoes or whatever, or clothes or whatever, and then they'll get themselves like 4 or 5 shoes too. Over and over for months and months and months until they ran up to like almost $1 million. Then my mom gave them the card. My mom don't spend money. My mom is very frugal. They spent like 100 bands on her card running it up. They thought my mom spent like Brandy spent and stole all their money, bro.
When the fraudulent charges were brought to their attention, they apologized profusely and advised us through their attorneys that they would pay the debt in full. However, they have since reneged on that promise. That old case has now resurfaced as people look back at earlier accusations tied to Kim and her family. And with Ray J later making even more explosive claims, including talk of law enforcement allegedly building a RICO case, the story only gets more serious from here. At the time, Ray J was making those claims. A lot of people brushed him off and assumed he was speaking out of bitterness because of everything that happened between them after their infamous tape became public. But now, with Kim's name being dragged into fresh allegations involving cartel connections and suspicious business activity, some people are starting to look back at what he said in a very different way. According to the rumors making the rounds, federal investigators allegedly started looking into these operations years ago, and one of the biggest red flags was Kris Jenner's church. Critics online have claimed that the church may have been one of the earliest places where money was quietly being moved around before attention shifted to the family's bigger business ventures. As the story goes, once that operation became too risky, the focus allegedly moved into their commercial brands, with Skims now getting mentioned more than anything else. That's also why some people keep questioning Skims' massive valuation, which has been estimated at around $4 billion. On paper, that number reflects the success of a shapewear empire. But according to these theories, critics believe there could be much more behind it than product sales alone. And if you're wondering where the church controversy even started, it all traces back to 2008 when Kris Jenner launched California Community Church, a move that has sparked questions and side-eye for years. According to reports and long-running online rumors, the church was presented as a non-profit-style religious organization, but critics quickly raised eyebrows over the money involved. One of the biggest talking points was the claim that members were expected to pay around $1,000 a month to remain part of it. For a church that was supposed to be rooted in faith and community, that price tag immediately made people suspicious and led to questions about what kind of operation was really being run behind the scenes. And that monthly fee allegedly wasn't the only financial expectation. Reports also claim members were encouraged to give an additional 10% of their income as tithe. That's where the controversy really took off, because critics argued the setup could create a system where money stayed circulating within the same inner circle while still being treated like charitable giving on paper. Since Kris Jenner has been linked to the church's leadership, that only added more fuel to the accusations and made people question whether it was a genuine ministry or something far more strategic. The church's financial history also gave critics more to talk about. Back in 2012, the organization, then known as Life Change Community Church, was reportedly hit with a tax lien for $1,601 in unpaid taxes, covering the period from October 2010 to June 2011. Just days later, another lien reportedly followed for $2,293, including penalties and interest. On their own, those amounts may not sound massive, but to people already suspicious of the church's finances, they became another piece of a much bigger and messier puzzle. Another controversy that put Kim under heavy scrutiny came from the crypto world. In 2021, she was investigated over an Instagram post promoting Ethereum Max tokens. The post made it look like a casual recommendation tied to her friends, but the SEC later said it was actually a paid promotion and that Kim had failed to clearly disclose that she had been compensated for it. According to the SEC, she was paid $250,000 for the post while promoting the token to her massive audience. Kim eventually agreed to settle the matter by paying $1.26 million in penalties, disgorgement, and interest, and she also agreed not to promote crypto assets for 3 years. That case became one of the biggest celebrity crypto controversies at the time because it raised serious questions about influencer advertising, transparency, and the way major stars can sway millions of followers with a single post. Then there's another layer of controversy that keeps resurfacing online whenever Kim's name trends: references to the Epstein files. Kim has been named in online discussions about documents tied to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. But it's important to be careful here because appearing in documents or being mentioned in claims does not by itself prove wrongdoing. Still, those references have been enough to keep speculation alive and add yet another shadow over an already long list of public controversies surrounding her name. Some of the claims circulating in those filings and online discussions go even further, touching on deeply personal allegations involving fertility, surrogacy, identity misuse, family relationships, and financial dealings connected to the Kardashian brand. There have also been references to cosmetics business transactions, reported high-value deals, and accusations of broader financial misconduct. Khloe and Kendall's names have also been mentioned in some of these online narratives, which has only added more confusion and speculation to an already chaotic story. But it's important to draw a line between verified facts and unproven allegations. A lot of what has been repeated online comes from claims, rumors, or legal filings that do not automatically prove criminal conduct. Even so, that hasn't stopped people from revisiting old warnings and comments from Wendy Williams, especially now that the Kardashian family is once again being pulled into a storm of controversy. Wendy has long suggested that there was more going on behind the scenes with the Kardashians than the public was being shown, and now some people believe current allegations are making those old comments look more serious. According to the chatter surrounding her recent remarks, Wendy allegedly does not buy the image of Kim as someone whose wealth came only from business success and branding. Whether those suspicions lead anywhere real is another question entirely, but they've definitely added more heat to a story that is already packed with accusations, speculation, and public fallout. One person wrote, "Anyone who thinks that they are not involved needs to take a serious look at the Kardashians and their associates who they hang out with. Just because they pay people to take responsibility for their side businesses does not mean that they are not involved." Another person added, "He could have used any other truck. Why a truck carrying her Skims product?" Comments like these have been all over social media, with people questioning whether this was all just a bizarre coincidence or something much deeper. At the center of it all is Wendy Williams, who is once again stirring up conversation by speaking on Kim Kardashian and the long list of allegations, rumors, and scandals attached to her name. Whether you believe Wendy is finally saying what others were too scared to say, or you think this is another case of the internet running wild with speculation, one thing is clear: people are paying attention, and they want answers. Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think Wendy Williams is exposing something real here, or do you think these accusations are being blown way out of proportion? And when it comes to Kim and the Kardashian empire, do you believe there's more happening behind the scenes than the public knows? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss the latest celebrity drama from Star Watch. And if you want even more wild Hollywood stories, click the next video on your screen right now because this rabbit hole goes even deeper.
Do you miss not coming to the show?
Yes, I do. I wish I was there. I wish I was there right now and talk about it with you. But you know what? Because they already put people there like you. You guys are already in position. So you'll be talking about that. But I'm glad that I'm able to talk about when I come back.
I gotta be real, it's seriously hard to like somebody when they hop on live TV and casually announce they won't be watching your show because it's not their thing.
You know?
Okay, so is there plans for a new show, or are you coming back to the Wendy Williams show?
That's the Wendy Williams show. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Wow. Because I know they were talking about Sherry Shepherd.
That's not even subtle shade at that point. That's basically a public slap in the face with a smile attached to it. And according to the rumors floating around, this is just one reason why Sherry Shepherd reportedly has major issues with Wendy Williams. For years, people online kept dragging Sherry, calling her a snake, a copycat, and somebody trying to snatch Wendy's daytime crown.
Taking over the show, a new, what?
But I won't be watching her because I know she's gonna be doing, and that's really not my thing. You know.
But behind the scenes, Sherry was allegedly dealing with non-stop slick comments, cold energy, and Wendy constantly talking to her in a way that came off disrespectful and condescending. Imagine taking hits from the public while also dealing with someone in the industry allegedly throwing shade at you for over a decade. Now the gossip is getting even messier because word around the industry is Wendy allegedly tried to sabotage Sherry's rise too. And apparently, Sherry is finally fed up with staying quiet and taking all the heat while everybody else acts innocent. This whole situation is turning into straight daytime TV warfare. Okay, when Sherry officially stepped into Wendy's old time slot, the internet completely lost it. Social media turned into a straight-up battlefield overnight. Wendy's loyal fans were coming hard for Sherry, accusing her of stealing the crown while Wendy was at a low point, and every little move Sherry made got picked apart online. Meanwhile, Sherry had to sit there, smile through it, and act unbothered even while people were dragging her left and right every single day. But now that some time has passed and the dust is finally settling, insiders are saying Sherry allegedly feels more comfortable speaking up about what she really dealt with behind the scenes. And apparently, she had been holding in years of frustration.
Sherry Shepherd. The barbecue was going to be a decent person.
Here's where things get extra messy. According to people close to the situation, whenever Sherry showed up as a guest on the Wendy Williams show, the energy allegedly felt cold from the start. Wendy reportedly wasn't exactly making her feel welcome, and Sherry could supposedly tell she was walking into a room where she wasn't fully wanted. Still, she kept it classy, stayed professional, and played nice on camera even when the vibe felt awkward and tense. And it didn't stop there. Wendy was also known for throwing sharp little comments about Sherry's personal life too. From her very public divorces to the messy surrogate court drama that played out in front of everybody, Wendy allegedly kept bringing it up in ways that felt more shady than supportive. Now imagine having to smile, play nice, and guest host for somebody who allegedly spent years turning your personal struggles into headline material for daytime TV. That's a whole different level of awkward, but even with all the tension and shade floating around, Sherry still kept showing up. Not just as a guest either, but eventually as the person holding everything together when Wendy could no longer host the show herself. And honestly, that's when the situation allegedly went from uncomfortable to full-on messy. You gotta remember, Sherry didn't just land a brand new talk show with a fresh start, she stepped directly into Wendy's world. Same time slot, same studio, and even a lot of the same crew members who had worked closely with Wendy for years. That kind of pressure would make anybody feel uncomfortable. Imagine walking into a workplace every day knowing people are silently comparing you to the person who built the whole brand before you even got there. Rumors started spreading that Sherry allegedly felt like she was constantly competing with Wendy's shadow hanging over the set. Every move she made got compared, every joke got analyzed, and every episode had people online debating whether she could ever fill those shoes.
Thank you so much.
Passing on.
So you're officially passing the baton
I'm
on to
passing the baton.
That kind of energy can wear somebody down fast. And maybe that's part of the reason one of Sherry's first major moves reportedly involved letting go of Wendy's longtime producers, David Perler and Suzanne Bass. According to reports, that decision allegedly came directly from Sherry herself. Some people saw it as harsh, while others believe she was simply trying to create her own environment and protect her peace instead of feeling trapped in somebody else's legacy every single day. But the pressure didn't stop behind the scenes. Once Sherry officially took over the time slot, social media turned ruthless. Wendy's fans were constantly attacking her online, calling her a seat stealer and accusing her of taking advantage of Wendy's situation. No matter what Sherri did, people were ready to criticize her, and the backlash just kept getting louder and louder. Sherri literally had to sit there smiling through endless "we miss Wendy" comments almost every single day. No matter what she did, people kept comparing her to Wendy nonstop, and according to reports, that allegedly started building serious resentment behind the scenes. Insiders claim Sherri was especially frustrated because Wendy never publicly told her fans to ease up or really gave her a full public blessing after the transition happened. So while Sherri was taking hit after hit online, she reportedly felt like she was standing alone in the middle of the storm.
For all of us here at Sherri. And I know that you have seen the news, and I'm ready to address it. Our show has not been renewed for another season. And I wanna say to y'all, everybody, y'all try not to faint or fall out, because healthcare is expensive and none of us have it anymore. So y'all.
And honestly, things only got messier because Wendy herself publicly made it clear she wasn't exactly happy about how everything played out. Sources close to Wendy claimed she allegedly saw Sherri as somebody borrowing her seat instead of truly earning it on her own. So when producers officially replaced Wendy with Sherri back in 2022, Wendy reportedly didn't feel relieved at all. She felt replaced. Reports even claimed Wendy was so hurt by the situation that she refused to drive down the same New York block where Sherri taped her show. Once that story started making rounds, people say it definitely added even more tension between them. Then the network executive stepped in and accidentally made things even worse. Debmar-Mercury executives admitted during interviews that audience research showed viewers sometimes saw Wendy as mean, and because of that, they intentionally promoted Sherri as the warmer and kinder alternative. You already know that kind of corporate messaging was guaranteed to stir up drama. Suddenly, the media was painting them like total opposites, with Wendy as the edgy, controversial figure and Sherri as the friendly replacement brought in to clean things up. And let's be honest, that narrative hit a nerve with Wendy's supporters fast. A lot of them felt like daytime TV executives were trying to erase Wendy's bold style and replace it with something safer and more polished. Rumors even started spreading online, along with alleged stories tied to Wendy's circle, claiming Sherri only landed the opportunity because powerful industry connections were backing her. Supporters of Wendy pushed this whole idea that Sherri was basically a corporate pick meant to sanitize daytime television and move away from the raw, unpredictable energy Wendy built her career on. And of course, the situation got even more complicated once Oprah publicly showed support for Sherri. A lot of people noticed it immediately because Wendy had already spent over a decade dominating daytime TV. Yet Oprah seemed to pass that big cosign moment directly to Sherri instead. That definitely got people talking. Sherri even openly shared how much Oprah supported her behind the scenes. According to Sherri, Oprah stayed updated on the show and became somebody she leaned on whenever she felt unsure about certain decisions. In Sherri's words, "Oprah was the one who taught me to advocate. I sent her all of my ratings and what I do on the show. She called me back and said, 'You know what? They want me to come on with the other cast, but I'm coming by myself. We're going to have some fun.' Even Oprah knew what a big deal this was for her to come by herself. I couldn't have done what I did if it was the entire cast of The Color Purple. Her being there really made people look at my show and go, oh." Now everybody already knows Wendy has never exactly hidden her feelings about Oprah. Over the years, Wendy became one of the few media personalities bold enough to openly question and criticize Oprah publicly. So, when Oprah showed that level of support for Sherri, a lot of people saw it as more than just a friendly appearance. To some fans, it looked like Oprah was indirectly choosing sides in the daytime TV drama, and insiders claimed that allegedly added even more tension between Wendy and Sherri. And apparently, that wasn't the only issue bubbling behind the scenes. Reports also started circulating that Sherri allegedly became frustrated with producers and network executives because she felt Wendy's influence was still hanging around the show even after the transition. Rumors claimed there were moments where producers were still heavily focused on Wendy's opinions, legacy, and audience reactions, which allegedly made it harder for Sherri to fully establish her own identity on the show. There were even reports suggesting Sherri's relationship with Debmar-Mercury allegedly became strained sometime last year as pressure behind the scenes continued building. And that's what allegedly made the whole situation hit even harder for Sherri. Despite the show pulling in solid ratings and reportedly bringing in strong revenue, her contract was still canceled earlier than expected, and insiders say she was completely blindsided by it. On camera, Sherry always looked upbeat, smiling, laughing, and keeping the energy high. But reports claim behind the scenes she was deeply hurt because she truly believed the show was heading toward a long-term future. According to the gossip floating around, Sherry was allegedly expecting a major renewal for season 5, along with a pay increase, because she felt she had earned it after carrying the show through non-stop comparisons, online backlash, and constant pressure. So, when things suddenly shifted, it reportedly left her shocked and frustrated. There's also talk that Sherry has been quietly venting behind the scenes, telling people that the public has no idea what was really happening off camera. Allegedly, she wishes she could fully speak out and tell her side of the story, but legal agreements and NDAs are supposedly keeping her from saying too much publicly. And honestly, that only made fans even more curious about what was really going on behind those studio doors. Then the rumors got even crazier once reports started circulating that Debmar Mercury was allegedly considering bringing Wendy back to daytime television because of audience demand. Since Wendy has reportedly been doing much better lately, insiders claim there were discussions about whether she could eventually return to TV full-time. And apparently, producers were looking closely at ratings trends and audience engagement data behind the scenes. Reports claimed executives felt Sherry wasn't dominating daytime television in the explosive way they had originally hoped, especially compared to the cultural impact Wendy had during her peak years. Because of that, rumors suggested the network started searching for a major ratings and revenue boost, and many allegedly believed Wendy Williams was still their strongest option to bring attention back to the brand. When you really think about it, if producers were constantly hearing narratives that Sherry was only a temporary replacement, it would explain why things reportedly shifted so fast despite the show still performing well financially. And honestly, imagine how emotionally draining that must have been for Sherry. Walking onto that set every single day, smiling for the cameras, interviewing celebrities, and acting like everything was perfectly fine, while allegedly knowing executives could have been discussing ways to bring back the very person she had spent years trying to respectfully replace. And another thing people found really strange was how the cancellation news even came out in the first place. This is a daily talk show with a host who's literally on television every day talking directly to viewers. So a lot of fans felt the announcement should have come from Sherry herself, instead of leaking through an article first. People online were seriously questioning why she seemingly didn't get the chance to break the news on her own terms. Fans especially started comparing the situation to how other daytime hosts were treated. A lot of people pointed out that Kelly Clarkson was able to personally address major updates surrounding her own show publicly, while Sherry reportedly had to wait until producers released an official statement before she could even speak on it herself. And once she finally addressed it on air afterward, people said the whole thing felt awkward and rushed, which only fueled even more speculation that something messy was happening behind the scenes. When you really zoom out and look at the full picture, it becomes easier to understand why Sherry allegedly might carry resentment toward Wendy and the entire situation surrounding that show. Think about it. Sherry walked into what many people already saw as a PR disaster. She stepped into a position filled with controversy, non-stop comparisons, loyal Wendy fans attacking her online, and years of tension already built into the environment. Then on top of that, she allegedly had to work around constant reminders of Wendy's influence while trying to prove herself every single day. And despite all of that pressure, reports claim Sherry still helped stabilize the brand, kept the show moving, and even brought in strong revenue numbers. Yet according to the rumors, she still allegedly ended up being treated more like a temporary placeholder instead of a long-term investment. That's the part a lot of fans say feels unfair. Meanwhile, the same person who publicly said she wouldn't even watch Sherry's show was allegedly still being considered for a major return behind the scenes. You can already imagine how emotional and frustrating that must have felt. And the internet definitely has opinions about all of it. Some people say they would completely understand if Sherry still feels hurt over years of personal jokes and public commentary about her divorces and family struggles. Others say they understand why she'd be tired of constantly being labeled a seat stealer every time she goes live online. And then there's the non-stop rumors from critics claiming she was some polished corporate replacement backed by Oprah and executives instead of someone who earned her own place in daytime TV. Whew, this whole situation stayed messy from beginning to end. After hearing all of this, you really have to wonder how much tension was actually building behind the scenes all those years. Was Sherry truly treated unfairly after stepping into an impossible situation, or do you think fans were always going to compare her to Wendy, no matter what happened? And if Wendy really was being considered for a comeback, was the network wrong for exploring that option, or was it just business at the end of the day? This whole situation feels way deeper than what the public got to see on camera. Now, I really want to hear from you. Whose side are you on in all of this? Or do you think both Wendy and Sherry were caught up in a messy industry situation? Drop your thoughts in the comments because I'm definitely curious to know what you think. Thanks for watching all the way through. Don't forget to hit that like button, share this video with somebody who's been following the daytime TV drama, and if you're new here, subscribe to Star Watch for more celebrity news, industry tea, and behind-the-scenes stories you don't want to miss. And trust me, there's a lot more wild celebrity drama waiting for you on this channel, so keep watching. Catch you in the next one.
Now you kind of look at them like scoundrels. What won't you do for that damn career? Listen, this is a disgusting business. That's all I'm going to say. This business is so disgusting that I can't. I think that Jay-Z and Beyonce are master manipulators of the media. What is that? Is that a baby bump? I don't know. What the couple found most difficult to deal with, says another source, was the fact that some of the rumors were being perpetuated by people they considered friends, like talk show host Wendy Williams. Well, first of all, I've never partied with them. I've never been to their house. I don't swim in their pool. Like, we're not friends. The stunt left Beyonce angered beyond belief. That means she watches. Fortunately, one of the TVs in our kitchen has closed captioning, so I'll be able to understand what she says. You know, Beyonce can't talk. Beyonce sounds like she's got a 5th grade education. She can't talk. The baby bump squashed, bent, and crumpled.
So karma came knocking today, and they're looking for Kevin Hunter, aka Kelvin Hunter, Wendy Williams' ex-husband, because now in court documents he's claiming that he's broke and that his home is about to go into foreclosure because Wendy Williams has not paid him the money that he's owed for alimony and severance after he was fired.
Kevin Hunter is suddenly back, trying to crawl into Wendy's good side by dropping gossip about Beyonce. Word is he's plotting to have Wendy publicly shut down. And if you thought Diddy was the only big name moving suspiciously around Wendy's situation, think again. For years, whispers claimed that powerful people in the industry helped push that tight guardianship on her, and the whole thing never sat right. Wendy's been stuck under that guardianship for 4 years, and no one expected Beyonce's name to get dragged into this. Kevin, who once smiled in Wendy's face while juggling another family outside their marriage, still tried to grab thousands in alimony while she was barely holding it together.
Claudia Jordan right now. Claudia Jordan don't ever mention my mother name. She mentioned it yesterday. Talking about why people are afraid to come forward. You mean like you? You was Diddy girl. Corey was Jay-Z girl. Why don't you claim your friend? Claudia.
So Jack, when you say...
When I say Corey, I'm talking about Kathy White.
Oh yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
Jay-Z's pregnant mistress, who died of an imaginary fucking aneurysm. Just like the woman who was best friends with Kim and Kimura, who wrote the book Bling and died as soon as it made the bestsellers list. Who the f was these people supposed to go to? You can't go to the boss because the boss is f***ing you. And the boss's boss don't get no Can't go to the authorities.
Now he's out here pretending to defend her, talking like he's standing up for Wendy against Beyonce, and it's got everyone side-eyeing the whole crowd. Wendy's life took a nosedive after her bank, Wells Fargo, claimed she couldn't handle her own money and needed someone to control it. The judge agreed, and just like that, everything flipped. She lost control of her finances, her hit show was gone, and even access to parts of her own family was cut off. On top of everything, Wendy was placed in a medical treatment facility where reports say she was given strong medication several times a day. Fans were stunned and started asking real questions about what was going on. The deeper people looked, the stranger it all seemed. How did one of the most outspoken women in entertainment suddenly lose control of her entire life? One day she was ruling daytime TV, calling out celebrities with no fear, and the next she couldn't even access her own money or make basic decisions. Online, people started pointing out how the whole setup looked too convenient for certain powerful names. Some believe Wendy's fearless personality and all the celebrity secrets she knew made a few people nervous. And when someone like Wendy Williams has that kind of insider info, it could shake things up. Here's where it gets even crazier. Wendy fought hard to get free from that guardianship. She went through several independent medical evaluations, and those reports supposedly showed her condition wasn't nearly as bad as Wells Fargo or her court-appointed guardian Sabrina Morrissey had claimed. Yet, even with that proof, the court still kept the restrictions, leaving everyone confused. Things started shifting a few months ago when TMZ revealed a shocking update. Wendy's health seemed to be improving, something that didn't add up since frontotemporal dementia usually worsens after diagnosis.
Beyonce announced her pregnancy at the MTV VMAs. On January 7th, 2012, Blue Ivy was born into this world. In 2016, Beyonce dropped Lemonade. Now, as we all know, Lemonade was a true album about infidelity. Jay-Z was rumored to have a very long-time mistress. People knew of Kathy White because of Jay-Z, okay? Yikes. So here's where it gets a little crazy. Kathy White was known to be pregnant in 2011. Shortly after giving birth, Kathy died mysteriously in her apartment of a brain aneurysm.
I have a feeling this is related.
Now, even though we saw Beyonce's bump publicly, there's a video of Beyonce sitting down for an interview and her whole stomach just deflates in the video, and it's very weird.
This is crazy.
If you listen to Daughter, the song completely illustrates a confession. The lyrics in the song say, "Your body laid out on these filthy floors, your bloodstains on my custom coutures."
That detail alone had people raising serious eyebrows. That new detail had everyone asking serious questions. If someone truly has frontotemporal dementia, the symptoms usually get worse over time, never better. So when a new medical evaluation showed Wendy was improving, people started wondering if something wasn't adding up. Fans online began suspecting that the guardianship might have gone too far from the start. Many questioned whether the people controlling her money and daily life ever had a real reason to keep such a tight grip for this long. With every new update, it looked like there was a deeper story hiding behind everything that happened to her. Then came a shocker. New reports said Wendy had shown strong neurological recovery and that she's been clean and sober for 3 years. That completely clashed with the negative image painted about her before. Suddenly, people were realizing the story they'd been told might not be the full truth. The reports also revealed that Wendy's legal team was preparing to file fresh court documents within 2 weeks, asking the judge to finally end the guardianship. And if that request gets denied, powerhouse attorney Joe Tina is reportedly ready to fight harder, demanding a jury trial to let regular people decide whether Wendy should be free. That move got everyone watching closely. If this case reaches a jury, every piece of the guardianship, medical claims, financial decisions, and hidden control could be laid out for the public to see. And you could bet that would make a few powerful people nervous. Wendy built her whole career on speaking boldly about celebrities and exposing Hollywood secrets, so the idea of her finally getting her voice back has everyone wondering what she might reveal if she's truly free again. As soon as news broke that Wendy might finally regain her freedom, some familiar faces from her past started creeping back in, and fans noticed fast. Many believe these sudden check-ins have less to do with care and everything to do with Wendy's money and influence. One name that keeps surfacing is her ex-husband, Kevin Hunter, the same man many still blame for the heartbreak that nearly broke Wendy during their marriage. Word is, Kevin's been telling people he's worried about Wendy's safety and hinting that someone might be targeting her. Nobody really knows where he's getting this info, but some think he's using the Beyoncé talk to make Wendy believe he's on her side. Fans aren't buying it. This is the same man who once caused Wendy deep pain, and people haven't forgotten how their marriage fell apart so publicly, with stories of betrayal and secret drama that left Wendy struggling emotionally. So now seeing Kevin step forward like a protector feels suspicious to a lot of people. Some believe he's trying to clean up his image before Wendy possibly regains control of her life and finances. If that guardianship ends, Wendy gets full say over who stays close and who doesn't, and that's got plenty of folks watching his every move. To really understand where the Beyoncé angle fits in, you have to look at how this drama sparked. Just weeks ago, social media users began digging through old Hollywood scandals, trying to connect long-buried rumors. Then, as talk about the Epstein case started trending again, people began linking powerful names, and that's when Beyoncé's name got pulled into the chaos. Beyoncé's name got pulled right into the chaos, and the internet hasn't stopped buzzing since. Wendy's name got caught in the middle when people dug up old clips from her show, especially one from 2011.
Beyonce's going to use a surrogate so she can maintain her body, but they're going to play it off like it's allegedly, like they gave birth. Remember, I was the first one to say this, and you remember, because wait, I haven't said it yet. Watch. It's going to be an at-home water birth in the master bathroom. There are going to be 3 people there. Beyonce, Jay-Z, and her mother, Miss Tina. Watch.
Where she talked about rumors that Beyoncé allegedly had someone else connected to Jay-Z carry her pregnancy while she appeared in public with what some claimed was a fake baby bump. That old clip is everywhere again. Back then, Wendy just repeated what was being whispered online, but the stories resurfaced with even darker twists. The woman tied to those old rumors later passed away under circumstances that the internet has speculated about for years. None of those claims have ever been proven, but conspiracy discussions have reignited, and Wendy's name is right back in the headlines. Once those old show clips started trending, social media exploded. People shared them non-stop, calling out how boldly Wendy used to speak about powerful stars without holding back. Online sleuths even started digging through old interviews and gossip posts, saying Wendy was one of the only TV hosts brave enough to mention those rumors on air. That has fans wondering if Wendy knew more about the entertainment world than she ever shared. The fact that she's now fighting to regain her freedom makes the timing of this resurfacing feel suspicious to many. To be clear, none of these claims have been verified. They're all long circulating online rumors. Still, the reason this story is blowing up again is because people believe Wendy talking about those topics back in 2011 may have angered some powerful figures. Now, as she tries to take back control of her life, the internet can't help but ask, was there more to the story than the public ever heard? Many fans still remember that one moment years ago when people claimed Beyoncé's baby bump looked unusual on live TV, and Wendy was one of the loudest voices calling it out. Now those same clips are resurfacing, and the internet is asking tough questions about what really happened after that. Some online commentators have even started pushing a theory that powerful industry figures, including Beyoncé and Jay-Z, might have wanted Wendy's voice toned down after she spoke about those pregnancy rumors. There's no solid proof of that, but the speculation keeps growing louder as Wendy fights to take back her life and her platform. Once that idea hit social media, the conversation exploded. People began piecing together moments from Wendy's career, pointing out how fearless she was about celebrity drama. She built her entire brand on saying things most hosts wouldn't dare to say, and that mix of boldness and controversy made her impossible to ignore. Because of that reputation, fans now think Wendy may have upset the wrong people in a world full of powerful names. They believe that when someone with a massive platform starts repeating sensitive celebrity rumors, it can spark quiet tension behind the scenes. Again, none of these claims have ever been proven, but the reason this story won't fade is simple. People are revisiting Wendy's past, wondering if her outspoken style might have landed her in trouble with influential figures. And let's be real, if Wendy was still on her daytime throne today, the chaos shaking Hollywood right now would probably be 10 times louder. Fans keep saying that if Wendy still had her microphone today, a lot of celebrities would be nervous. And right in the middle of all this chaos, her ex-husband, Kevin Hunter, is suddenly trying to look like the supportive one again. Nobody knows if his so-called warnings about Wendy being in danger are real, but plenty of fans doubt his motives after everything that's gone down.
People say the chances of Wendy ever forgiving him are slim. Their breakup was public, messy, and full of betrayal, and fans haven't forgotten. Even when Wendy was battling health issues and fighting her guardianship case, Kevin reportedly kept pushing legal claims against her. He allegedly sued for nearly 2 years of unpaid alimony and even tried to challenge parts of their divorce agreement, arguing over the money Wendy worked for her entire career. Reports say Wendy had carefully structured her finances to protect a big portion of her earnings after the divorce, which only made Kevin's legal moves look worse. Fans were already side-eyeing him for how their marriage ended, but seeing him still chase her for money while she was struggling made people furious. Wendy built everything she had from the ground up: radio, daytime TV, and a brand that millions watch daily. So when news broke that Kevin was still trying to pull more money from her, it hit people the wrong way. The timing felt cold and the backlash was instant. Many saw it as another reminder of how much Wendy had to fight just to hold on to what she built herself. That's exactly why people are skeptical about Kevin suddenly speaking up about Wendy's safety. Many fans believe he's trying to clean up his image now that Wendy might soon take back control of her life and money. Others think he's just trying to slide back into the picture before she's fully free from the guardianship. Either way, once Kevin Hunter's name comes up, drama isn't far behind. But things got even more shocking when Wells Fargo reportedly claimed Wendy only had around $7.3 million left to her name. That number didn't make sense to anyone. Wendy had built a massive career in radio and television, earning far more than that. Then her close friend, Regina Shell, filed an affidavit saying the numbers didn't match up at all. According to Regina, as of 2022, Wendy actually had around $55 million sitting in her accounts. She even said she had seen documents from Wells Fargo showing nearly that exact amount. The huge gap between $7 million and $55 million made people question what was really happening with Wendy's money. That financial confusion also became part of Kevin Hunter's court battles. Reports said he tried to use those figures to reopen parts of their divorce settlement, but the court didn't agree. During one hearing, Kevin claimed he was struggling financially, telling the judge, "I've fallen behind on most of my bills." He explained, "I live in a community that requires homeowner association payments, and I'm behind on that. If they're not paid, foreclosure will soon follow." He also admitted, "My car insurance hasn't been paid, and I'm behind on credit cards because I have no money." Those courtroom statements shocked the public. After everything that happened between them, people couldn't believe Kevin was now painting himself as broke, especially after Wendy spent years building her empire from nothing. Fans were quick to remind everyone how hard Wendy worked for everything she had. For decades, she carried her brand, her show, and her audience on her own back. Social media lit up with reminders that Wendy supported Kevin during their marriage. He was an executive producer on her show and handled parts of the business side. Because of that, many fans felt it was unfair for him to keep chasing more money after the split. People also couldn't ignore the timing. All this legal chaos was happening while Wendy was battling serious health problems and living under a guardianship that stripped her of control. So now that Kevin is suddenly talking about protecting her, a lot of people are side-eyeing his intentions. To many, it feels like a dramatic shift from the courtroom fights that weren't so long ago. With old celebrity clips, wild internet rumors, and Hollywood theories swirling around, the whole situation keeps getting louder online. Kevin even told the court, "Since the severance payments were suspended, my life has been greatly affected, since the plaintiffs stopped making payments under our settlement agreement." That statement had people shaking their heads, wondering how things between them turned into such a drawn-out, messy battle. Meanwhile, Wendy herself has been hit from every direction. The guardianship battle, ongoing health concerns, and non-stop media attention. It's clear her situation is heavy and complicated. Now, with rumors spreading again, many fans are saying the same thing. If even a small part of these stories are true, Wendy needs to be extra cautious about who she lets close and how she protects what's left of her peace. Supporters just want to see Wendy safe and finally in control of her life again. Online, some commentators claim that when celebrities go against powerful systems or shake the industry too much, strange narratives tend to appear around them. Those are just opinions, nothing proven, but they've kept the conversation burning hot.
Social media is flooded with theories. One person even commented, "I find it very weird that Wendy Williams spoke about Beyoncé and Jay-Z for weeks and then passed out on Halloween." Comments like that show how wildly different people's interpretations have become. And once fans started revisiting Wendy's old interviews and show moments, the internet turned into a full-blown investigation zone. Bloggers and fans began digging through past headlines and clips, trying to see if there might be deeper connections behind everything that happened. Many pointed out how fearless Wendy had always been when talking about big-name celebrities. Her entire reputation was built on speaking openly about Hollywood drama, and that fearless energy made her stand out in daytime TV for years. But with everything she's gone through lately, people are now looking back at those same moments through a whole new lens. Some say her story shows just how complicated and political the entertainment world can get behind the scenes. When someone becomes known for exposing uncomfortable truths, it can definitely stir tension with powerful figures. Still, it's important to remember, most of what's being said online is pure speculation. Yet the reason Wendy's name keeps trending is clear. People can't stop wondering whether her outspoken career somehow played a bigger role in the struggle she's facing today. Wendy's story is already wild enough on its own, and every new rumor just adds another twist that keeps people talking non-stop online. The internet can't stop dissecting it. One person wrote, "Remember she was talking about Diddy?" And Diddy came on as a guest saying, "I met your son," and scared the hell out of Wendy. I don't think that was a coincidence. She faints on live TV, then suddenly has dementia. I know the games Hollywood plays. Things aren't adding up. That comment alone sent social media into debate mode. Another person added, "Remember when Wendy Williams specifically called out Jay-Z and Beyoncé as master manipulators? Soon after, her career and health tanked. So strange." Comments like that keep the drama alive as people continue digging into old clips and trying to connect dots between Wendy's outspoken past and her current situation. The theories just keep stacking up, and everyone's got their own version of what might really be happening behind the scenes. So now it's your turn. What do you think? Is Kevin Hunter truly worried about Wendy, or is he playing another angle? And do you think the powerful figures in Hollywood would actually want Wendy silenced for good? Drop your thoughts below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more jaw-dropping celebrity stories. And before you go, tap the video on your screen to check out another messy Hollywood saga you definitely don't want to miss.
The fact of the matter is, what makes a great comedy special is if 100 people talk at the same time that you're talking, are you saying something different than them people are saying?
No.
Because if you are, then you deserve a special.
In the entertainment world, the biggest headlines are not always created by actors, musicians, or politicians. Sometimes, comedians become the people who spark the loudest conversations because they are willing to say what others avoid.
This is like Steve Harvey telling people he used to be homeless. That's my story. That's not his story. Steve Harvey was never homeless. When Mark Curry was touring with him 25 years ago, he was making $3,000 a show in cash and doing 5 shows a week.
While many comics focus on making people laugh for a few minutes, a small group uses the stage to question powerful figures, challenge popular narratives, and bring attention to stories that rarely get discussed in public. Their jokes often turn into debates, with fans and critics arguing over whether they are exposing uncomfortable truths or simply sharing personal opinions. Few comedians have built that kind of reputation as consistently as Cat Williams. Throughout his career, Cat Williams has become known for mixing sharp comedy with bold observations about the entertainment industry and the people at the top. He has never been afraid to speak openly about influential celebrities, business practices, or public figures, even when his comments create controversy. Whether people agree with him or completely reject his views, his interviews and stand-up routines often leave audiences looking at familiar stories from a different angle. Steve Harvey, meanwhile, has spent decades building one of the most recognizable careers in television. From hosting popular game shows to leading family-friendly programs and motivational discussions, he has created a public image centered on confidence, humor, and practical advice. To millions of viewers, he represents success, consistency, and the kind of personality that feels familiar every time he appears on screen. Still, every well-known public figure has a history that goes far beyond the polished image audiences see. According to Cat Williams, there are chapters of Steve Harvey's journey that deserve closer attention. He argues that the public story may not always reflect the full picture, leading to years of debate between supporters who believe his claims raise valid questions and critics who argue that many of the allegations remain unproven or are based on speculation. For years, stories about behind-the-scenes rivalries have continued to spread throughout the entertainment industry.
Same Steve that went to go watch Mark Curry do his whole sitcom and then stole everything Mark Curry had. Now Steve got a sitcom where he the principal and he wear a suit and then he gets this high top fade, making all black men think he got the best lineup in the business.
Some disappear almost as quickly as they appear, while others refuse to fade away because new interviews, old clips, and fresh opinions keep bringing them back into the spotlight. The ongoing conversation involving Cat Williams and Steve Harvey is one of those stories. As more people revisit their history, interest has only grown in how the disagreement started and why it still captures so much attention today. Cat Williams has recently spoken more openly about these long-running discussions, revisiting claims and moments that have circulated for years. Instead of focusing only on rumors, the conversation has shifted toward why these stories continue to resurface and why so many people remain interested in hearing different perspectives. That is where this story begins. Some of comedy's biggest rivalries have never stayed behind the scenes. They have unfolded during live performances, radio appearances, and memorable interviews that fans continue to revisit years later. The exchanges between Cat Williams and Steve Harvey became one of those defining stories. What began as a competitive challenge gradually developed into a rivalry that sparked ongoing debates about talent, career achievements, and respect within the comedy world. The roots of that tension go back to 2008. To understand why their names are still connected today, it helps to revisit the moment many fans point to as the beginning of their public conflict. Before a New Year's Eve event where both comedians were scheduled to perform, Cat made it clear that he was not planning to simply share the spotlight. He publicly stated that he intended to replace Steve Harvey as the biggest name in comedy, a bold claim that quickly became the main topic of conversation leading up to the event. Just days before the show, Steve Harvey appeared on Jamie Foxx's radio program and suggested he planned to avoid getting pulled into the controversy. However, the interview took an unexpected turn when Jamie played a recording of Cat's remarks during the broadcast. The atmosphere changed immediately, setting the stage for an exchange that many fans still remember. By the time the public exchanges reached their peak, the rivalry had become one of the most talked about stories in comedy. Fans were following every interview, every response, and every appearance, waiting to see whether either comedian would back away from the challenge. Instead, the competition only became more visible. Once you step on that stage, Steve, your reign is finished. Talent always finds its own level. You might want to bring 6 or 7 writers just to survive the night. When Steve Harvey later called into the radio show, he sounded genuinely surprised by what he had just heard. The two discussed the situation during the broadcast, and for a moment, it appeared they had cleared the air. To many listeners, the conversation suggested the disagreement might be over. That impression did not last for long. When the New Year's Eve event finally arrived, Cat quickly brought the rivalry back into focus. Standing before a packed audience, he directed jokes towards Steve's comedy, his performance style, and even his signature look. There was little mystery about who he was talking about or what message he wanted the audience to hear. Let's appreciate Steve Harvey. He's one of the greats, but he is not built for what I'm bringing, not even close. For Cat, those comments reflected the confidence he had developed over years of performing. He believed he had earned the right to challenge some of the biggest names in comedy, and that mindset became a defining part of his public image. It also helped turn what started as a competitive exchange into a rivalry that people continued discussing for years. Cat Williams' success was not built overnight or handed to him through a single opportunity.
You sold out concerts. You both have had huge gate receipts. You've sold out concerts in this town for years.
Hello. And it ain't finna be no different tonight. And I ain't never sold him out saying I was better than this one or that one. I just come in here on my own strength. So tonight at the Joe, I'm gonna do what I've been doing for 20 years.
Long before television appearances and movie roles made him widely recognizable, he spent years performing in small comedy clubs, local venues, and demanding live shows where every set had to win over the audience. Traveling through cities such as Cincinnati, Oklahoma, and Oakland, he refined his material, sharpened his timing, and developed the fearless style that would eventually become one of his trademarks. Long before the public disagreements with Steve Harvey became a major topic of discussion, Cat Williams had already spent years building a name for himself through persistence and standout performances. His career grew one achievement at a time, with each opportunity opening the door to something bigger and helping establish him as one of comedy's most recognizable voices. One of his early breakthroughs came in 1999 when he received the Cedric the Entertainer Anheuser-Busch Best Los Angeles Comics Award, an honor that gave his rising career valuable momentum. A few years later, he reached an even larger audience after playing the unforgettable Money Mike in Friday After Next. His popularity continued to grow through appearances on Nick Cannon's Wild 'N Out, where his quick wit and energetic style made him a favorite among viewers. Every milestone reflected years of hard work rather than overnight success. Steve Harvey's rise looked very different. Over time, he became one of the most recognizable personalities on television, earning a reputation through family-friendly programming, polished hosting, and a confident style that blended comedy with motivational advice. For many viewers, he came to represent reliability, success, and a familiar presence across multiple generations of television. In the entertainment industry, public reputations are often shaped over decades through carefully managed appearances and consistent branding. While audiences usually see the polished version presented on screen, stories from behind the scenes sometimes offer different perspectives. That contrast has become a recurring part of the conversation whenever Cat Williams speaks about Steve Harvey. According to Cat Williams, the public image many people associate with Steve Harvey does not tell the complete story. He has repeatedly argued that Steve behaves differently behind the scenes than the version audiences see on television. Cat has described Steve's success as being closely tied to a carefully maintained public image, though those views remain his own perspective. Supporters believe his comments raise legitimate questions, while critics argue the claims are unverified or open to interpretation. As conversations about Steve Harvey continued over the years, people often pointed to moments outside of his television appearances when discussing the difference between his public image and reports about life behind the scenes. Some of those moments became major talking points, not because they proved anything on their own, but because they fueled ongoing debates about how celebrities are perceived compared with how they manage their professional lives. One of the most widely discussed incidents involved a leaked internal memo that was widely reported to have been written by Steve Harvey for members of his staff. The message laid out specific instructions about when employees were and were not expected to approach him. Do not come to my dressing room unless invited. Do not approach me while I'm in the makeup chair unless I specifically ask to speak with you. Do not take offense to this new way of doing business. It is for the good of my personal life and enjoyment. The memo quickly attracted public attention and sparked mixed reactions. Some people felt the instructions seemed difficult to reconcile with the friendly, approachable image Steve projects on television. Others argued the message simply established professional boundaries in a busy work environment and did not necessarily reflect his personality outside of work. The memo was only one of several moments that drew public discussion. In 2017, Steve Harvey faced criticism over a talk show segment that some viewers believed mocked Asian men. Earlier, comments he made during a 2015 show were also criticized by some as offensive toward gay people. Those incidents became part of broader conversations about the relationship between a celebrity's carefully managed public persona and the controversies that can emerge throughout a long career. Beyond public criticism, Steve Harvey's personal life has also received significant media attention over the years. Legal disputes involving former partners became widely reported and were frequently referenced by critics who questioned whether his private life aligned with the image many viewers had come to know through his television career. Those events added another layer to an already active public conversation, even as opinions about their significance remained divided. As Steve Harvey's career continued to grow, attention was not limited to his television work. At different points, legal disputes and public statements from former partners also became part of the broader conversation about his personal life. drawing significant media coverage and prompting strong reactions from both supporters and critics. In 2013, Steve Harvey's ex-wife, Mary Harvey, publicly discussed their past relationship and made a number of serious allegations. Among them were claims of emotional abuse, interference with her legal rights, violations of custody agreements, and the alleged wrongful removal of their son, Winton, in 2005. According to Mary's account, she was prevented from seeing him during court-ordered visitation periods. She described the experience as deeply painful, saying Steve Harvey had, in her own words, murdered my soul. She later filed a lawsuit seeking $60 million in damages. However, the case was dismissed on jurisdictional grounds, and Steve Harvey has denied allegations made against him over the years. Another former partner, Terry Smith, also took legal action and later published a book titled Men Will Lie When the Truth Will Do. The book added to the public discussion surrounding Harvey's personal life and became another point of reference for people following the ongoing debate about his reputation. For critics such as Cat Williams, these legal disputes, together with past public controversies and widely reported workplace stories, support their view that Steve Harvey's public image does not present the full picture. Supporters, meanwhile, argue that those matters should be viewed separately from his long career in entertainment, leaving audiences to consider the different perspectives and the publicly available information for themselves. As the years passed, the discussion surrounding Steve Harvey expanded beyond any single headline or controversy. For many people following the story, the focus became less about one specific event and more about the larger debate over reputation, public perception, and how careers are viewed in the entertainment industry. That broader conversation is where Cat Williams has continued to direct much of his attention. According to Cat, the biggest question has never been about one lawsuit or one controversial moment. Instead, he has argued that when similar criticisms appear over a long period of time, they should be examined rather than dismissed as unrelated incidents. That viewpoint has become a consistent theme whenever he discusses Steve Harvey in interviews or public appearances. Cat has also questioned Steve Harvey's rise through the comedy world, suggesting that the path to the top may not have been as straightforward as many fans believe. One of his most frequently repeated claims is that Steve benefited from material and ideas that were already circulating among other comedians. Those allegations have generated debate for years, but they remain disputed and have not been established as fact. Supporters of Steve Harvey point to his long list of accomplishments, including his successful television career, best-selling books, and lasting connection with audiences, as evidence that his achievements speak for themselves. Critics, meanwhile, argue that a successful career does not automatically resolve every question raised about a public figure's professional journey or public image. That difference in perspective helps explain why the back and forth between Cat Williams and Steve Harvey has remained relevant for so many years. What began as a competitive rivalry eventually evolved into a broader discussion about authenticity, influence, and the gap that can exist between a celebrity's public image and behind-the-scenes perceptions. As Cat continued speaking openly in interviews, he increasingly framed the conversation around how success is built, maintained, and viewed within the entertainment industry. After years of interviews, stand-up performances, and public conversations, Cat Williams continues to leave audiences with a question that has never been fully settled. Is Steve Harvey exactly the person millions of viewers have come to know through television, best-selling books, and public appearances, or is there another side to his story that remains open to debate? That question has kept this rivalry alive for years, with supporters pointing to Steve's long list of accomplishments and critics revisiting the controversies, interviews, and public disputes that have followed different stages of his career. The reality is that well-known public figures often inspire completely different opinions, depending on which parts of their story people focus on. Some see decades of success, resilience, and a career that has entertained millions around the world. Others pay closer attention to public criticism, legal disputes, and claims that have been discussed over the years, asking whether those moments deserve more attention. In the end, the publicly available information can be viewed in different ways, and each person has to decide which perspective they find most convincing. Now it's your turn to join the conversation. Do you believe Steve Harvey's public image reflects who he really is, or do you think Cat Williams has raised questions that deserve a closer look? Let us know what you think in the comments below. We always enjoy seeing different viewpoints and respectful discussions from our viewers. If you enjoyed this deep dive and want more videos exploring celebrity rivalries, entertainment controversies, untold stories, and the moments that don't always make the headlines, make sure to support Star Watch by giving this video a like and subscribing to the channel. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you're always among the first to catch our newest uploads. We have many more stories, timelines, and behind-the-scenes breakdowns coming your way, and you won't want to miss what's next. Thanks for watching Star Watch, and we'll see you in the next video.
Here is a new blind item that is allegedly about Wendy Williams and her disappearing money. The illiterate former talk show host was wealthy, but not the kind of wealth her friend is alleging. That being said, The Guardian is helping herself to the money. And again, this is allegedly Wendy Williams. And the related headline reads, "Where's Wendy's money? Wendy Williams had $55 million in the bank before Guardian took over and told her she has no money left," court documents claim. Wendy has been meeting with Bank of America in an effort to leave Wells Fargo. Wendy Williams had $55 million in the bank before her guardian, Sharina Morrissey, took over and told her she has no money left, per court documents. In an affidavit submitted to a New Jersey court and exclusively obtained by the U.S. Sun, Wendy's best friend of 44 years, Regina Schell, claimed to have seen the star's Wells Fargo bank statements. In July of 2022, Wendy invited me to stay with her in New York City for an extended period, Wendy's childhood friend claimed in the affidavit. During the visit, Wendy expressed to me that she wished to explore options regarding her estate, specifically a possible change with her current financial institution. She also shared with me documents from Wells Fargo showing a cumulative balance of nearly $55 million.
For a long time, now the people closest to Wendy Williams are finally speaking up. Behind the cameras, things don't look like protection anymore. They look like control. This is the same Wendy who once ruled daytime TV. Sharp, bold, and funny. Now barely seen, barely heard, replaced by silence and speculation.
Halloween costume contest. We do it every year. It's always a lot of fun. Let's get started. Our first caress. For some time now, and even today and beyond, I have been living in a sober house. I am driven by my 24-hour sober coach back to a home, lights out by 10 p.m. So I go to my room and I stare at the ceiling and I fall asleep to wake up to come back here to see you. So that is my
But what's really turning heads is that her son, Kevin Jr., has had enough. He's calling out the very people who were supposed to care for her, and he's not holding anything back. Kevin isn't just concerned, he's angry. He says his mom isn't being cared for, she's being managed. And right in the center of it all is Wendy's court-appointed guardian, Sharina Morrissey. That title is supposed to mean protection for someone who needs help handling life, but according to Kevin, there's something much darker going on. He's questioning everything: Wendy's medical care, her medication, her freedom, and even who's allowed near her. The more pieces you put together, the less things make sense. This stopped being about health a long time ago. It's about control, money, and power. Wendy Williams, a woman who built her own empire from nothing, is now fighting just to have her voice heard. Wendy wasn't just another talk show face. She was a force. Before the wigs, the purple chair, and all the celebrity drama, she was grinding on radio, making a name out of pure hustle.
That was not a stunt. I'm overheated in my costume and I did pass out. But you know what? I'm a champ and I'm back.
I'd walk in and all of my coworkers, including my bosses, would know. But instead of firing me, you see, I would grab my headphones and arrogantly walk in the studio and dare them to fire me because I was making radio.
She talked fast, laughed louder, and said what everyone else was too scared to say. That fearless attitude made her a legend, but it also made her a target. She always owned her story. Wendy never hid from her struggles, openly talking about addiction and admitting she had flaws. That honesty made people connect with her. She felt real, but life didn't play fair. Her marriage to Kevin Hunter crumbled for everyone to see. Cheating rumors turned into tabloid chaos, and when word spread about a baby outside the marriage, everything fell apart. When Wendy filed for divorce, those who really knew her said something inside her cracked. That moment wasn't just the end of a marriage, it was the start of a slow unraveling. Then came the health battles, Graves' disease, fainting on live TV, and exhaustion so bad she could barely stand. Still, she kept showing up, smiling for the cameras, pretending everything was fine, while her world quietly crumbled behind the scenes. Before long, the whispers about money started getting louder. Banks flagging strange transactions, lawyers talking about guardianship. Eventually, the court stepped in, putting Wendy under legal guardianship, with Sabrina Morrissey gaining control over her personal and financial life. On paper, it sounded like protection, but to Wendy's family, especially her son Kevin Jr., it felt more like someone was building a wall between them. Kevin Jr. had always been tight with his mom. Wendy used to call him her heart, her everything. She worked non-stop to give him the best life she could.
The thing is that I've been asking questions about my money. And when I began asking questions about my money, suddenly Lori Schiller has got no response regarding my money. I want my money. This is not fair. And Wells Fargo has no questions and answers with regarding my money. This is not fair.
So when things changed, when he couldn't reach her, when phone calls stopped getting answered, and visits became a maze of rules, it didn't feel right. To him, it didn't look like care. It looked like distance being forced between a mother and her son. That's when things really started heating up. Nobody saw it coming, but Kevin Jr. decided he couldn't stay quiet anymore. At first, he tried to handle it privately, asking questions behind closed doors, trying to understand what was really going on. But when those questions got brushed off, the situation exploded. Reports say his quiet concern turned into full-on conversations that couldn't be contained. And soon, the family's worries about Wendy were out in the open for everyone to see. Kevin's been saying something feels off about how his mom is being treated. He's pointed out that her medications and the decisions being made about her care deserve a serious second look. None of this has been proven, but hearing those words come straight from Wendy's mom makes everything sound heavier and harder to ignore. Things get even murkier when you hear from Wendy herself. In past interviews, she sounded confused about why she's still under guardianship, questioning the restrictions placed on her daily life. She's openly wondered why she can't make some choices for herself, and that disconnect between how capable she feels and how limited she is has fueled endless talk and theories online. People familiar with guardianship laws say these situations are almost never simple. Sometimes they're meant to protect, but they can also rip families apart. Critics warn that the system can easily become isolating, cutting people off from loved ones who truly care. Friends have said it's nearly impossible to reach Wendy now. Her appearances keep getting canceled, her communication seems tightly controlled, and when information gets filtered like that, the rumors never stop. They just grow louder.
Now, the Kevin Jr. has reportedly taken legal action against Wendy's guardian. What started as a quiet family matter has blown up into a full-on public battle. He's not just upset, he's pushing for the truth. He's asking for receipts, full transparency, and real answers about his mom's health, how she's living, and where her money's going. From his view, it's painful to watch. This is a woman who used to run her entire empire with confidence, and now she needs approval for even the smallest decisions. To him, that loss of control just doesn't make sense. The public's been watching every move, and the pattern is becoming impossible to ignore. Wendy's powerhouse career suddenly stopped cold. Her talk show ended, her businesses faded away, and the woman who once drove every headline has almost disappeared from her own story. Fans are starting to ask tough questions. Is Wendy being cared for or carefully controlled? But that's where things get complicated. Wendy has always been open about her struggles with addiction, and that part of her past makes any talk about her treatment and medication a sensitive subject. Those who defend the guardianship say she's under professional care to keep her safe and stable. But critics, including her supporters and family, believe she should have more freedom, more independence, and more say in what happens to her. Somewhere between those two sides lies a truth that no one's been able to fully see. And without open answers, what started as concern is turned into confusion, and that confusion is quickly turning into a full-blown mystery. When questions start swirling around money, the spotlight gets brighter fast. Wendy spent decades building her empire. Her hit talk show, massive brand deals, and non-stop media appearances made her one of the biggest names in entertainment. But now, under guardianship, someone else has the keys to everything she worked for. On paper, it might look like structure and safety, but when the person who earned every dollar feels disconnected from it, that's when concern turns into real suspicion. Kevin Jr. reportedly believes his mom's finances need a serious audit. These are still unproven claims, but they've only poured more fuel onto an already tense situation. Emotionally, it has to be devastating for Wendy, a woman who once commanded entire audiences and built her name through bold choices, now standing on the sidelines while decisions about her life happen without her input. It's a sharp drop from total control to complete uncertainty, and the discomfort around it is impossible to ignore. Wendy's entire career was built on her voice, speaking her mind when others stayed quiet, calling things exactly as she saw them. Now, that voice feels muted, filtered through layers of control. And for someone as outspoken as her, that kind of silence can break the spirit. For Kevin Jr., this fight isn't about attention or wealth, it's personal. He sees his mom not as a headline, but as the woman who hustled non-stop, skipped sleep, and sacrificed everything to give him stability and opportunity. So when he feels shut out, it doesn't feel like legal paperwork. It feels like losing his mother while she's still alive. Fans can feel that same ache. Wendy was raw, unpredictable, and real, and that realness is exactly what people miss the most. As the story keeps unfolding, the silence around Wendy has started to feel heavier than words. Every week, new whispers surface about where she is, how she's doing, and who's really making the calls. Photos pop up here and there, but they only raise more questions than they answer. For someone who once lived her life in the spotlight, this sudden quiet feels unsettling. Fans used to hear her voice every day, and now it's like she's vanished into a carefully managed bubble that no one can quite see through. Behind the scenes, the pressure's building. Kevin Jr.'s push for clarity has reportedly triggered a deeper look into how the guardianship is being handled. People close to Wendy say they just want fairness, a situation where her well-being isn't traded for control. There's talk about lawyers reviewing decisions, financial experts checking numbers, and loved ones trying to get just one honest update about her condition. Yet everything seems to move behind closed doors, leaving everyone else guessing. Online, the discussion has exploded. Fans flood comment sections calling for transparency, while others warn that public speculation could make things worse. But the truth is, when information disappears, people fill in the blanks themselves. Supporters say Wendy deserves peace and privacy. Others argue she deserves her freedom back. The divide keeps growing, and nobody seems to know which side is right. What everyone agrees on is that Wendy's story feels far from over. Whether this ends with justice, reconciliation, or more heartbreak, one thing's certain: people want to hear from Wendy herself again. They want her to speak freely, to take back her story, and remind the world who she really is, the woman who built her legacy by never staying silent. Now, seeing Wendy slowly fade from the spotlight without real answers has everyone on edge. The public isn't chasing drama anymore. They just want to know she's safe, cared for, and treated with the respect she's earned. What makes everything so tense is that there's no clear villain or savior in this story. Guardianship rules are messy. Health struggles are messy. Recovery is messy. But when a son starts speaking out, and when the woman at the center begins to question the limits placed on her own life, people can't look away. At this point, Wendy's situation has moved far beyond celebrity headlines. It feels like a wake-up call, a raw glimpse at how fame, health, and power can collide until the real person behind it all starts to disappear. The same industry that once cheered her bold, fearless energy is now standing by in silence. The woman who used to expose everyone else's truth is suddenly the one being spoken about, her story rewritten by others while she's forced to watch from the sidelines. That's the part that stings, because this isn't just about legal papers or court control. It's about a human being's right to be heard. It's about whether Wendy Williams, the fighter, the survivor, the woman who rebuilt herself time after time, still gets to steer her own life. With Kevin Jr. pushing back, the wall around her story is finally starting to crack. Questions are getting louder, people are demanding answers, and the world isn't watching for entertainment anymore. They're watching for justice and hoping Wendy gets the chance to speak her truth again. One thing's becoming clearer with every passing day. The silence surrounding Wendy Williams is growing impossible to ignore. That silence might be the moment everything starts to shift. Wendy has always believed that no matter how long it takes, the truth eventually finds its way out. And now the world is watching closely, waiting to see what that truth will reveal in her story. Is this really a system meant to protect her, or has it become something darker, something that needs to be challenged before it causes more harm than good? What's undeniable is that Wendy's story isn't finished. She stumbled before, publicly, painfully, and every time she stood back up. She's battled addiction, heartbreak, and humiliation in front of millions, yet she still found a way to keep moving, keep smiling, and keep showing up. But now, the question is changed. Are she surrounded by people helping her fight through this chapter, or are they quietly rewriting it without her consent? As Kevin Jr. keeps pushing for answers and the public refuses to turn away, this moment feels like the most critical one yet. Wendy's voice may be quiet right now, but the world can hear the question it leaves behind. Who's really in control of her story? If you want to stay updated as this unfolds, don't miss a beat. Like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for all the latest updates on Wendy's battle, her comeback, and the truth waiting to surface.
He was with me, begging forgiveness, telling me to take a moment, and he would see it, and we were meant to be together.
Wendy Williams just dropped a legal bomb. She's coming after her ex's mistress, Sharina Hudson, demanding every dime of those alimony millions back. And the judge is on her side. Now Sharina's broke, panicking, and watching her luxury life crash down fast. Here's the wild backstory. After Wendy's explosive 2019 divorce from Kevin Hunter, she was forced to pay him a jaw-dropping $250,000 a month in alimony. But Kevin's affair with Sharina, his longtime secret partner of nearly 15 years, was the real scandal behind it all. Now Wendy's lawyers say that money wasn't just for Kevin. It was secretly funding Sharina's lavish lifestyle. The court just ruled the deal flawed, and Wendy wants every cent returned. Sharina, once living large off Wendy's success, is reportedly broke with no way out. Sources say the designer clothes, luxury homes, and fancy cars are all gone. Court docs show her accounts drained, her assets sold off, and her future in shambles. And Kevin, insiders whisper he's vanished, leaving Sharina to face the storm alone. Kevin Hunter is scrambling to fix things with Wendy Williams, trying to save himself from total financial disaster.
And I sacrificed a lot of myself to come out successful on the other side.
But why now? What secret is he hiding that's got him running scared? This courtroom chaos didn't come out of thin air. Wendy's been battling for years, not just against Kevin, but against a system she says tried to silence and control her. Remember, this is the same Wendy who was labeled cognitively impaired last year and forced into a guardianship she swore she didn't need. She called it a luxury prison, claiming it was all a setup to trap her and control her cash, even accusing her own family of playing along. Now with her mental state back under review and a judge finally taking her side, Wendy's done playing nice. This isn't just about the money anymore, it's about power. She was paying Kevin a shocking $250,000 a month, $3 million a year, while Sharina reportedly lived off that money in pure comfort. But when Wendy's health and legal issues hit hard, those payments stopped fast.
It happened, the banks froze everything up. Yeah. He was not in a position to pay $10,000 a month on a apartment.
In early 2022, Kevin, broke and desperate, sued to restart them, claiming he couldn't even pay his bills. The court didn't buy it. Records show he was deep in debt, behind on his mortgage, car, and credit cards. Even UBS Bank came after him for over $20,000 in unpaid charges. Now his Florida home, once shared with Sharina, is listed for $1.2 million, a last-ditch fire sale to cover his legal mess. But here's the bombshell. While Kevin was crying broke, Wendy's team dug deep and found out he allegedly used her money to live a double life.
I want to let people know that we still only human.
Fancy cars, luxury homes, and business deals all on her dime. One rare 2005 Ford GT worth $140,000 was reportedly sold off for quick cash, and court docs say he even owed thousands in HOA fees. The trail's messy, the lies are stacking up, and the truth is about to explode. The moment Wendy's payments stopped, Kevin's whole empire started crashing down. Now, with Wendy's lawsuit heating up, he's suddenly switching sides and begging for mercy. Insiders say Kevin's been reaching out non-stop, apologizing to Wendy, asking for forgiveness, even offering to testify against Cena just to get back in her good graces. But Wendy's not here for forgiveness. She wants justice. She's coming for every penny that was funneled away. Legal experts say if her team proves Kevin and Cena worked together to divert her money, Cena could owe millions she doesn't even have. And Kevin's sudden change of heart? It's raising serious questions. Is he actually sorry? Or just scrambling for a deal before Wendy's lawyers drop the real bombshells? The timing is wild too. Just last month, Wendy made a glamorous comeback at New York Fashion Week. Front row at Laquan Smith's show, shining in designer looks and pure confidence. A total glow-up from the dark days when she was hospitalized and her career looked over. Now she's back on top and fighting harder than ever. This isn't just about money, it's about taking back control. The same system that once called her unfit to handle her own life is now proving her right. The judge's new ruling isn't just a legal win, it's sweet vindication. But this story runs deeper than court documents. Wendy's guardianship battle has been pure chaos. Rumors of exploitation, family betrayal, and a system that almost broke her. Her niece, Alex Finney, has been vocal about the injustice, while Wendy herself has called her old facility a dump, surrounded by people she didn't belong with. Yet through every setback, Wendy stayed sharp and strategic. Now she's turning the tables in a way only she can. If she proves Kevin and Cena drained her fortune together, it'll be more than victory. It'll be revenge served stylishly cold. Meanwhile, sources say Cena's cracking under pressure, reaching out to old friends, even hinting at a tell-all to save herself.
In a court proceeding that has nothing to do with Wendy's career. Moreover, that were made in front of Wendy Williams. If true, that is outrageous because this judge, one, she's not in the entertainment industry, so I don't know where she would get off opining about that and why that's even relevant to her role as a judge, who's basically the judge of the law.
But here's the trap. If she talks, she drags Kevin down with her. If she stays quiet, she's broke for good. Either way, Wendy wins. And if history tells us anything, when Wendy wins, she really wins. And when Wendy wins, she makes sure the whole world's watching. So where does that leave Kevin now? The man who once pulled all the strings, controlling Wendy's career, money, and even her personal life, is suddenly the one spiraling. His debts are stacking up, his assets are vanishing, and insiders say his ex-mistress is furious he's left her to take the fall alone. Sources claim Kevin's been spotted sneaking into quiet meetings with lawyers, trying to figure out his next move. Will he throw Cena under the bus to save himself? Or will he crawl back to Wendy, offering secrets in exchange for survival? Either way, one thing's clear. Kevin Hunter's flashy playboy lifestyle is done. The real question now is, will he sink solo or drag Cena down too? But here's the shocking twist. While Wendy's team is focused on getting her money back, the deeper story might expose Kevin's real role in her downfall. This was the man who stood beside her for years, allegedly running her finances, her show, and even shaping her image behind the scenes. Now, with Wendy's guardianship under renewed scrutiny, whispers are flying that Kevin's control may have gone way deeper than anyone knew.
An inordinate amount of people that took advantage of my absence, and her vulnerability at the time.
Was he just an unfaithful husband, or part of a bigger setup to control her entire empire? And with him suddenly begging forgiveness, everyone's wondering, what truth is he so scared she'll expose next? Wendy's legal team says the receipts are coming and the drama's just getting started. We're talking about a woman who built her empire by exposing the biggest names in hip-hop, a legend who made truth her brand. If Wendy's got receipts on Kevin and Cena, she's not keeping them quiet. She'll drop those receipts for the whole world to see. And when she does, it's going to hit hard. This isn't just a court battle. It's personal. The money, the betrayal, the pride, it's all on the line. But one question keeps echoing. Why now, after everything she's been through? Health scares, career meltdowns, and a guardianship that almost wiped her off the map. Why strike at this exact moment? Maybe it's not just about the cash. Maybe it's about payback. The final reckoning with the man who broke her heart, the system that tried to silence her, and the mistress who thought she'd won. Whatever her reason, one thing's for sure. Wendy Williams is back, and when she fights, she doesn't play nice. She destroys. The only mystery left is who's going down with her. Now that the judge has flipped the script, the motives are getting messier. Insiders say Kevin's cold abandonment of Sharina isn't just heartless, it's calculated. He's trying to save himself while Wendy's lawsuit threatens to expose years of financial tricks. This is the same man who once played the loyal husband, the manager, the rock by her side, until he wasn't. Now, with the legal tide turning fast, Kevin's sudden shift toward Wendy looks less like guilt and more like survival. Sources say his apologies aren't sincere, they're desperate. The man who allegedly ran her career in cash is now the one scrambling for a lifeline. And poor Sharina, she's been iced out. No calls, no support, no loyalty left. Insiders claim Kevin's already whispering promises to Wendy behind closed doors, trying to cut his own deal. The irony is wild. He built a secret life with Sharina using Wendy's money, and now he's tossing her aside to protect himself. But here's the real twist. Wendy's not famous for forgiveness. Wendy's not known for forgiveness. She's known for revenge. And if Kevin thinks a few weak apologies can erase years of betrayal, he's about to find out just how wrong he is. Let's get into the money, because that's where things get dirty. Sharina Hudson didn't just enjoy Kevin's alimony, she lived like royalty on it. Lavish homes, luxury cars, designer everything. She was living the dream on money that never truly belonged to her. But now, the court says those payments were never valid, and she's facing a financial nightmare like no other. Legal experts say Wendy's team is coming hard, demanding every penny back. Sharina's bankruptcy filing won't protect her either. The court doesn't care that she already spent the money, it only cares that it wasn't hers to spend. If Wendy's lawyers win, Sharina might have to sell off everything just to settle her debts, leaving her with nothing but bills and a bruised reputation. But here's where it gets juicier. Sharina's not going down quietly. Sources say she's calling up old friends and insiders, even teasing the idea of a tell-all that could blow this case wide open. The danger? If she talks, she exposes herself. If she stays silent, she's broke for good. It's a trap with no way out, and Kevin knows it. Insiders claim that's exactly why he's cutting her off now, hoping to escape before she drags him under too. But Wendy's legal team is watching every move. They know Sharina's desperation might be their secret weapon. One wrong word, one shocking interview, and the whole scheme could collapse overnight. And beyond the money and lawsuits, this fight runs deep. It's personal. Wendy Williams built her empire by exposing cheaters and liars, and now she's facing them head-on in her own story. This isn't just revenge, it's her legacy on the line. The man who betrayed Wendy is now begging for mercy, while the woman who profited from that betrayal is left holding the bag. But inside Wendy's camp, opinions are split. Some think Kevin's apologies might actually be sincere, that maybe he's finally owning up to his mistakes. Others, they're calling it what it is, just another slick move to regain control. And honestly, who can blame them? Kevin's history is messy. He's been accused of manipulating Wendy's money, isolating her from her circle, and even exploiting her health battles for his own gain. So why should anyone trust his sudden change of heart? Insiders say the real answer is simple. He's terrified of what Wendy might expose next. This lawsuit isn't just about getting her money back, it's about revealing the truth. And if Wendy's team brings the receipts, that truth could completely destroy Kevin's reputation. Remember, this is the same man who allegedly lived a double life, using Wendy's hard-earned money to fund his affairs and even trying to take over her accounts when she was at her weakest. If her lawyers prove Kevin and Sharina worked together to funnel those funds, it won't just be a financial win, it'll be a total takedown. In Hollywood, reputation is currency, and Kevin's could be gone overnight. But there's a bigger story playing out here too. Wendy's long guardianship fight has been one of the most talked about scandals. Claims of exploitation, family betrayal, and a court system that many say trapped her in silence. She's described her living conditions as a luxury prison, surrounded by strangers, stripped of freedom and power. Yet despite it all, Wendy stayed sharp, strategic, and unshaken. And now she's flipping the script. If she proves Kevin and Sharina drained her fortune, this won't just be justice, it'll be her full circle moment. And through it all, her family's been speaking out. Her sister, Wanda Finney, has called out the broken system holding Wendy back, while her niece, Alex, has stayed fiercely by her side, reminding everyone that Wendy might have been silenced, but never defeated. But where were they when Kevin was allegedly draining Wendy's money? Where were they when Cena was living large off Wendy's grind? That silence says everything. And now, as Wendy's legal war hits its peak, her family ties are getting tangled fast. Some think she should forgive Kevin for the sake of peace, but others, they're ready to watch it all burn down. So the question is, whose side will Wendy really take? As the courtroom tension explodes, one thing's crystal clear. This fight isn't just about cash. It's about control, power, and one woman's mission to reclaim her life after years of being silenced. Wendy Williams has always been a fighter, and this time she's fighting for everything: her money, her freedom, and her legacy. And if Kevin and Cena ever thought they could play her, they're about to get a reality check they'll never forget. But here's the kicker. This story's nowhere near over. With Cena drowning in bankruptcy and Kevin mumbling apologies behind closed doors, the real question is Wendy's win truly the end, or just the beginning of something even wilder? Because in the world of fame, money, and revenge, the truth never stays buried for long. It just gets louder and messier. So what do you think? Are Kevin's apologies real, or just another one of his smooth plays to save himself? And what's Cena's next desperate move gonna be? Drop your thoughts below, because this scandal is still heating up and the next twist could drop any minute. Like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more breaking updates, wild receipts, and all the drama that Hollywood doesn't want you to see.
This is one of the most outrageous things I have heard in a long, long time. In a case that has been filled with men, looks at Wendy and says, you know, you had a great career. Your career is over. It is never coming back. You're done.
You will not get away with trying to pull off having two families, you dirty.
Kevin Hunter's empire didn't just crumble, it exploded right in front of everyone's eyes. The man who once strutted through TV studios dripping in fur and flexing fancy cars, the so-called mastermind behind Wendy Williams' talk show throne, is now drowning in lawsuits, debt, and straight-up humiliation. After years of living big off the fortune his ex-wife built, Kevin's luxury life is being ripped apart piece by piece.
He was with me, begging forgiveness, telling me to take a moment, and he would see it, and we were meant to be together. And I sacrificed a lot of myself to come out successful on the other side.
Court papers from 2023 spilled the tea. He fell behind on homeowners' fees, maxed out his credit cards, and even got dragged into court by a bank for over $20,000. It's a downfall that feels like karma came knocking loud and clear, just as Wendy starts shining again in the spotlight. The timing couldn't be messier. While Kevin's name keeps showing up in filings for unpaid bills and car repossessions, Wendy Williams.
And I told myself I wasn't gonna do this.
It's one of the best things, honestly, that could have ever happened to me. Just about the whole 13 years that they were together, and people behind the scenes say it was
once called unfit to handle her own life, shows up front row at Laquan Smith's New York Fashion Week. September 25, cameras go wild as she waves at fans, face glowing, hair on point. She looks like a queen taking back her throne, while her ex's empire turns to dust. Just a few years ago, the roles were flipped. Wendy was the one hidden away, saying she was stuck in a luxury prison. Kevin kept pretending everything was sweet, posting quotes about success, showing off cars, and bragging about his thing with Sharina Hudson. But now, that silence from him says it all. His last move crumbled when a New Jersey judge ruled Wendy didn't have to pay him alimony again, and that hit him like a wrecking ball. Those checks were his lifeline. $37,500 a month straight from Wendy's hard-earned empire. When the money stopped flowing, Kevin ran straight to court in 2022 crying financial hardship. He claimed he couldn't cover his homeowner's fees, insurance, or even his credit cards. The judge didn't waste words. The message was clear. None of that was Wendy's problem. that ruling didn't just shut down his appeal, it exposed how deep he'd been living off her even after the split. Behind the curtain, insiders say the decision threw his personal life into total chaos. Sharina Hudson, once showing off that soft life lifestyle, allegedly panicked when the cash dried up. Sources close to the pair claim she started hustling for income through lifestyle branding, vegan cooking, and even small-time real estate flips. But none of it brought in enough to keep their Florida dream alive. By mid-2025, their luxury home was listed for sale, and creditors were coming in hot. When Kevin started unloading his stuff, including 2 pricey cars that reportedly ended up with a financing firm in Idaho, rumors flew that Sharina had dipped out. His Instagram, once filled with her selfies and luxury shots, suddenly went blank except for a few business posts. Weeks later, whispers spread that she was trying to come back, but the damage was already done. Meanwhile, Wendy's comeback was pure drama in motion. Just months earlier, she was still fighting the guardianship that had her locked down in a Manhattan assisted living facility. The court had labeled her legally incapacitated, but when she showed up at Fashion Week, she looked fierce, sharp, confident, and ready to talk. In phone interviews, she didn't hold back, calling the facility a dump and a messed up situation. Wendy was furious about being stuck on a floor full of elderly residents. She said she could only make outgoing calls and couldn't even receive messages. On top of that, her court-appointed guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, allegedly blocked her from using her iPad, the one she used to listen to her old radio shows. Those aren't the words of a woman who's lost touch. They're the words of someone fighting to be heard. While Wendy's fans started pushing the Free Wendy movement, Kevin tried flipping her battle into his own spotlight. In June 2024, he filed a massive federal lawsuit accusing the guardianship system of corruption, calling it fraudulent bondage, and demanding a wild $250 million payout to split between him and Wendy. Legal experts tore Kevin's lawsuit to shreds, calling it straight up delusional, since he had zero legal right to sue on Wendy's behalf. The case was dead on arrival, but out in public, it set off major questions about his real intentions. Was Kevin genuinely trying to fight for Wendy's freedom, or just chasing another payday now that the alimony check stopped rolling in? Their messy past makes that question impossible to ignore. Kevin met Wendy back in the mid-90s, slid into a life as a manager, and somehow climbed into a producer role without any solid credentials to back it up. People who worked on The Wendy Williams Show described him as bossy, loud, and straight up intimidating. Kevin strutted through that studio like he ran the place, but when his marriage blew up in 2019, after his long-time affair with Sharina Hudson became public, the empire crashed overnight. Wendy didn't hold back. She filed for divorce, kicked him off the show, and erased his name from every company paper she could find. Months later, Sharina gave birth to a baby girl, and the new couple started living large off Wendy's fortune like it would never end. Now, insiders say that whole setup is completely falling apart. Sharina's soft life glow has dimmed big time. She used to flood her socials with fancy brunches and beach trips. Now it's just short clips promoting vegan recipes and modest real estate hustles. Industry voices in Florida say she's been grinding to stay above water. Some even whisper that she's been reaching out to old contacts and maybe even reconnecting with Kevin after a long break. If that's true, it's wild. A full circle twist where the woman who once helped wreck a marriage might be back with the man who can't pay his own bills. Whether they're reunited or not, one thing's crystal clear: their fantasy lifestyle has gone up in flames. Wendy's story just keeps getting more tragic and more surreal. Since 2022, her every move, dollar, and decision has been controlled by court order. It all started when Wells Fargo claimed she was of unsound mind and froze her accounts, which led a judge to hand over control to guardian Sabrina Morrissey, a move her family still fights to overturn. In 2024, the Lifetime doc Where is Wendy Williams showed her looking lost and painfully alone in her apartment, and it broke hearts everywhere. But lately, Wendy's been stepping back into the light with fire and focus. She told radio hosts, "I'm not cognitively impaired," and her publicist, Shanti, swears she's as sharp as ever. Even her old producer says she's the strongest she's been in years. Every time Wendy shows up in public, it feels like a bold message, proof that she still knows exactly who she is. Kevin, on the other hand, looks like he's unraveling fast. The court rejections have made it clear his whole life was built on Wendy's fame and fortune. Every post-divorce project he's tried, a publishing company, a wellness brand, even a podcast, has gone completely silent. By June 2025, fans spotted his Florida property listed way below market value, a sign that financial trouble's closing in fast. Creditors have been hitting him hard with court orders for unpaid fees. He's mostly kept quiet, occasionally dropping vague posts about faith and resilience. That loud, cocky energy he once flaunted is gone, replaced with straight-up silence. The irony is wild. The man who once ran Wendy's career, managed her bank accounts and shaped her image, can't even keep his own finances together. The woman he built his new life with might be long gone, and the woman he once called incapacitated is now the only one still standing strong in the spotlight. Every new picture of Wendy stepping out, smiling in high-end designer looks, feels like a direct reflection of Kevin's downfall. Fans online can't stop talking about it. One viral comment nailed it. She's smiling while he's selling cars. No one knows if Wendy's seen the chatter herself, but insiders say she stays plugged into entertainment news on her tablet and reacts with cool, calm amusement. Now the legal chaos around Wendy's guardianship might be ready to explode again. Court tapers from last summer show Kevin accusing the presiding judge of political bias, claiming she took donations from lawyers linked to Wells Fargo. The claims were never proven, but they showed how personal and obsessive his mission has become. People close to Wendy believe Kevin still views himself as either her savior or her next paycheck. They say his financial collapse could push him to sneak back into her world, hoping to benefit off her story again. Meanwhile, whispers suggest Sharina's rumored attempt to reconnect might not be about love, it might be pure survival. With their money drying up and Wendy's estate still trapped in court, both of them could be desperate to reattach themselves to the same story that once made them rich. That's when the whispers started to grow louder. Some insiders claim Kevin's money meltdown isn't just a personal mess, it's part of a deeper, dirtier web, the kind of chaos that doesn't just ruin reputations, it exposes entire systems. Industry gossip says his financial troubles might be directly tied to Wendy's ongoing guardianship battle, and that his so-called fight to set her free might have really been about getting access to her frozen fortune. That theory's been circling quietly through media circles. Kevin wasn't suing from pride, he was suing out of pure panic, because behind that guardianship sits a mountain of cash, millions in TV checks, royalties, and locked-up assets that no one outside the system can touch. The same money Kevin once controlled, the same funds Sharina allegedly relied on to keep her luxury lifestyle going. When those accounts froze, their dream life cracked wide open. So when Kevin dropped that wild $250 million lawsuit against Wendy's guardian in the banks tied to her case, people saw it for what it really was, a desperate last swing at a fortune slipping through his fingers. Some believe something way darker is going on, a man trying to drag Wendy's entire legal setup down with him just to prove a point or make sure nobody rises if he falls. Former crew members from the Wendy Williams show are finally breaking their silence now that the dust has settled. One insider spilled on a podcast that Kevin always acted like the show was his, not Wendy's. They painted a picture of secret meetings, sudden firings, and shady production deals that vanished into thin air, a full-blown pattern of control. When you line that up next to his current mess, lawsuits, unpaid loans, frozen accounts, and even eviction drama, it all fits together too perfectly. This isn't just a guy falling on hard times, it's his whole empire collapsing brick by brick. Meanwhile, Wendy's guardianship has people side-eyeing the whole situation. The same court that labeled her unfit somehow keeps letting her accounts drain to cover luxury living expenses, sky-high security, constant legal fees, and non-stop bills. We've seen this kind of setup before in Hollywood, the kind that's supposed to protect someone but ends up looking more like a profit plan. People are starting to ask the real question, who's actually winning from Wendy's restricted freedom? Kevin insists it's not her. Last year, he told a reporter this system is corrupt to its bones, but his own money mess makes that claim sound real suspicious. If Wendy got her freedom back, so would her finances, and guess who'd probably be first in line to benefit? His motives look shaky at best, especially now that Sharina's gone completely silent. After years of flaunting her lifestyle online, she's disappeared. Posts wiped, comments locked, and her business is fading fast. That silence makes everything feel even more suspicious. A former acquaintance told a Florida gossip blogger that Sharina just couldn't handle the pressure anymore, saying she'd been cut off financially and even had to sell her jewelry just to keep up. None of that's confirmed, but the timing lines up perfectly with Kevin's loan defaults and desperate asset sales. If that's true, it shows two people trapped by their own downfall, while the woman they once wronged is finally standing strong again.
And then there's Wendy's only son, the one she's always defended. Rumors once swirled that he used her credit cards to rent luxury spots in Miami. Wells Fargo's first guardianship filing mentioned financial exploitation concerns without dropping names, but several outlets hinted that family tension might have been part of what pushed the court to take control of her money in the first place. Sources tied to former production staff say Kevin tried to twist those same papers to make it seem like Wendy was surrounded by manipulators, trying to paint himself as the one who truly understood her. But if that was ever real, then why do all these moves keep coming back to the same thing? Her money. Industry lawyers say this whole mess has blown way past being just a celebrity divorce. It's become a masterclass in power, control, and money. When someone famous loses their grip, guardianships like Wendy's rarely end, one attorney explained. They just shift, evolve, and stretch on, always under the mask of care. That line hits hard. It exposes how influence can quietly disappear behind closed courtroom doors. Kevin's lawsuit might have been reckless, but it cracked open a chilling question about how this system really works. What happens when the fame fades, but the money keeps flowing? Who gets control of the fortune when the star can't speak for themselves? And why do the same people claiming to protect Wendy also seem to benefit from keeping her quiet? Those questions are hanging heavy, and the silence surrounding them keeps getting louder. As time passes, more names keep surfacing. Old business managers, assistants, and even lawyers who once handled Wendy's biggest deals. Some have been subpoenaed in unrelated cases, while others have suddenly gone mum, refusing to go on record. Insiders whisper that huge revelations could drop if federal investigators ever dig into the money trail behind Wendy's guardianship. If that happens, Kevin's downfall might end up just being a piece of a way bigger explosion, one that could expose not only his greed, but the hidden machine that profits from celebrity collapse. The tabloids already have a name for it, the Wendy Web, a twisted network of everyone who once had strings tied to her ex-husband, her guardian, bank insiders, TV producers, even some family members. Each one has their own version of events, their own justifications, and their own slice of guilt. Now that Kevin's reputation is in ashes, a lot of those same people are scrambling to clean up their own image before the spotlight turns their direction. We've seen this Hollywood playbook before. When the puppet master falls, everyone else suddenly claims they were just trying to help. It's the oldest trick in the book. Sharina's rumored attempts to reconnect with Kevin might just be part of that same PR scramble. Some insiders believe she's trying to reposition herself before the next wave of headlines hits, especially now that the public's turned on both of them. Others say she's quietly stockpiling receipts, texts, emails, and old records to cut a deal if the legal mess circles back around. Whatever the truth is, it all screams one word: panic. The once golden couple of scandal has been reduced to pure survival mode. The same duo who used to flex matching cars and a mansion are now allegedly buried in debt and hoping the noise dies down before it gets any louder. Through all the chaos, Wendy's voice keeps breaking through, like a ghost cutting through static. "I'm not crazy, I'm not gone," she said in a recorded phone call last year. Her words came out shaky but burned with that old fire, part anger, part warning. Whether it was clarity or pure defiance, it sounded like a message to everyone who ever doubted her. And maybe that's what really haunts Kevin now. After all his lawsuits, rants, and desperate public claims, he knows Wendy still holds the one thing he can't ever buy back: her audience's love. If that guardianship ever cracks and Wendy wins back even a piece of control over her money, the story could flip overnight. Just imagine the headlines: Wendy Williams, free at last. The talk show legend staging the ultimate comeback, reclaiming the fortune everyone tried to manage for her. For Kevin and Sharina, that kind of return wouldn't just be embarrassing, it could be dangerous.
Once the financial audits start, some motives might start looking real different. We're standing at a wild turning point in this saga. The man who once pulled every string in Wendy's life is buried in debt. The woman who was silenced on camera is finally finding a voice again. And the mistress who once flaunted her soft life dreams is fading out, her glam fantasy turning into a cautionary tale whispered online. But underneath it all, something bigger's brewing, a reckoning not just for Kevin Hunter, but for everyone who fed on Wendy Williams' fame while pretending to protect her. And you gotta wonder, what happens when the woman everyone counted out finally gets her say? Could Wendy's freedom be the plot twist that brings down everyone who cashed in on her pain? Or will the same forces that silenced her once rush to shut her down again? This story is far from over, it's just heating up. Stay tuned, because the drama surrounding Wendy Williams is still unfolding, and it's getting messier by the minute. Drop your thoughts in the comments, hit like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch, because you don't want to miss what happens next.
Joe Tacopino, Wendy Williams' attorney, was on Nightline, and he's saying that she'll be out of her guardianship potentially this year.
This is one of the most outrageous things I have heard in a long, long time. In a case that has been filled with men, looks at Wendy and says, you know, you had a great career. Your career is over. It is never coming back. You're done.
What if your entire empire built on lies came crashing down overnight? That's exactly what's happening to Kevin Hunter and his longtime mistress, Sharina Hudson. Wendy Williams' fortune, once their golden ticket, is slipping away for good. For over a decade, they lived large, allegedly scheming behind the scenes to secure their future on Wendy's hard-earned success. They left her shattered.
It happened, you know, the banks froze everything up.
Yeah.
He was not in a position to pay $10,000 a month on a.
But when the Wendy Williams show ended in 2022, everything flipped upside down. When the court-appointed guardianship locked her accounts, the cash flow vanished overnight. Insiders say Kevin's finances hit rock bottom. He's now selling off luxury cars and designer watches, dodging lawsuits left and right. Meanwhile, Sharina, who used to flash designer bags and fancy brunches, is reportedly scrambling just to get by. What a fall from grace. This wasn't just bad luck, it was a plan gone totally wrong. Sources claim Kevin had been pocketing around $250,000 every single month from Wendy after their divorce. But once that guardianship kicked in, poof, his money stream dried up. By 2023, court papers confirmed what many already whispered. Kevin's fortune was finished, and his options were zero. One judge even shut down his desperate attempt to restart the alimony, ruling that Wendy owed him nothing under their legal deal.
The judge in the guardianship read Alex Finney the Riot Act, threatened her, and said, you're talking, making an accusation that she's talking to the media, and if you continue doing it, I'm going to do this to you, I'm going to do that to you. There is a gag order in this case. I can tell you that the judge is scared.
When that failed, Kevin went nuclear, launching a massive $250 million lawsuit. He wasn't just coming after Wendy this time. He dragged her guardian and even Wells Fargo into it, accusing them all of teaming up to freeze him out. It's wild. And here's where it gets even messier. While Wendy was struggling with serious health battles, moving between treatment centers, and losing control of her own finances, Kevin and Sharina were allegedly building a whole new life with her money. Sharina Hudson, the same woman Kevin kept in the shadows for over 10 years while he managed Wendy's career, reportedly gave birth to his daughter back in 2019.
And by the way, the judge doesn't know what she's talking about. I mean,
by the way, there are a lot of people clamoring for Wendy to actually get back on the air and to have a show again.
When did this judge become Roger Ebert? I mean, I'm serious. Wendy Williams is a hot commodity right now. I can tell you from our Tubi documentary, it attracted a lot of attention. She's done interviews with major outlets.
The betrayal runs deep, and now karma seems to be catching up fast. Insiders close to the situation say Kevin and Sharina's secret affair dragged on for more than 15 years, right through some of Wendy's hardest moments, including her hospital stays and rehab stints. This wasn't some quick fling, it was a full-blown double life. Kevin reportedly went all in, buying Sharina properties, funding her luxe lifestyle, and even helping her launch that vegan chef brand, all allegedly with Wendy's own money. But then came the crash. Once the Wendy Williams show went off the air and Wendy was placed under court guardianship, the money train screeched to a halt.
And when can we expect some movement in court?
The plan is this. There are guardianship attorneys, and we're watching and waiting. They've assured Wendy by year's end she'll be out of guardianship. No guardianship should feel like a sentence. And honestly, Wendy's does. Wendy's feels like a sentence.
She said it was $18,000 a month she was paying this
Approximately,
facility.
yeah, imagine. Just imagine, of her money, not the state's money, her money.
The monthly check stopped cold. In court, Kevin complained he couldn't even cover basic bills. His homeowner fees, car insurance, and credit cards were stacking up fast. Things got so bad that UBS Bank hit him with a lawsuit in mid-2024, claiming he owed more than $20,000 in unpaid debt. Around that same time, public records showed Kevin pawning off luxury cars and trying to unload the Florida home he once shared with Sharina for about $1.2 million. But despite that high price tag, neighbors whispered that the place had fallen into rough shape. Another clue the money had truly dried up.
I've always spoken to her, and she's always wanted me to spend her money.
And Sharina, she didn't just vanish. Sources say she deactivated all her social media and quietly moved back in with family after the scandal exploded. Those Instagram glam shots and designer brand promos, gone. By late 2025, she popped back up online, this time pushing real estate listings, wellness products, and small business services trying to rebuild from the wreckage. One insider summed it up perfectly. She went from Gucci to gut cleanses. That line says it all. Sources claim that during this chaotic period, Kevin and Sharina started drifting apart fast. The tension between them reportedly exploded over money problems and what came next for their future.
I was told that if that even happens this year, and it probably won't, yes, it would just be a limited guardianship. So there would be somebody with her to still figure out certain things like financial decisions, She also has she's openly talked about dealing with substance abuse, right? So someone checking in on her when it comes to that, she'll be able to come and go like we've seen her do, more recently. But there will be somebody there. But from, the way that they're angling this is that she's going to be 100% free. And I was told that that is not what it's going to be.
Some insiders even allege Kevin stopped helping with expenses for their daughter. And that move supposedly pushed their relationship to the breaking point. And let's be real, public opinion has been brutal. Online, people have called their downfall pure karma. For years, Wendy's fans suspected something shady. But when the Lifetime documentary dropped in early 2024, every doubt vanished. The truth came crashing out for the world to see.
He was with me, begging forgiveness, telling me to take a moment, and he would see it, and we were meant to be together.
Viewers were heartbroken watching Wendy struggle. She appeared confused, her speech slurred, and her movement slowed, while allegedly the same people closest to her were out making brand deals, arranging film crews, and even selling access to her life. Sharina's name never came up in the doc, but her silence and sudden absence from Kevin's side while he fought his legal battles spoke volumes. Kevin, on the other hand, tried hard to flip the script. In a federal lawsuit, he painted himself as Wendy's protector, claiming he was blowing the lid off financial abuse within her guardianship. But most people weren't buying that narrative at all. Legal experts quickly pointed out that Kevin had zero authority to sue on Wendy's behalf, especially since they were divorced and he no longer had any official role in her affairs.
Job of protecting my mom. As long as she has people around who are yes people, I know that she's not getting the help that she needs or getting better.
Still, that lawsuit grabbed headlines. Kevin dragged court officials, doctors, and even banking execs into a messy swirl of accusations that shocked everyone following the story. But here's the twist. Some of his claims started lining up with whispers coming from Wendy's own circle. Friends and family had already hinted that shady things were happening behind the scenes, and suddenly, Kevin's wild allegations didn't seem so far-fetched after all. Court documents and exclusive interviews reveal that Wendy Williams' guardianship has been controversial since day one. It all started in 2022 when Wells Fargo froze her accounts, claiming there were suspicious withdrawals and warning of possible exploitation. What began as a so-called protective move turned into something far bigger, and by 2024, the situation had spiraled. Wendy's niece, her sister, and even her son went public with serious concerns about being completely cut off. They claimed her court-appointed guardian and attorney, Sharina Morrissey, was blocking visits and shutting out family. Then came the bombshell. Sharina allegedly sold Wendy's Manhattan apartment while Wendy herself was pleading to leave the assisted living facility she called a dump, saying she was being over-medicated and ignored. All this unfolded while Kevin was busy suing the same guardianship system that had stopped the cash flow he once depended on. The drama was unreal. The irony is hard to miss. The very system designed to protect Wendy may have accidentally exposed just how many people had a financial interest in keeping her silent. Kevin's lawsuit, whether it was a genuine fight for truth or just a desperate move, pulled the curtain back on a tangled web of money, control, and power.
And I can't figure out, why is there a gag order in this case that Wendy can't talk about her circumstances? Why is the judge doing it?
That aside,
there is something that's even way, way bigger.
It showed who was still getting paid, who was locked out, and who might be next in line for exposure. As for Sharina, her name might be mostly missing from the court records, but insiders whisper that she's still in the mix, especially when it comes to the last few assets tied to Kevin's name. And honestly, if this isn't a full-circle downfall for Kevin and Sharina, what else could it be? This might just be the start of something even bigger. Investigators are now digging deep into the secrets behind Wendy Williams' guardianship, cracking open sealed court files, questioning insiders, and tracing suspicious financial trails. And what they're uncovering is explosive. Whispers of money mismanagement, shady backdoor deals, and even the quiet selling of Wendy's personal belongings are spreading fast. Sources familiar with the ongoing court motions hint that a hidden trust account, one Wendy reportedly never approved access to, may have been tampered with. If that's true, it could pull multiple people into a massive financial scandal. And that means Kevin and Sharina might not be the only ones who desperately need Wendy to stay silent if they want to keep their own worlds from falling apart. But the real twist hides beneath the headlines. Because while Kevin Hunter and Sharina Hudson are scrambling to rebuild what's left of their lives, the guardianship that was supposed to protect Wendy might be doing more harm than good. Multiple insiders close to the case now claim the real winner in this whole arrangement isn't Wendy. It's the woman controlling her. Court-appointed guardian Sharina Morrissey is reportedly earning hundreds of dollars per hour, all directly billed to Wendy's estate. That means every time she files a motion, attends a hearing, or signs off on a denied family visit, she's getting paid. And the longer this guardianship drags on, the more the money keeps rolling in. It's a shocking twist, because while Wendy's family fights to reach her, and the public debates who's really helping or hurting her, one thing's becoming crystal clear. Someone's profiting from her silence.
See this gangster that behind the scenes is that him? Or is that
Shout out to Wendy Williams.
That profit might be the very reason Wendy's still trapped in this never-ending legal nightmare. Kevin Hunter's massive $250 million federal lawsuit might sound wild on paper, but what he claimed inside those filings was downright chilling. He laid out a theory that this wasn't about Wendy Williams' health. It was a full-blown setup. According to Kevin, a network of powerful lawyers, banks, and court-appointed guardians allegedly worked together to freeze Wendy's fortune, block her from her own money, and quietly divide the profits, while cutting out anyone like him who used to live off that wealth. It's a shocking accusation. And sure, his motives may be tangled with self-interest, but parts of his story line up with what Wendy's own family has been saying for months. Several close relatives have publicly spoken out about being shut out of Wendy's life completely. Her niece, Alex Finney, and her sister, Wanda, both claim they can't reach her freely anymore. Calls go unanswered, visits get canceled with no warning, and messages vanish into the void. The emotional toll on her family has been heartbreaking to watch. One of Wendy's longtime friends didn't hold back either, calling the guardianship circle a pack of losers all circling Wendy like vultures, not to help, but to harvest. That's a brutal image, but one that's resonated with fans who've watched Wendy's once bright world turn into a locked-down mystery. Even Wendy's beloved cats were reportedly taken away without her consent, and her Manhattan apartment sold off at a loss. The picture being painted here isn't one of compassion. It's total control. Meanwhile, on the other side of this tangled mess, Sharina Hudson's fall from luxury is just as jaw-dropping. once spotted stepping out of Ferraris and rocking head-to-toe designer looks, allegedly all funded by Wendy's money. Sharina's now in full grind mode, trying to piece her life back together. Reports say she's juggling multiple hustles, from selling real estate and promoting wellness supplements to consulting small businesses, all while keeping a low profile online. But behind that quiet comeback, insiders say, is a woman drowning in regret. Industry sources who once worked with her describe Sharina as being in total despair, realizing too late that her place in Kevin's plan was never safe. She thought she was winning, one insider said. Now she's just surviving. That shift has reportedly sparked growing tension between Sharina and Kevin, especially with bills piling up, lawsuits looming, and no steady income to keep them afloat. What started as a love triangle built on Wendy's empire has now turned into a slow-motion collapse. And the cracks are showing everywhere. Kevin's failed lawsuits, Sharina's fading business ventures, and the non-stop wave of public backlash have reportedly taken a huge toll on both of them. The once glamorous Florida house they shared, listed for sale, their fancy cars, sold off. According to one former associate, Sharina has quietly packed up and moved back in with family, possibly marking the final chapter of her relationship with Kevin. And just when people thought Sharina was bouncing back, a video clip surfaced, her cheerfully saying, "I am so excited to introduce you guys to these pancakes with only 3 ingredients. Baby, when I tell you these things gonna be so But behind that upbeat tone, insiders say something deeper is going on. Sources close to Sharina claim the breakdown isn't just financial, it's emotional too. One former friend described her as withdrawn, ashamed, and visibly shaken during a recent encounter. Whispers suggest her nights are haunted by the empire she helped wreck, turning her once bold hustle into a quiet fight for redemption. She's reportedly struggling to come to terms with how fast her glittering lifestyle turned to dust and how far the fallout has reached. Insiders believe Sharina completely underestimated Wendy's strength and the sheer power of the legal machine now locking everyone out. What she thought would be a smooth, luxury-filled future has turned into a long, exhausting spiral of court drama and closed doors. What started as a slick plan for wealth and status has crumbled into a story of regret and downfall. Legal experts say Wendy's financial guardianship is one of the most tightly controlled cases in recent celebrity history. Every account monitored, every move documented, every dollar locked down tight. And in that freeze, Sharina's old world, the fame, the comfort, the illusion of control, has vanished completely, leaving her to face the full weight of the choices that brought her here. With Wendy Williams' finances now locked up tighter than ever, it's practically impossible for anyone on the outside to touch her wealth. And that harsh reality reportedly hit Sharina Hudson like a brick. Many believe she had banked, emotionally and financially, on Kevin's steady access to Wendy's money. But once that door slammed shut, Sharina was left standing in the wreckage, facing nothing but the fallout. According to insiders, the emotional toll has become painfully obvious. They say Sharina's grown paranoid, constantly looking over her shoulder, convinced that she's being watched, recorded, or tracked. She's terrified of lawsuits, media exposure, and the endless gossip that keeps her name floating online. Allegedly, she's burned bridges with old friends, stopped answering calls from business contacts, and avoids public events entirely, anything to stay under the radar. One source described her as moving like someone waiting for the next hit, suggesting Sharina's living in constant fear of what else might surface from her years tied to Kevin Hunter. This isn't just guilt, it's panic. And that fear seems to be cracking the calm, polished image she used to project. Some close to her say Sharina's now battling an identity crisis that cuts deep. For over a decade, she built her image around being the quiet force behind Kevin, the woman who could move in the shadows, benefit in silence, and never get caught. But now that invisibility has turned into isolation, and with no money flow from Kevin or Wendy's camp, she's reportedly struggling just to keep her life together. Her attempts to reinvent herself through small businesses and online ventures have mostly fizzled out. Rumors are swirling that her personal debt is piling up and that pressure could push her into serious legal danger. Legal analysts watching Wendy's ongoing case warn that new financial probes could soon dig even deeper, especially if triggered by medical reviews or new court challenges. If investigators start tracing every transaction connected to Wendy's estate, they might uncover hidden assets or quiet money transfers that were never meant to see daylight. And if Sharina benefited from any of those moves, even indirectly, she could end up pulled into a brand new storm of lawsuits and financial scrutiny. The walls are closing in fast, and this time, there might be no one left to shield her. There may not be an official complaint against Sharina Hudson yet, but insiders say the energy around her is shifting fast. One industry source put it perfectly: in high-profile guardianships, the bigger the fall, the wider the net. And that's exactly what's happening now. As Sharina's paranoia grows and the cracks in her composure widen, people are starting to wonder, could she finally flip the script? Could she expose even darker secrets about Kevin Hunter's behind-the-scenes moves to save herself? That question is echoing louder every day as her silence drags on, because in this scandal, no one is safe anymore. Everyone who once looked untouchable is now just one headline away from total collapse, and the one person who might know exactly what Kevin did when the cameras weren't rolling. Sharina could also be the most desperate to strike a deal before the truth hits the fan. But this chaos isn't just about broken relationships. It's a reflection of something much deeper. When Kevin chose Sharina over Wendy, it wasn't just infidelity. It allegedly triggered a devastating chain reaction that left Wendy cut off, vulnerable, and stripped of her own fortune. What began as a personal betrayal has exploded into a full-blown scandal with national eyes watching every move. The Lifetime documentary showed the world a heartbreaking side of Wendy, confused, distant, but still fighting to be free. In one unforgettable scene, she reportedly dropped a handwritten note from her assisted living window that read, "Help Wendy." That cry for help shook viewers to their core, and it hasn't been forgotten. Now, as the guardianship comes under fresh scrutiny and the legal armor around Wendy starts to crack, new questions are rising. Was Kevin's betrayal and Sharina's involvement just the result of the chaos, or were they part of the reason Wendy ended up in this state to begin with? And just when you think it can't get darker, whispers are starting to spread about even deeper manipulation hiding within the guardianship itself. If those rumors prove true, this story could explode into something way bigger than anyone ever imagined. Multiple insiders, including 2 former employees from Wendy Williams' inner circle, are now claiming there were serious power struggles behind closed doors. According to them, Wendy's guardian, her former publicist, and even some past managers were allegedly fighting for control, each trying to influence how her story was told while Wendy herself slipped deeper into silence. Shockingly, some of those same insiders were reportedly pitching TV and film projects about Wendy's life, raising the big question, who's really protecting her and who's just cashing in while she's unable to speak for herself? At the center of this chaos stands Wendy Williams, isolated, medicated, and constantly monitored. Her fans remain split right down the middle. Some believe she's truly ill and needs protection, while others are convinced she's being kept under control under the guise of care. But one thing everyone agrees on, the people who once surrounded her for love, loyalty, or money have all vanished. What's left are lawsuits, documentaries, and a haunting silence that feels impossible to ignore. And yet the storm hasn't slowed down one bit. Kevin Hunter is still trying to fight his way back into Wendy's finances, filing new motions even after being repeatedly shut down by the courts. Meanwhile, Sharina Hudson, the woman once seen as his partner and future, now seems to be moving solo. Her name's been erased from Kevin's social media, her presence wiped clean, like she was never part of his story at all. But don't be fooled. Insiders believe Sharina might still have secrets locked away, and if her situation keeps crumbling, she might decide it's time to talk. One former stylist who worked with her back in 2019 warned, if she talks, a lot of people are going to regret underestimating her. That statement alone has the industry buzzing, because if Sharina decides to spill everything, this scandal could explode on a whole new level. So the burning question now is, who else was in on it? If Kevin and Sharina weren't the masterminds, who really was? How deep does this web of exploitation run? Because while a few names are public, others are still hiding behind sealed court files, confidential settlements, and ironclad NDAs. And the whispers don't stop there. Some say even the documentary's producers, the ones who were reportedly paid directly by Wendy's estate, may have been chasing exposure more than truth or healing. If that's true, then it means the woman who made a career out of uncovering other people's secrets has now become the most exploited story of them all. Kevin's drowning in lawsuits. Serena's allegedly spiraling deeper into despair. And Wendy? She's still trapped in a system built to protect her, but surrounded by people who seem to benefit more from her silence than her freedom. One thing's for sure, this story isn't finished. The web of schemes, secrets, and karma might just pull in even more players before it's done. So what do you think really happened behind the scenes? Drop your thoughts in the comments, tell us your theory, and make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for all the latest updates. Turn on those notifications, because this storm's nowhere near over. Stay sharp and stay watching.
And smart women who moved to the big city with bright lights, and she wanted to be a model. And so you know how the girls with the sparkler champagne bottles at the club, they get people to spend more money, they dress scantily clad and things like that. And I, being the girl about town, popular on the radio at that time, I was hosting a lot of these parties and I was a staple. I had the Wendy Williams comedy night at the Caroline's Comedy Club and things like that. And so, yeah, get over there with the sparkling girls and, hi girls, go look, see that guy right there? He's got money. See, because I knew the scene and attracted the scene. And all their job was to go over there and offer a sparkler champagne for more money than you normally spend for champagne, and guys would actually pay it. Kevin's problem is that Kevin ended up getting with this girl. She made herself very available to him. She was very disrespectful to me. Do you know he had the
Word on the street is that Sharina Hudson's ready to drop some serious bombs. She's threatening to spill how Kevin Hunter allegedly kept Wendy Williams hooked on certain things while she was still running her talk show. People say she's had enough because rumor has it Kevin's cash flow isn't just low, it's completely gone, like rock bottom broke. Insiders are whispering that Sharina's at her breaking point, using some pretty bold moves to push Kevin into action since he can barely provide for their daughter anymore. Let's be real, for years, Wendy's alimony checks were the only thing keeping that household together, especially when it came to taking care of their kid. Without that steady money, everything seems to be falling apart fast. But here's the real question. Where does Sharina think Kevin's gonna pull this money from? His finances have been hanging by a single thread for ages, unless she's discovered some hidden stash he's been keeping secret. Or maybe she caught him slipping again, sneaking around when he shouldn't be, and now she's ready to make him pay for it, literally. At this point, nothing about Kevin surprises anyone anymore. His name and drama are practically glued together. Wherever he goes, chaos just seems to follow. But here's where things take a dark and twisted turn. Word going around is that Wendy Williams was secretly planning to go back to her radio roots right after cutting ties with Kevin Hunter. She wanted a clean slate, no more flashing cameras, no fake smiles, no drama, just Wendy being Wendy again.
I don't recommend that you work with your husband because I made him my manager, and then when I decided to divorce him, he had to be fired. In other words, I made him divorced and unemployed all in one day.
But before she could make her comeback, someone from that tight Hollywood circle allegedly tipped Kevin off. And once he heard what was up, he lost it. Sources say Kevin couldn't stand the thought of losing control. If Wendy left TV, he'd lose the money, the influence, and the grip he had on her. So, the whispers claim he moved fast, teaming up with a few production insiders to pull off something cold-blooded. They allegedly came up with a creepy plan to keep Wendy medicated. Not enough to knock her out, but just enough to keep her calm, compliant, and able to show up for work. The goal? Make sure she stayed in that purple chair, smiling for the cameras, spilling celebrity gossip like nothing was wrong, while never fully being herself. And get this, the tea that Wendy was always sipping on during the show might have been part of the setup. That cute little cup everyone thought was harmless, some people say it was used to keep her in a fog. Every time she sat down, she'd dip her tea bag, smile, and chat with the audience. But the twist is, she wasn't the one pouring the hot water. That job was handled by someone else. Rumor has it that's how they slipped things into a cup without her ever realizing. Soon after, Wendy started showing strange signs. Her speech slowed, her energy dropped, and she just didn't seem like herself. Fans noticed it all, and when she fainted live on air in that green Statue of Liberty costume, that shocking moment that had everyone gasping, people now believe it wasn't a coincidence at all. Insiders claim that fainting spell might have been the result of whatever was being slipped into those cups of tea.
They said you're cognitively impaired and you're incapacitated.
Do I seem that way?
No.
You've been calling me 5 times a day for the last 2 weeks. No, you don't seem that way.
And just how dare, excuse me, who I naturally am is who I naturally am. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And my niece knows all about that. I mean, I'm sorry. I apologize.
And to be clear, you can't leave. Like, they won't allow you to leave or have visitors, family members or not. So you can't even leave and take a walk if you wanted to. Or
allegedly, the plan was as cruel as it was simple. Keep Wendy medicated just long enough to keep the show going, then toss her aside the moment she stopped being profitable. Cold, right? And here's the jaw dropper. Insiders claim Kevin Hunter knew every single detail. Some even whisper that he's the one who masterminded the whole thing. His mistress, Sharina Hudson, was allegedly in on it too, quietly playing her role behind the scenes like nothing was wrong. And when you think back, suddenly some moments hit way harder. Remember when Wendy looked straight into the camera and asked if her team had put something in her tea? Maybe that wasn't just one of her dramatic jokes. Maybe she was trying to tell us something, right there, live on air. At one point, she even said something that gives people chills now. She joked, "If you're gonna put a pill in my tea, at least stir it well so I can't see the residue. I'm not drinking that." Everyone laughed back then, thinking she was just being extra. Classic Wendy. But looking at everything that's come out since, that line feels like a cry for help hidden behind a smile. And then comes another mystery that still doesn't sit right. The producer from Wendy's show, who reportedly took his own life after she left. The official story said he stole money from the production budget and the guilt broke him. But people who were close to the situation swear it never added up. The timing, the quiet reactions from the staff, the way everyone suddenly went silent, it all felt off.
Whispers now suggest that maybe he knew something he wasn't supposed to. That maybe he was ready to speak up about what was really going on behind those studio doors. Around that same time, police were said to have done a wellness check on Wendy because there were real concerns Kevin might have been poisoning her. If that's even partly true, then that poor producer might have held explosive information, the kind that could have blown the whole story wide open. And now the talk on the street is wild. Sharina Hudson might finally be ready to spill every last secret. People are saying Kevin Hunter's longtime partner has reached her breaking point and is done keeping quiet. Allegedly, she's gearing up to let the world know what really went down behind those closed doors, the kind of details that could blow everything wide open. Whatever's happening between her and Kevin Sr. sounds straight up messy, and it's obvious their picture-perfect act has completely fallen apart. I mean, what woman could keep standing by a man who not only stopped supporting her, but went behind her back and tried to sell their house without saying a word? That's beyond betrayal. And to make it worse, Kevin's reportedly drowning in debt. Word is, he took out 2 massive loans on luxury cars through a company called Flex Wealth, and then got slapped with a lawsuit from UBS Bank for failing to pay off his credit card balance. The man's money problems are stacking up faster than he can count, and it looks like Sharina's had enough of cleaning up his messes. But let's be real, it's not like she didn't see this storm coming. Months ago, people were already whispering that Sharina had walked on Kevin because he couldn't provide for her or their daughter anymore. Everyone remembers how things really worked. It was Wendy Williams' alimony checks that kept that whole household running after the divorce. Even when Wendy's show was still on air, Sharina's lifestyle was being propped up by Wendy's money. She did try to branch out. Rumor says she finished school and opened a small massage therapy kiosk in a North Carolina mall, but nothing ever really took off. No matter what she tried, everything somehow circled right back to Wendy's wallet. And now that the money's dried up, the bills are piling high, and the truth is bubbling to the surface, Sharina's ready to talk. Whether it's out of revenge, desperation, or just pure survival, it seems like she's finally got nothing left to lose. At one point, Sharina Hudson really thought she was about to build her own empire, or at least that's the image she wanted everyone to believe. She launched an online jewelry and clothing brand called Vish, hoping it would be her big moment, the start of her glow-up story. But that wasn't the only hustle she tried to pull off. She even dipped into real estate for a bit, thinking she could flip houses and make a name for herself. When that flopped, she switched gears again and tried running a vegan company, a whole new lane, same result. It seemed like Sharina was constantly chasing the next big idea, jumping from one business to another, but nothing ever took off. And here's the messy part.
Every one of those projects was allegedly bankrolled with Wendy Williams' money. The same alimony cash that Kevin Hunter was supposed to give to Wendy reportedly ended up funding his brand new life with Sharina instead. Even Wendy herself once threw major shade about it. She straight up said Sharina's not that sharp anyway. And honestly, looking back, it's hard to argue with that because none of Sharina's ventures ever made it past the starting line. Everything she touched just fizzled out. Meanwhile, Kevin was busy playing the part of a devoted partner online. He once posted this over-the-top birthday tribute that had everyone talking. He called Sharina his wife, all caps, 2 red exclamation marks, the whole dramatic display. The caption said something like, "Happy birthday, my queen, mother, chef, wife. If you want it, you can get it for the rest of your life." It looked picture perfect at the time. Love, loyalty, and luxury. But now, with the money gone, the cars disappearing, and the bills stacking up, that same love song is gone silent. The devotion, the posts, the gifts, all of it seems to have vanished right along with the cash. Reports are flying that Sharina Hudson isn't getting a single dime from Kevin Hunter anymore. The man's pockets are dry, and now that the money's gone, she's got zero reason to stick around. Word is, she's already packed up her things and moved back home, which is a wild twist considering she supposedly cut off her entire family. When Kevin's affair first exploded in the media, her family was furious. They didn't bite their tongues either. In one exclusive interview, Sharina's own uncle said she shared the blame for Wendy Williams' painful divorce. He described her as a strong girl who should know right from wrong and made it clear that the family never stood behind her choices. He even revealed that Sharina left her hometown in South Carolina years ago, cutting ties and skipping out on holidays because she thought she had made it. In her mind, she was set for life, living large, playing house with Kevin, and spending money that technically wasn't even hers. When Wendy filed for divorce, Sharina still thought she'd be fine, convinced those alimony checks would keep rolling in through Kevin. But once the payments stopped and the TV money dried up, the whole fantasy fell apart. The luxury cars? Gone. The little business ventures? Closed down. The vacations and designer bags? History. That picture-perfect lifestyle just crumbled overnight. And now, with nowhere else to turn, it sounds like Sharina had no choice but to go crawling back home, facing the same relatives she once turned her back on. The same family she left behind when she thought she leveled up is now watching her fall right back to square one. The truth is, Kevin's finances are a complete disaster. There's no secret deal, no backup plan, no miracle payday waiting in the wings. Whatever dream life he and Sharina thought they'd built off Wendy's fame and success has totally collapsed, and this time there's no one left to save him. Not too long ago, Kevin Hunter found himself right back in court again. Seriously, this man just can't let go. But now it's what, the 5th time he's tried to toss out his divorce settlement with Wendy Williams? It's like he refuses to accept reality. In his latest filing, Kevin begged the court to vacate and set aside their entire agreement, throwing around big accusations like fraud, misrepresentation, and misconduct. Basically, he's still chasing after Wendy's money, acting like the gravy train hasn't already left the station. And to push his case even further, Kevin decided to drag Wendy's best friend Regina Shell into the drama. He referenced an affidavit she filed claiming she had first-hand knowledge of Wendy's finances back in mid-2022. Regina said that while she was living with Wendy that July, she saw the numbers herself, Wendy's total bank balance, and even knew she was thinking about moving her money to a new bank. By December 2022, Wendy reportedly had a meeting with senior advisors at Bank of America's private banking group discussing new accounts and investment plans. Regina said she was right there through it all, sitting in the meeting with Wendy and her legal guardian Sabrina. And when it wrapped up, the 3 of them, Wendy, Regina, and Sabrina, all left together, riding in the same car straight to a courthouse. But just a few days after that, things allegedly took a dark turn. According to Wendy's publicist at the time, they overheard a tense exchange between Wendy and Sabrina, where the guardian allegedly said, "There is no money in your accounts." That one sentence sent shockwaves through the circle. That shocking claim that Wendy's money had somehow disappeared became the backbone of Kevin's latest courtroom stunt. He argued that there had to be more cash hidden somewhere, that the numbers weren't adding up, and that he deserved a cut of whatever was missing. Once again, Kevin's out here trying to squeeze more out of a situation that's already drained dry. But Sabrina, Wendy Williams' court-appointed guardian, wasn't about to let Kevin's story slide. She clapped back hard with her own legal response, and what she dropped flipped the whole situation upside down. According to Sabrina's countersuit, Kevin didn't just have no right to extra money, he actually owed Wendy. Talk about a plot twist. She laid it all out plain and simple. The original alimony agreement clearly said that Kevin's payments would stop if Wendy's yearly earnings ever fell below twice her income level as of February 1st, 2020. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. Wendy hadn't hosted her show for a full season, and by October 2021, her entire salary had completely stopped. Yet somehow, Kevin was still cashing those checks like nothing changed. Sabrina didn't just talk, she came with receipts. She showed that Kevin had collected $112,500 he wasn't supposed to get, 3 months' worth of payments at $37,500 each. She demanded that he pay every single dollar back, plus interest. In her words, Kevin had been unjustly enriched, basically living off money that was never his to begin with. So when you look at it closely, Kevin wasn't a victim of fraud like he claimed, he was the one taking advantage. He'd been milking the situation for as long as he could, even after the contract made it crystal clear the payments were done. The court documents painted an ugly picture too. No steady job, multiple lawsuits chasing him down, and a stack of unpaid debts trailing behind. It's no wonder he's been trying to drag Wendy's name back into court. It's the only move he's got left. The man who once lived large off Wendy's empire is now fighting just to stay afloat, and the receipts prove it. When it comes to Sharina Hudson, nobody really knows what she's expecting from Kevin Hunter anymore. The man's running on fumes. No income, no business, no real assets, just the leftovers of a life built on somebody else's success. Unless he's got some secret stash hidden somewhere that even the courts couldn't find, there's no miracle money coming his way. Whatever dream Sharina's holding on to is fading fast, and it's becoming clear she might have backed the wrong man. The truth is, that flashy lifestyle she once flaunted was never really hers. It was all borrowed from Wendy's world.
And now, people are whispering that Kevin might have done Sharina dirty too. The same way he cheated on Wendy, history might be repeating itself. They say you lose them the same way you got them, and wow, it's looking like that saying fits perfectly here. Sources say Sharina's officially had enough. She's done playing the quiet partner and is ready to serve her revenge cold. Word is, she's gearing up to spill everything she knows about Kevin's behind-the-scenes drama with Wendy. Every secret, every shady move, every piece of the puzzle he's tried to bury. Meanwhile, Wendy Williams is still fighting for her freedom and her voice. Since 2022, she's been living under a court-appointed guardianship, and she's been loudly questioning why that's still happening, especially after reportedly acing not one, but 2 mental capacity tests. You'd think that would have been enough to prove she's capable of handling her own business, but somehow it still hasn't changed a thing. Now, Wendy's waiting on yet another cognitive evaluation, but the timing and process are completely in the hands of her guardian, Sabrina Morrissey. That means Sabrina controls when and how that next test happens, leaving Wendy stuck in limbo while trying to reclaim her independence. Through it all, it's clear. Kevin's empire is crumbled, Sharina's plotting her next move, and Wendy's out here fighting to take back her life, one step at a time. In her recent interviews, Wendy Williams hasn't held back. She's been crystal clear. She wants her life and her money back. Wendy's spoken openly about how trapped she feels under the current system, saying she's ready to take back control of her decisions and her future. One of her most talked about interviews was with The Breakfast Club, where she kept it real, honest, but careful. She admitted there were some topics she just couldn't touch yet because of legal restrictions. And let's be real, one of those off-limits subjects is almost definitely Kevin Hunter. But if there's one thing everyone knows about Wendy, it's that she's far from finished. She's probably already behind the scenes planning her comeback, setting the stage to tell her story on her terms. When that day comes, you better believe it's gonna shake the entire entertainment world all over again. Wendy's always been the one to turn chaos into headlines, and this time won't be any different. Now, here's where things get interesting.
Could Sharina Hudson really be gearing up to turn on Kevin after everything they've been through? Could Wendy finally be on her way to getting her freedom back and reclaiming her crown? This story's still unfolding, and the next chapter could be the wildest one yet. Drop your thoughts below. What do you think is really going down behind the scenes? And make sure you like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for the hottest celebrity tea, real talk, and non-stop updates on this crazy saga.
They're adopting, but they're gonna play it off like it's allegedly, you know, like they gave birth. I don't know, but I can. Okay, you remember I was the first one to say this. And you remember, because wait, I haven't said it yet. Watch, it's gonna be an at-home water birth in the master bathroom. There are gonna be 3 people there. Beyonce, Jay-Z, and her mother. You would know, I've never partied with them. I've never been to their house. I don't swim in their pool. Like, we're not friends. I'm a pop culture pundit and commentator, right? That's what you call it? Pop culture woman. And I talk about
Kevin Hunter stirred up new drama by claiming that Beyonce and Jay-Z secretly played a role in silencing Wendy Williams. According to him, the power couple allegedly used their influence in the entertainment industry to make sure Wendy's voice disappeared from the spotlight once and for all.
she's a real looker and she's a great singer, but she speaks the Ebonics, and that might not be good for.
He insists that there were powerful moves made behind closed doors, all to keep her quiet after years of bad blood. Things between Wendy and the Carters had been tense for a long time, especially after that infamous fake baby bump story, which Wendy discussed endlessly on her show, refusing to back down no matter how much criticism came her way. Wendy was never shy about her opinions on Beyonce or Jay-Z. She made it known every time she talked about them, often in ways that kept her audience watching and the internet buzzing. Now, Kevin Hunter, who has already been tied to that massive $250 million lawsuit over Wendy's estate and the guardianship drama, is adding another layer to the controversy. He's suggesting that the Carters' supposed interference wasn't just about silencing Wendy, it also left him financially stranded once her talk show was taken off the air and the alimony payments stopped coming his way.
That people play around with pregnancy. I've had so many miscarriages and I beg God so much for my own. So I just don't like to. And all right, here's some alleged conspiracy theories. Number 1, the baby is helping Beyonce's sagging.
The real question now is what Kevin Hunter is actually after. Is he pulling back the curtain on how deep the entertainment industry's power moves go against Wendy Williams? Or is he simply trying to make himself relevant again while bringing in some extra money? The timing of his accusations raise eyebrows. He's speaking out right when Wendy is still mourning her father's passing and struggling with major health issues, along with her ongoing guardianship situation. It's hard not to wonder if he's taking advantage of her silence to reshape the narrative and make himself look like the one with all the answers. These new claims suggest that Mike might be trying to rewrite his part in Wendy's downfall, especially now that her story continues to attract public attention. The whole situation feels calculated.
Beyonce stole her steez.
Oh, you think so?
Look at Crazy in Love video and look at A. Marie, Why We Fall in Love.
As though he's trying to shift sympathy his way by turning the spotlight back on himself. For years, Beyonce was one of Wendy Williams' go-to subjects on her talk show, and not in a flattering way. Wendy mentioned her often, rarely holding back when it came to criticism. At one point, she mocked Beyonce's speaking voice, claiming Beyonce sounds like she has a 5th grade education and needs closed captioning. She even joked that Beyonce should have starred in The Princess and the Frog instead of Alicia Keys, but only if she took lessons to refine her Ebonic speaking style, which Wendy said wasn't polished enough for a Disney princess role. The tension between Wendy Williams and the Carters didn't fade, it only got stronger with time. Wendy didn't just throw shade at Beyonce's attitude or public image, she went deeper, questioning the originality behind Beyonce's success. On her show, Wendy often brought up moments when Beyonce was accused of borrowing creative ideas from others. One memorable episode focused on a filmmaker who claimed that Beyonce's Lemonade trailer copied his short film. Wendy didn't just talk about it, she came with what she called receipts, showing side-by-side clips that looked strangely similar. She pointed out scenes with graffiti-covered walls, old garages, and wide grassy fields that lined up almost perfectly with Beyoncé's visuals. Wendy used those comparisons to suggest that this wasn't an isolated issue. It was part of a larger pattern that had followed Beyoncé for years. And to be fair, Wendy wasn't completely exaggerating. Beyoncé has faced several copyright controversies throughout her career. One major case involved her cover of Desiree's song Kissin' You for the B-Day album, which she retitled Still in Love Kissin' You, while allegedly giving herself songwriting credit. The problem was that the proper licensing for the track hadn't been approved. Despite that, the song and movie video were released anyway, reportedly without Desiree's team signing off. When they found out, they filed a lawsuit seeking $150,000 in damages and demanded that Beyoncé remove the track and video from all releases, arguing that the song had been used without authorization. For years, quiet rumors have followed Beyoncé's career, with people suggesting that her success might have come with more inspiration from others than she ever admitted. Some insiders even claimed that after her record label's first vision for her solo music didn't quite land, Beyoncé began drawing influence from the rising sound of artist Anne Marie to reshape her image and musical direction. These claims were never proven, but they added to the ongoing chatter about how carefully her team built her brand.
Then came the 2003 controversy involving singer Jennifer Armour, which only fueled the gossip further. According to reports, Jennifer sent a demo of her track Got a Little Bit of Love for You to Columbia Records, the same label that represented Beyoncé. Just a few months later, Baby Boy dropped and immediately climbed the charts. But when Jennifer heard it, she couldn't shake the feeling that it sounded strikingly similar to her own song. Believing that her ideas had been lifted, she filed a lawsuit, insisting that Beyoncé's camp must have used her demo as inspiration. The case eventually fell apart, though, because Jennifer couldn't prove that Beyoncé or anyone on her team had ever actually listened to her version before creating Baby Boy. So when Wendy Williams brought up the possibility that Beyoncé had borrowed ideas or sounds from other artists, she wasn't just stirring up drama for ratings. She was pointing out topics that were already circulating within the music industry. But the real explosion came later, when Wendy dove headfirst into the infamous fake baby bump rumors, analyzing every whisper about Beyoncé's pregnancy, from talk of a possible surrogate to speculation about adoption, turning gossip into national conversation. Even before Beyoncé officially announced her pregnancy, Wendy Williams was already telling her audience that she thought something about it didn't add up. She hinted that the entire thing might have been part of a calculated media plan, an elaborate setup to build anticipation for the On the Run HBO special with Jay-Z. To test her theory, Wendy took things to another level by having her production crew stage a pregnancy experiment live on her show. They tried to see if a baby bump could actually fold or collapse the way Beyoncé's appeared to during that infamous interview clip. Wendy said she wanted to believe Beyoncé's pregnancy was genuine, but her tone made it clear she had doubts. The clip went viral within hours, setting social media on fire. Later, Wendy reminded viewers that plenty of insiders had whispered about the same thing behind closed doors, but she was the only one who had the nerve to say it on national TV, and the only one who took the heat for doing it. Looking back at Wendy's archives, it's clear she covered every major controversy linked to Beyoncé and Jay-Z. She broke down everything, from the Lemonade era's emotional storytelling and Jay-Z's alleged infidelity, to the mystery behind Becky with the good hair, which she openly connected to designer Rachel Roy. Wendy even brought up unconfirmed talk of other side relationships that kept fans guessing and arguing online for years. But she didn't stop there. Wendy analyzed Beyoncé's Bow Down backlash, the rumored rivalry with Rihanna, and even repeated claims that Beyoncé's team might have had a hand in slowing down Carrie Hilson's career after their supposed feud. Wendy also discussed Kelly Rowland's emotional track Dirty Laundry, where Kelly admitted feeling overshadowed by Beyoncé's fame. And Wendy wasn't afraid to touch on family matters either. She talked about rumors that Beyoncé wasn't entirely supportive of her mother Tina Knowles' marriage to Richard Lawson, reportedly because of speculation about his alleged ties to Scientology.
For Wendy, nothing was off limits when it came to the Carters, and that fearless approach kept her name and theirs circulating through every corner of the media. Wendy didn't just stop at criticizing Beyoncé and Jay-Z's public image. She took it to another level by questioning how much of their perfect couple aesthetic was real. She suggested that every glowing Instagram photo and coordinated public appearance was part of a strategy, carefully managed by powerful PR teams determined to protect the Carters' billion-dollar brand. On her show, Wendy also revisited one of the most controversial stories linked to Jay-Z, the long-standing rumors about a young man named Rymir, who claimed to be Jay-Z's son. Rymir reportedly pushed for a paternity test to confirm the connection, and Wendy broke it down in detail, hinting that the situation was being swept under the rug. Behind the scenes, whispers started spreading that Jay-Z's legal representatives, or even Roc Nation itself, had quietly sent cease and desist letters aimed at stopping Wendy from digging too deep. The timing matched when she began discussing the explosive Rihanna rumors, which had already sent social media into a frenzy. Many fans believed the Carters wanted the speculation buried before it could spin further out of control. If you stack up everything Wendy Williams ever said about Beyoncé, it would easily fill hours of footage, so it's not exactly surprising that the Carters might have wanted her to cool things down after years of criticism and public tension. What is surprising, though, is Kevin Hunter suddenly stepping forward now, claiming he's exposing the truth about Beyoncé supposedly silencing Wendy. The timing feels calculated. These allegations only started surfacing after Kevin's alimony payment stopped and his $250 million lawsuit was thrown out. Reports even suggest that the lawsuit was filed without Wendy's knowledge, raising serious questions about his motives.
If Kevin truly believed Wendy was being silenced, why wait until he was reportedly facing foreclosure and financial strain to start talking? According to court records, he's been trying to undo his divorce agreement, arguing that it was filled with fraud, misrepresentation, and misconduct. It all paints a picture of a man fighting to stay relevant and perhaps to recover what he's lost. One detail that really stood out in Kevin Hunter's ongoing legal maneuvers was how he involved Wendy Williams' longtime friend Regina in his case. According to court documents, Regina submitted an affidavit stating that while she was living with Wendy around July 2022, she personally saw Wendy's bank account balance. She also noted that Wendy had plans to switch banks and even met with representatives from Bank of America later that December. When you line up those events, it paints a different picture, one that suggests Kevin's motives may have been less about protecting Wendy's voice and more about trying to regain access to whatever money or assets was still within reach at the time. This wasn't Kevin's first attempt to take Wendy to court either. Long before the recent accusations, he had already filed 4 separate legal cases against her. One of his biggest challenges was aimed at Wendy's court-appointed guardian, Sabrina, whose authority he openly questioned. Kevin argued that Sabrina only became involved 2 years after his divorce with Wendy was finalized, suggesting that her role didn't hold much weight. He even went as far as requesting that Wendy be required to appear in court herself, writing in one of his filings, the defendant further asks that the court order the plaintiff, Wendy Hunter, to appear before the court herself. But the story doesn't stop with the paperwork. Behind the scenes, whispers began to circulate that Kevin's legal efforts were just one part of a much bigger pattern. Some people close to Wendy have hinted that Kevin's attempts to maintain control may have gone beyond court filings, that he might have played a deeper role in the instability surrounding her personal life and health struggles. Certain insiders have even suggested that Kevin, along with a few individuals from her former production team, may have influenced the chaos that unfolded as her condition worsened, raising serious questions about who was really looking out for her best interests. People who have followed Wendy Williams for years know she had big plans to make a full comeback to radio after her split from Kevin Hunter. She talked about it often, saying she wanted to return to the platform where her career first took off. According to industry insiders, word of her plans spread quickly, and that's when things reportedly began to get complicated. A return to radio would have given Wendy the kind of independence she hadn't had in years, both personally and financially. But some say that kind of freedom was exactly what Kevin didn't want her to have. Those close to the situation claim Kevin Hunter wasn't ready to let Wendy rebuild her life without him. Allegations surfaced that he may have teamed up with a few people from her production circle to keep a degree of control over her, even after their separation. According to those rumors, the claim was that Wendy was allegedly being kept medicated just enough to remain functional on camera and maintain the show's image. The alleged method was unsettling. Sources said the medication was mixed into the tea Wendy drank daily on set. The alleged goal was chillingly straightforward: keep her compliant enough to keep filming, and when she could no longer perform, gradually move her out of the public eye while maintaining control of her assets and reputation. Now, years later, Kevin is presenting himself as Wendy's so-called protector, trying to rewrite history as if he's the one looking out for her best interests. But that narrative doesn't match what Wendy herself has said. During a heated phone call to TMZ Live in late 2025, Wendy made her feelings crystal clear. She didn't hold back, saying, "Of course he wants to steal my money. He's always been that way." Her words left little room for interpretation, reinforcing the idea that Kevin's current claims may be less about loyalty and more about leverage. At this point, it's hard to tell whether this latest wave of chaos has anything to do with truly defending Wendy Williams, or if it's just Kevin Hunter's newest attempt to inch his way back into her world and somehow restart the money flow that ended with their divorce. The timing of it all feels calculated, especially since his financial troubles seem to surface right around the same time these claims about industry silencing began making headlines. Still, there are fans who believe there could be much bigger forces moving behind the curtain. Some suspect that the Carters may have had some kind of quiet involvement, if not directly controlling what happened to Wendy, then at least choosing not to step in while she was being pushed out of the spotlight. So, what do you think? Was Kevin truly fighting for Wendy this time, or was he simply trying to protect his own bank account and reputation? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more shocking deep dives into the stories shaking the entertainment world.
Kelvin fashion, he didn't keep his word on that. He'd rather spend that money on his side chick. Bought her a Ferrari as a push present, but that car, according to the Daily Mail, got repossessed the day after Wendy announced the divorce. You know you can't afford those type of toys, Kev.
I don't recommend that you work with your husband, because I made him my manager, and then when I decided to divorce him, he had to be fired. In other words, I made him.
Sharina Hudson has now turned against Kevin Hunter, and Wendy Williams' money has landed right in the middle of the tension. As Wendy gets closer to possibly returning to television, Kevin has reportedly started trying to reconnect with her and get back into her good graces. But the situation has taken a messy turn because Sharina and Kevin's relationship has reportedly fallen apart in a major way. People close to the situation say things between them have gotten so bad that Sharina is no longer trying to protect Kevin or stay quiet about what really happened behind the scenes.
Wendy Williams' husband has filed a $260 million lawsuit claiming that Wendy is being held against her will in an illegal guardianship, has caused all sorts of financial and emotional damage. Problem is, he's divorced from her, and she doesn't like her much.
No, it was not a great divorce.
She didn't like him much.
And even though she's had to pay him out a whole lot of money over a lot of years, she doesn't want him a part of this, and you know this straight from the source.
Well, I know it straight from the source because before I talked to the source, meaning Wendy, it was just apparent to me. I mean, he's filing this as Kevin Hunter, her friend. I mean, when does a friend have standing to file a 200?
Sources claim Sharina has even been warning people that if Wendy ever decided to give Kevin another chance, it could create serious problems for Wendy's finances again. During their marriage, Kevin had a lot of influence over Wendy's career and business decisions, and some people believe he held more control than viewers ever realized. Because of that history, Sharina's warning has made a lot of people question what could happen if Kevin ever managed to work his way back into Wendy's inner circle. At the same time, there are growing signs that Wendy could soon be released from the guardianship that has controlled much of her life for more than 3 years. That legal arrangement originally started after doctors claimed she had frontal temporal dementia. The diagnosis became one of the main reasons the court approved the guardianship and allowed others to manage Wendy's finances and major decisions. But recently, that diagnosis has started to face serious questions. Wendy reportedly took another medical evaluation, and according to people familiar with the results, the new test did not show signs of frontal temporal dementia. Some sources now believe that the struggles Wendy was dealing with at the time may have been connected to alcohol-related health issues rather than a permanent neurological condition. If that turns out to be accurate, it raises major questions about whether the guardianship should have lasted as long as it did. Her current manager has also said that Wendy has been making steady progress and slowly rebuilding stability in her life.
Shout out to my husband. I'm still wearing my ring. He's my best friend, he's my lover, he's all this and he's all that. I know what you've been seeing, and I knew what the streets have been talking about. I am still very much in love with my husband, and anybody who's been married for 5 minutes or 500 years, you know. Marriages have ebbs and flows. Marriages are not easy. Don't ask me about mine until you see this gone. And it ain't going anywhere.
Meanwhile, Debmar Mercury, the company behind the Wendy Williams show, has reportedly always kept the door open for her return whenever she feels ready to work again. Even people who often criticize Wendy's bold style admit that daytime television has felt very different since she stepped away, because few hosts have managed to create the same level of attention, controversy, and conversation that Wendy brought to the screen. When Wendy left daytime TV, the industry lost one of its biggest personalities, and networks also lost a strong source of ratings and advertising revenue. If she really does make a comeback, there could be serious money waiting. Reports have also started circulating that Sherri Shepherd's daytime show has been canceled, which would suddenly leave a major time slot wide open. That possibility has already sparked speculation that Wendy could step back into that space if she decides to return. And right as Wendy's career prospects begin to look stronger again, Kevin Hunter has reportedly started trying to work his way back into her life. After years of distance, public scandal, and a very messy breakup, his sudden interest in reconnecting has raised plenty of eyebrows among people who have been following the situation closely, especially now that Wendy's future in television and her financial power may soon be returning. Kevin Hunter is now claiming that Wendy needs someone around her that she can truly trust, and according to him, that person should be her former manager and ex-husband, Kevin Hunter himself. But many people watching this situation unfold are not convinced by that argument. Critics quickly point out that Kevin's history with Wendy makes his sudden concern look questionable. This is the same man who spent years betraying her trust while secretly maintaining a long-term relationship with another woman, eventually having a child outside of his marriage to Wendy. Even after their relationship collapsed, he reportedly continued pushing for large alimony payments while Wendy was already dealing with major personal struggles and the complicated legal situation surrounding her guardianship. Kevin has been trying to reconnect with Wendy's life and her finances for quite a while. At one point, he even publicly tried to position himself as someone who was stepping in to protect her. In interviews and statements, Kevin claimed that Wendy was sober and ready to leave the care facility where she had been staying. He argued that she wanted to return home and regain control over her life, presenting himself as someone willing to help make that happen. He also took things further by filing a massive $250 million lawsuit, claiming that the guardianship surrounding Wendy was abusive and unfair. In that legal filing, Kevin asked the court to appoint him as her next friend, a role that could have given him the power to assist with managing her personal and financial affairs. That request immediately raised eyebrows among people who remember how much influence Kevin already had over Wendy's career and finances during their marriage. The judge eventually rejected Kevin's request, making it clear that he was not in a position to take on any role connected to Wendy's guardianship. The court did not see him as an appropriate person to manage or influence her affairs. Even with that decision, people close to the situation say Kevin has not completely stepped away. According to several reports, he has continued looking for ways to stay connected to Wendy's life. Some insiders even believe he may be leaning on his connection to their son and whatever emotional loyalty Wendy might still feel after all these years as a way to slowly work his way back into her circle.
A blind item circulating online added another layer to the rumors. It described the situation in a very blunt way, claiming the horrible ex of the illiterate former talk show host is actually trying to win her back after being dumped by his mistress when he ran out of money. The statement quickly caught attention because it suggests Kevin may now be hoping Wendy still has enough emotional attachment to let him return to her life, especially at a time when her career and financial future might be opening up again. Sharina Hudson, however, has reportedly made it clear that she believes reconnecting with Kevin could be one of the worst decisions Wendy could make, especially when it comes to protecting her career and financial independence. According to people familiar with her perspective, Sharina says she understands Kevin's real motives because she spent years closely involved in his world and witnessed how things were handled behind the scenes. What makes the entire story even more surprising is how the connection between Kevin and Sharina reportedly began in the first place. Reports claim that Sharina was originally introduced to Kevin through Charlemagne the God during the time when Kevin and Wendy were still working together professionally. Back then, Sharina had very different goals. She was reportedly focused on building her own career as a chef and expanding a food truck she hoped to grow into multiple locations. At the same time all of this was unfolding, Kevin was reportedly feeding stories to different media outlets suggesting that he and Wendy might eventually reconcile. Those rumors quickly started circulating online, creating the impression that the door between them might not be fully closed. Some insiders believe the timing of those stories was strategic. According to them, the rumors may have been intended to put quiet pressure on Wendy during the divorce battle and possibly push her to soften her position while legal and financial issues were still being sorted out. Even with all that tension building, that still was not the final breaking point for Sharina. Reports say that when money between them allegedly started becoming tight and the relationship began falling apart, Sharina started preparing to leave and return to stay with her mother. During that period, people say she was trying to make sense of everything that had happened throughout their relationship and the complicated situation surrounding Kevin's life. Around that same time, new rumors started surfacing about problems Kevin may have caused behind the scenes during Wendy's working years. Several stories suggested there had been serious conflicts and management issues connected to how certain situations were handled while Wendy was still hosting a show. None of those claims were ever proven in court, but the rumors added another layer of controversy to an already chaotic story that had been building for years. There were also past reports about intense arguments and difficult moments inside Wendy and Kevin's marriage, although many of those incidents never became public at the time. People who worked around Wendy often believe she tried to shield Kevin from public criticism and kept many personal issues away from the spotlight while her career was at its peak. Now that Wendy may finally be getting closer to reclaiming control of her life and possibly returning to television, many observers believe allowing Kevin back into her inner circle could reopen old problems. Even some people who normally criticize Sharina Hudson say on this specific issue, her warning might come from years of watching how Kevin handled money, relationships, and influence behind the scenes.
Kevin Hunter may soon be facing serious financial pressure as well. When his marriage to Wendy ended, it also meant losing the opportunities, connections, and financial success that came along with her career. For many longtime viewers who supported Wendy through the years, the real focus now is on her recovery and the possibility that she could rebuild her life and career on her own terms, without the same people from her past controlling the direction of her future. Many people believe Wendy could eventually come back even stronger than before, with fewer people relying on her financially and fewer voices trying to control her decisions. This period of her life could give her the space to focus on herself, her health, and whatever direction she wants her career to take next. Supporters who followed her for years say they mainly want to see her fully recover and move forward with a clearer understanding of who truly deserves a place in her circle.
When it comes to Kevin, critics argue that he had many years when money and opportunities were flowing steadily through Wendy's career. During that time, they believe he had every chance to prepare for the future and build something stable for himself. Instead, some observers feel those years were spent enjoying a lifestyle that may now be much harder to maintain without the same level of income and influence connected to Wendy's success. Others say they are not very interested in hearing apologies at this stage because the decisions that led to this situation happened over many years. The relationship drama, the very public breakup, and all the controversy that followed have shaped how many viewers see the entire story today. What do you think about the situation? Do you believe Wendy should keep her distance from Kevin moving forward, or is there still a chance for some kind of peace between them? If you enjoyed this video and want to stay updated on stories like this, make sure to like the video, share it with others, and subscribe to Star Watch for more updates and discussions.
You can love dudes and not act like a broad, right?
Right, because he really wears dresses.
Hey, man, I get it. You can love dudes, but you ain't a broad. You're a girl, you're a man.
Wendy Williams really came out of retirement just to address E.J. Johnson, and that alone should tell you how messy things got.
I just want to know who told EJ he was putting that shit on. Dressed to the nines, he said. Now, I give credit where credit is due, but baby, let's be honest, where's the fashion icon? Before you start trying to compare yourself and throw shade, let's have the credentials to back it up.
Wendy doesn't jump in for no reason, so when she speaks, people listen. This time, she wasn't soft with it either. If you missed it, she came through with that same sharp tone she's known for, basically giving EJ a reality check in front of everybody.
The Bergen, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this is a 35 centimeter. This is a 35 centimeter, and 35 centimeters are for going to your daytime things, to your fashion show during the day, or to your lunch during the day, or to a breakfast during the day, or running your errands during the day. But anyway, it's during the day. Please don't bring your large format bag on a red carpet at night or during your dinner. You must go home and change and find a smaller format bag. Get into your 25 centimeter purse, or your mini Kelly is also an option. Something tiny. This does not go to dinner. She's not.
Now EJ has been moving extra bold lately, like he's the most attractive person in any room he walks into, openly saying he competes with women when it comes to men. That kind of energy didn't just raise eyebrows, it had the whole internet reacting. 1 minute he wasn't even being talked about like that, next thing you know, everybody had something to say about him. Influencers started calling him out. Women too, even some people who used to support him heavy switched up and questioned his behavior. It wasn't just random critics either, it was people who had been on his side before, which made it hit different. But instead of slowing down, EJ leaned all the way into it. He stood firm, like he had something to prove, basically saying no apologies, no filter, this is who he is.
Say call me EJ as much as possible. Okay. You know, it's like pronouns I don't really like he, but like I've also trained myself not to get upset when other people use it, which I think is very important, because you're giving your power away when you lose it. You know, you give words too much of personal power. You know, they is fine, you know, whatever. She is cool. Like, I'm really not a stickler about it.
And that's right when Wendy stepped in and checked the whole situation, reminding him real quick how people were actually receiving that energy. People already knew EJ was confident and expressive. That wasn't new, but this time felt different. The way he started speaking toward women had people looking at him sideways. He made it clear he's fully embracing his feminine side and said that's not changing for anybody. He even told his parents, Magic and Cookie, to stop referring to him as he or calling him their son anymore, which added even more layers to the conversation. EJ came out saying he now goes by she, they, making it clear that his past identity is something he's leaving behind. At the same time, though, he also said he's not transitioning and doesn't want to be placed in the same category as the trans community. That's where a lot of people started getting confused, and not quietly either. Folks were trying to understand how all of that fits together, and the reactions came in fast. On one side, he's asking to be addressed a certain way, but on the other, people feel like he's taking shots at women while doing it. That contrast is what really started making things look messy. It wasn't just about identity anymore, it became about how he was speaking and who he was directing that energy toward. EJ also said straight up that he doesn't date gay men or trans men at all.
I don't attract gay men, and I'm not attracted to gay men. Like, it's just not a thing.
According to him, he's only into men with strong masculine energy, even specifying straight men as his preference. That right there had people pausing like, hold on, because from the outside, it started to feel like the lines he was drawing weren't very clear. Some people believe the attention and support around him might have pushed things further, making him go louder and more extreme with his statements. Then he added another layer by saying he always looks better than any woman in the room. Confidence by itself isn't the issue, but that specific comment is what really got people reacting, because it shifted from self-confidence into direct comparison, and that's what sparked most of the backlash. Style, presence, confidence, all of that is fair. Nobody is mad at someone for showing up and feeling good about themselves. But once it starts turning into trying to outshine women while also putting them down, that's where people started pulling back. It began to feel like he wanted to step into that same space, claim it, and still throw shade at the very people standing beside him, and that contradiction is what really made everything spiral. A lot of people also started pointing out something that's hard to ignore.
Especially if I look cuter than any girl does. Like, what's the problem? Like, what's the issue? And that's exactly how I apply it to myself to these days in the way that I present, like in my, in my feminine regalia. I've always been a feminine being, and like, that's just like how I best express myself. But I'm like, listen, I'm out all the time, and like, I'm killing a dress and no one else is. Like, the girls in the room are not doing it. Like, they don't look cute. They're not dressed to any nines. So
EJ isn't coming across like a girl's girl at all, and that label matters in this conversation. The way he moves has people questioning his intentions. Fans are saying he's living this ultra-glam lifestyle, designer outfits, luxury everything, presenting feminine on the surface, but not actually dealing with the everyday pressures that women face. And people are being real about it. His last name comes up every time. There's a strong belief that being Magic Johnson's son gives him a level of comfort most people don't have. Some critics didn't soften their words either. They're saying no matter how he explains it, it looks like he's picking the most glamorous parts of femininity and treating it like something he can switch on and off depending on the moment. Meanwhile, women are out here dealing with real challenges every day, and that gap is exactly why a lot of people aren't convinced. The disconnect feels obvious, not subtle at all. Even when the backlash got intense, EJ didn't shift his stance. He made it clear he's not looking for approval from any group and doesn't feel like he needs it, but that response only added more attention to the situation instead of calming it down. That kind of mindset is a lot easier to carry when you're moving with a certain level of privilege, and people didn't ignore that part. The questions started popping up everywhere. Would EJ even have this level of visibility if he wasn't Magic Johnson's son? That alone opened up a whole new conversation, because now it wasn't just about what he was saying, it was about how he got the platform to say it in the first place. At the same time, Wendy Williams wasn't about to sit back and let it pass. Whether EJ agreed or not, she stepped in with that tone like someone had to say it out loud.
EJ Johnson said he is the baddest in the room. He's better than any other female in the room. Well, yes. If the room is empty. Listen, EJ, I don't understand why the LGBTQ community is always trying to be in competition with women. Women is not in competition with us, especially if you up there trying to be a woman. You in woman's clothes, you in a dress, and that's cool. Express yourself how you want to, but why are you trying to bring down the next bit? You better than them. Anybody with two sets of eyes know that's not true. I don't know what land of delusion you reside in, but you best check the mailbox. The brochure said false advertisement. That is not true. That is incorrect. Okay?
From her point of view, the whole situation comes off as a mix of confidence and confusion, but not in a way that lands well with people watching. She also made it clear that just because EJ isn't competing with men in the usual way doesn't mean women automatically become the target. That's the line a lot of people refuse to let slide. For many, that's where the issue really locked in and stopped being just talk. And this didn't come out of nowhere either. People have been noticing a pattern for a while, especially in past moments where emotions were involved. So when these new comments surfaced, it didn't feel random at all. It felt like more of the same behavior continuing, which is why the reactions came in so strong. Wendy also tapped into something deeper based on her experience in the industry. She pointed out how some men move differently behind the scenes compared to what they show publicly, especially when image and perception are involved, and that added another layer to how people started looking at everything. According to Wendy's experience, there are men who keep certain relationships low-key because of the image they want to protect. So when EJ says he only deals with straight men, that instantly got people talking sideways. A lot of folks aren't fully buying that explanation, and the conversations around it have been getting louder by the day. But this situation didn't just stay focused on EJ. It opened up a bigger discussion that people have been having for a while now. There's a growing frustration with individuals who try to lift themselves up by putting women down, and audiences are clearly tired of that pattern. EJ just became the latest name attached to it, and the reaction hasn't been quiet at all. What really shifted the energy is that the pushback isn't only coming from outsiders. People within the queer community are also speaking up and questioning his comments. That added a whole different weight to the situation, because now it's not just random criticism, it's coming from multiple sides at once. At its core, people aren't upset about confidence or self-expression. That's not the issue. The real problem is how others are being spoken about in the process. That's the part that keeps making this situation grow instead of fade out. And that's why everything keeps escalating instead of calming down. Every time EJ speaks on it, more people feel like he's missing the bigger picture. It's not only about the words he's choosing, it's the tone behind them and who ends up being targeted. Right now, a lot of people feel like women are catching unnecessary criticism, and that's what continues to drive the backlash forward.
Yes, he's fine.
He's a loser.
You don't like him, EJ?
Okay.
I met Anthony over the summer when I was vacationing in the south of France. We flirted, made plans to hook up, and yeah, after that, I've noticed that he was talking a lot with Lisa in the corner, and then the man who led me on is now hooking up with my sister, and I'm supposed to be okay with it.
What really has people locked into this situation is the contradiction at the center of it. On one side, EJ Johnson is asking to be seen and addressed a certain way, which is completely within his rights. But on the flip side, he's making comments that come across dismissive and even competitive toward women, and that clash is what's not sitting right with a lot of people watching this play out. That balance just isn't landing. You can't call for respect while also throwing subtle shots at the same group you're standing next to. That's where the disconnect keeps showing up, and people aren't ignoring it. Social media especially went all in, breaking down his statements piece by piece and pointing out where things don't seem to line up. Some are saying it feels like he's trying to distance himself from certain labels while still stepping into spaces that come with real experiences he doesn't fully share. That's where the tension keeps building, because people are paying attention to both what's being said and how it's being framed. Then the dating conversation pushed things even further when EJ doubled down and said he prefers masculine or straight men. That instantly had people questioning what that really means. In this context, a lot of folks are looking at it like if someone is truly straight, they wouldn't even be part of that situation to begin with. That's why those statements are getting so much scrutiny. Now, people are side-eyeing those claims even harder and calling them out more openly. It's also the way he delivers it. He sounds very confident, but for some listeners, that confidence starts to come off as superiority, and that's when the tone of the conversation shifts completely and the backlash grows stronger. And that's exactly how this situation took off. The line between self-love and putting others down got real blurry, and people caught onto that fast. It wasn't subtle either. The shift in tone stood out, and once people noticed it, the reactions came in heavy. At the same time, Wendy Williams kept positioning herself as that voice, saying what a lot of others were already thinking but not saying out loud. With her experience, she's seen these patterns before, and from her perspective, this didn't feel new. It just felt louder this time. According to Wendy's view, the only real difference now is the spotlight. Everything is amplified. Every comment, every clip, every statement gets picked apart in real time. And once that level of attention hits, there's no dodging the response that comes with it. What started as comments about EJ quickly turned into something much bigger than just him. Now the conversation has expanded into something deeper, touching on respect, identity, and how people carry themselves in shared spaces. Because at its core, people aren't reacting to someone being confident or different. That part isn't the issue. What's driving the reaction is how that confidence is being used and who it impacts along the way. And unless something actually shifts, this situation isn't cooling off anytime soon. The more it gets discussed, the more people are going to keep analyzing every detail. Every word, every interview, every clip is getting looked at closely, because once an audience feels like something doesn't fully add up, they don't just move on. They keep pressing, questioning, and pulling things apart until it either makes sense or falls apart completely. And now it's reached that level where it's no longer about one moment or one viral clip. It's turned into an ongoing conversation that keeps building, because once people start questioning authenticity, it opens the door for everything else to be examined too. And right now, that's exactly where everything stands with E.J. Johnson. The main issue people keep coming back to is respect, not just asking for it, but actually giving it too. Because the reality is, if you want to exist in a space and be accepted there, you can't walk into that same space tearing others down. That's the part that keeps hitting a nerve, and it's not going unnoticed. A lot of women are speaking up saying they feel like they're being used as a comparison instead of being respected as individuals. That frustration has been building, and now it's getting louder across the board. It's no longer just a few comments here and there. It's a growing reaction that keeps gaining momentum as more people weigh in. At the same time, people are starting to look deeper at what's influencing all of this. Because realistically, EJ didn't just wake up and start making these bold statements out of nowhere. Whether it's the circles he's in, the people encouraging him, or the environment he moves through, something played a role in boosting that level of confidence. But now that the public response has kicked in, that same energy isn't shielding him the way it might have before. Instead, it's putting everything under a brighter light. And that's where Wendy Williams really stepped in and shifted how people are looking at the situation. She didn't soften her words either. From her perspective, this goes beyond style or personality and lands on accountability. She's making it clear that if you're going to speak on women, compare yourself to them, and position yourself in that space, then you have to be ready for women and everyone else to respond. And right now, that response is coming in strong and from every direction. What's really catching attention now is how this situation is dragging conversations into the open that people usually avoid. Topics like identity, privilege, dating dynamics, and how people are perceived socially are all getting pulled into one messy spotlight. And once those conversations start, they don't just fade away. People are asking direct questions now, and they want real answers, not vague responses or people trying to dodge around the point. Then there's that reality check that keeps coming back around. Confidence doesn't automatically mean credibility. Just because something is said boldly doesn't mean people are going to accept it. That's where EJ seems to be losing a lot of support, because instead of people feeling inspired, many are walking away confused or even feeling disrespected by how it's coming across. This whole situation is also showing how fast public opinion can flip. One moment someone is being praised for being bold and unapologetic, and the next moment that same energy is getting questioned from every angle. And the internet doesn't let anything go. Every clip, every quote, every reaction gets saved, replayed, and picked apart again and again, keeping the conversation alive whether someone wants it to slow down or not. There's also a bigger lesson sitting underneath all of this. When someone builds their image around confidence and visibility, scrutiny comes with it. It's part of the deal. The louder the message, the louder the response. And right now, that response is coming from everywhere. Fans, critics, and even people from the same communities speaking up and adding their perspective. At this point, EJ is at a crossroads. Whether it's being acknowledged or not, he can keep pushing the same narrative and deal with the growing pushback, or he can actually take in what people are saying and adjust how he moves. Because sometimes it's not about being quiet, it's about understanding how words land and how they affect others in the same space. Either way, this isn't something that's just going to disappear. It's already sparked conversations that go way beyond one person, and people are locked in now, paying close attention to every move, every statement, and every reaction that follows. This whole situation makes one thing clear: confidence might open the door, but how someone carries themselves once they're in the room is what really shapes how they're received. If you made it this far, tap in with Star Watch, like, share, and subscribe to stay locked on everything unfolding next.
Was a serial cheater. Kevin had different mistresses depending on, the part of his life. This last one was the one that he had the longest term relationship.
Let me tell you something. If there is one person quietly watching every Wendy Williams headline with serious interest, it is Kevin Hunter. The reason is simple. If Wendy suddenly steps back into the spotlight and starts pulling in major TV money again, Kevin could very easily walk back into court and try to reopen the alimony conversation. People following this long legal saga already know he has pushed this issue many times before, and the possibility of Wendy earning again could give him another angle to argue his case. Many observers say they're tired of seeing the same legal tug-of-war play out, but behind the scenes, there is still a lot of speculation about what might happen next,
and why a possible comeback could change the financial conversation all over again. Now here is where the story takes a more interesting turn. Online chatter has been heating up with rumors that Wendy could return to television around the time Sharina Shepherd eventually wraps up her current run. None of this has been confirmed, but the talk has been spreading fast. According to those rumors, Wendy is said to be eager to get back on camera and reconnect with the audience that followed her for years. Some reports even claim she has already looked at a luxury penthouse apartment designed to make daily living easier while she focuses on her health. The description alone has people talking. 3 full floors, a private elevator inside the residence, and a layout built to allow her to move around comfortably without unnecessary strain. And the speculation does not stop there. Another rumor making the rounds suggests the show could be redesigned to accommodate her needs on stage. Some sources claim producers have discussed a custom purple chair system that could gently carry Wendy onto the stage rather than having her walk across it every episode. The concept is meant to remove pressure from mobility issues while still keeping the dramatic entrance fans remember. People close to production are also rumored to be exploring additional support systems backstage so that she can focus on hosting while others handle logistics and health-related accommodations. Then there are the conditions people keep whispering about. According to various reports circulating online, a possible return to television might come with a structured support system built around Wendy's well-being. The talk includes full-time drivers to handle transportation, a private chef preparing daily meals, and even a professional life coach focused on keeping her routine stable and healthy. In return, some sources claim she may have agreed to strict accountability measures, including scheduled and random testing tied to wellness requirements. And one more rumor has really caught people's attention. There's talk that Wendy could have secured a significant retroactive payment connected to how suddenly her previous show ended. That claim alone has sparked major curiosity among fans and industry insiders who are watching closely to see what might happen next. People still remember how chaotic that whole situation became. For years, Wendy Williams was the face of that show and the engine behind its success. She carried the program, built its reputation, and kept viewers coming back day after day. Her personality, her commentary, and her fearless style were what made the show stand out in daytime television. When everything suddenly unraveled, a lot of longtime fans felt disappointed and confused. Many of them believed that some of the same people who benefited from Wendy's success for years seemed to distance themselves once things became difficult. Because of that history, rumors about a possible return to television have people paying very close attention.
According to the latest chatter, if producers truly want Wendy back on television, she is not rushing into anything this time. Reports suggest she may have approached the idea with a much more cautious attitude and a list of conditions designed to protect her interests. After everything that happened before, people say it would make sense for her to secure stronger control and clearer agreements around her work environment. While all of this speculation spreads online, there is one person many believe is watching every headline carefully: her former husband, Kevin Hunter, who has spent years attempting to revisit the topic of alimony payments. Many people also remember the moment Kevin surprised the public with a court filing that quickly became a major talking point. In those documents, he claimed he had been relying heavily on the financial support outlined in their divorce agreement. In the filing, he wrote, "I have fallen behind on most of my bills. I currently live in a community that requires payments to the Homeowners Association, and I'm behind on that bill." That statement immediately caught attention because it suggested his financial stability was closely tied to those payments from Wendy. Kevin continued laying out his financial situation in those court documents, and the details quickly got people talking. He explained that once the alimony payments stopped, several parts of his life were affected almost immediately. According to his filing, even his car insurance had not been paid because he depended on those monthly payments to cover it. He also admitted he had fallen behind on multiple credit card bills. Then he revealed another detail that drew even more attention. Kevin stated that he did not currently have health insurance and needed hip surgery, but claimed he could not move forward with the procedure without proper coverage. In the paperwork, he suggested the delay meant he was dealing with daily pain while waiting for treatment. When those claims started circulating, many observers were surprised by how strongly his financial situation appeared tied to Wendy's income.
A lot of people online questioned how someone who had once managed major parts of Wendy's career could end up in a position where basic expenses seemed difficult to maintain. The conversation became even louder because Kevin had already moved on with his life and was raising a new family, which made the situation seem even more complicated to those watching from the outside. When Kevin first attempted to restart the payments through the court system, the judge did not see the situation the same way he did. The court ruled that Wendy was not required to resume alimony at that time. In the decision, the judge explained that Kevin's request did not meet the standard of an emergency and dismissed the application without prejudice. That meant the case was not permanently closed, but his argument was not strong enough to move forward at that moment. On top of that, the judge also denied Kevin's request to have Wendy pay his attorney fees. The court then pointed directly to the language in their original divorce agreement. The documents were very specific. They stated that if Wendy's talk show contract ended, or if the show was suspended, canceled, or not renewed, and if she did not move into another television position paying a similar salary, then the financial arrangement between them could legally be adjusted. In other words, if Wendy was no longer earning that same level of income from a television show, she would not automatically be required to continue sending those payments. But Kevin did not appear ready to accept that outcome quietly. Only a few months later, he returned to court again with another attempt to change the situation. This time, he pushed a different argument, claiming that Wendy's legal guardian should step in and restore the alimony payments. That new filing immediately sparked another round of public discussion, and the documents connected to it added fresh tension to an already complicated legal battle. Kevin later gave more details about what he says happened during a mediation meeting on December 8, 2022. According to his explanation, he sat down with Wendy's legal representatives along with her court-appointed guardian, attorney Sharina Morrissey. The purpose of that meeting was to discuss financial matters connected to the divorce agreement and the halted alimony payments. Kevin claimed that during the conversation, there was talk about providing financial transparency so everyone could clearly see the status of Wendy's accounts and income. He said Wendy's lawyer and the guardian indicated they would provide certain account statements and bank records as part of that process, and he believed the New York court had approved the release of those documents. However, Kevin later argued that those promises never actually turned into real action. In his account of events, the records he expected were never delivered. He claimed that despite the discussion during mediation, he did not receive the financial statements he believed were supposed to be shared. According to Kevin, the situation dragged on for days without any follow-up.
By December 19th, Kevin said he had still not heard anything further from Wendy's side. At that point, he reportedly emailed the mediator and copied everyone involved in the case. In that message, he accused Wendy's legal team of showing a lack of transparency and claimed they were acting in bad faith during the mediation process. His argument was simple from his perspective. Kevin believed there could be financial details he had not seen, and he wanted access to every record that might clarify the situation. But the dispute did not end there. According to a counter-filing submitted by Sharina Morrissey, the version of events from her side of the case looked very different. In court documents filed during the dispute, Wendy's court-appointed guardian, Sharina Morrissey, presented a very different argument about the financial situation. Instead of Kevin being owed money, she suggested the possibility that he might actually owe money back to Wendy. Her filing pointed directly to the terms written in their divorce agreement. According to those terms, the alimony payments were supposed to stop if Wendy's yearly income dropped below twice the amount she had been earning as of February 1st, 2020. That clause suddenly became extremely important once Wendy stopped actively hosting her show. Sharina explained in the filing that Wendy did not appear as the host for the entire final season of The Wendy Williams Show. Because of that absence, the income structure around the show reportedly changed. According to the Guardian statement, Wendy stopped receiving her full salary starting in October 2021. That shifted income created a major legal question about whether the payments to Kevin should have continued at all. Despite that financial change, the documents claim Kevin still received alimony payments for a period of time after the salary situation had already shifted. Based on the numbers presented in the filing, Sharina argued that those continued payments created an overpayment situation. Her calculations suggested Kevin received roughly $112,500 that, under the terms of the agreement, he may not have been entitled to receive.
Because of that, she asked the court to step in and order Kevin to return the money along with additional interest. That claim immediately turned the entire argument upside down and added another dramatic layer to the already complicated legal battle. But the filing did not stop there. Sabrina also asked the judge to put tighter control around how information from the case was being shared publicly. In the documents, she requested a gag order, writing, "I request that the court increase the protection of this case and issue a gag order, thereby instructing Mr. Hunter not to speak to the press or others except for legal advisors about these matters, and to instruct anyone with whom he has previously discussed these matters that they should not communicate about these matters with anyone else." The request suggested the guardian believed too many private details about the dispute were making their way into public conversation. Even with that request on the table, the situation did not exactly become quiet. New details about the disagreement continued surfacing in news reports and online discussions. Because the information kept appearing, many observers began speculating about where those leaks might be coming from, and some believed Kevin himself could be the source. Around that same time, Kevin's financial situation started drawing more public attention. Reports began circulating that he had listed his house for sale at roughly $1.3 million. That alone caught people's interest, but it was not the only development connected to his finances. Around the same period, it was also reported that he had taken out loans on 2 luxury vehicles through a company called Flex Wealth. When those details surfaced, many observers began wondering whether the ongoing legal fight over alimony was connected to growing financial pressure behind the scenes. Then another issue appeared reportedly. UBS Bank filed a lawsuit claiming Kevin had failed to pay an outstanding credit card balance. According to the lawsuit, Kevin originally applied for a Visa Signature credit card back in 2014. The bank later claimed he violated the cardholder agreement by not keeping up with the required payments. Situations like that added even more attention to his financial picture. When people looked at the house listing, the reported vehicle loans, and the credit card dispute all at once, it created the impression of someone dealing with significant financial strain, while the legal dispute with Wendy continued unfolding.
Just when many people believed the legal drama between Kevin Hunter and Wendy Williams might finally be winding down, another twist suddenly appeared. Reports surfaced that Kevin returned once again seeking spousal support, this time asking for 23 months of back payments. That request alone surprised many observers who had already seen several earlier attempts rejected. But the situation purportedly went even further than that. According to the claims circulating at the time, Kevin was also raising arguments that could potentially challenge the structure of the divorce arrangement itself. That development made the situation feel even more dramatic for those following the case closely. For anyone who missed earlier chapters of the story, Kevin had already tried multiple times to restart the alimony payments after they stopped. Each attempt ran into strong resistance and legal setbacks. After facing another rejection, Kevin appeared to shift his strategy and turned his attention toward the television show that had built Wendy's career. He filed a $10 million lawsuit against the production company connected to the Wendy Williams show. In that lawsuit, Kevin argued that he had been removed from his role as executive producer because his marriage to Wendy was collapsing. According to court documents submitted by his legal team, Kevin claimed he had played an important role behind the scenes in Wendy's earlier career projects. The filing also suggested that he used his business instincts and negotiation experience to help secure a much larger financial deal for Wendy than what had originally been offered. The lawsuit also focused heavily on the massive success of the Wendy Williams show during its peak years. For a long stretch of time, the program controlled the 10 a.m. daytime television slot and built a loyal audience that tuned in daily. While other networks struggled to find shows that could compete in that same time window, Wendy's program kept delivering strong ratings and consistent attention. Kevin's legal team pointed to that success as part of their argument, suggesting that the work done behind the scenes, including Kevin's involvement, played a role in building the brand into such a powerful daytime presence. At one point, Kevin even released an email that he said came from producers, using it to support his claim that his removal from the show had been handled unfairly. According to the documents, the message read, "Dear Kevin, out of respect for our 10-year working relationship, we had hoped to meet you in person and traveled to New York to do so. But unfortunately, you have canceled today's meeting, and we are left with no choice but to communicate to you in writing. The message then continued with a very direct statement about his position. It said that, effective immediately, your role as executive producer of The Wendy Williams Show is terminated, and your professional relationship with Deb Mark Mercury is also concluded in connection with the termination of employment. You are no longer permitted on the studio premises, and all communication regarding your transition, including collection of your belongings from the studio premises, should be handled via your attorney, as you have indicated that you were represented by counsel. Now, imagine the reaction if the rumors about Wendy returning to television turn out to be true. The possibility that the same production company could work with her again has already sparked plenty of speculation. Some observers believe a comeback like that might reopen old arguments and possibly trigger another wave of legal filings connected to the past disputes. People who have followed this story for years know that the situation between Wendy and Kevin has never stayed quiet for long. The history between them includes legal battles, financial disagreements, and plenty of public headlines. If Wendy does step back into television in a major way, many believe the tension surrounding those past issues could quickly return to the spotlight. If you want more updates and deep dives into stories like this, make sure to like this video, share it with others who follow celebrity news, and subscribe to Star Watch so you do not miss the next breakdown.
So now, guess who's jealous of Adele? Beyonce.
Wendy Williams just kicked open a conversation the industry keeps trying to avoid.
Beyonce needs auto-tune. Adele, Aretha, Celine, Dionne Warwick, and Mariah. They need nothing.
And now people are looking at Adele's Grammy moment in a completely different way. For years, Wendy hinted that Adele was deeply uncomfortable around the pressure connected to Beyoncé's name.
God. This is why Adele has to get on the podium and thank Beyoncé. When actually she did it because of my manager, my label, my A&R, and all of the I created for her to exist.
But critics brushed it off as drama and accused Wendy of stirring up problems between two of the biggest women in music. Now those old clips are resurfacing everywhere, and suddenly the story does not sound so messy anymore.
One of the best videos of all time.
Beyonce, it was so monumental. We fucking adore you. You are our light.
Fans are starting to wonder if Adele's emotional reactions over the years were tied to something much bigger happening behind the scenes in the entertainment world. Back when Adele stood on that Grammy stage crying while praising Beyoncé, most viewers thought it was simply a respectful tribute from one superstar to another. But now, people online are re-examining every second of that speech and asking why Adele looked so overwhelmed and nervous during what should have been one of the happiest moments of her career. Some fans believe she felt trapped under massive industry pressure, especially after publicly beating Beyoncé in major award categories. The internet has spent years turning those moments into conspiracy theories, rumors, and non-stop debates.
I started out around the same time, and just like all of her fans, I fell in love with her. The first time I saw her, from her singing to dancing to acting, she can do it all. She's a triple threat and one of the most talented people I've ever seen.
And the fact that Beyonce made a country record changed the game. So thank you.
Beyonce, you changed my life. So thank you so much. I definitely want to say thank you to Beyonce.
With many claiming celebrities act extra careful whenever Beyoncé is involved because they are terrified of backlash, career damage, or becoming targets online. A huge wave of memes exploded after that Grammy speech, showing endless clips of celebrities thanking Beyoncé during award wins that had absolutely nothing to do with her. The trend became so massive that even casual viewers started noticing how often stars mentioned her name during emotional speeches. Social media users stitched together compilations featuring singers, actors, athletes, and influencers almost treating Beyoncé like a required part of every acceptance speech. That only pushed the rumors further, especially among people already convinced that powerful figures in entertainment quietly control who rises and who disappears from the spotlight. Things became even darker once internet detectives started connecting unrelated celebrity tragedies to these wild theories.
She is my icon of my whole life.
My life is Beyonce, and this album for me, the Lemonade album, was just so monumental. Beyonce.
Lemonade. So a piece of me did die inside as a Beyonce stan, I'm not gonna lie, because I was completely rooting for her. I feel like it was her time to win. Obviously the visual is very new, and you know, and the Grammys are very traditional, but I just thought this year would be the year that they would kind of go with the tide. And I am, of course, very, very grateful having won it. But I felt the need because I love her, because I felt like she was more than...
Videos began circulating about artists like Aaliyah, M.I.A., and even stories tied to Jay-Z's alleged former mistress, Kathy White, who died before a reported interview connected to journalist Liz Crokin. Online creators used those cases to build dramatic narratives about hidden industry secrets, suspicious timing, and celebrities supposedly living in fear behind closed doors. Even though many of these claims remain unproven and heavily debated, the speculation refuses to die down, and every old interview or emotional award speech keeps getting pulled back into the conversation again.
Guess who's jealous of Adele? Beyonce. Adele is the voice. And Adele does not have to lose, 50 pounds to impress us. And Adele is just a beautiful, gorgeous, regular woman that we can all relate to. Like a real body. Adele has a live-in lover and a brand new baby. And Beyonce's got a husband and the Blue Ivy baby.
The argument people kept pushing online was that Beyoncé had somehow been connected to certain women losing opportunities, getting blacklisted, or facing major career problems after refusing to follow industry expectations. Over time, these theories grew into something even bigger, with conspiracy videos claiming there was a hidden pattern involving female artists who supposedly challenged powerful people behind the scenes. Almost every viral compilation used J. Cole's song She Knows in the background, which only added more mystery and made viewers connect the lyrics to the rumors spreading all over social media. What made the song stand out even more was the fact that J. Cole mentions Aaliyah, Left Eye, and Michael Jackson in the lyrics.
No, I can't answer that. I can't answer that.
Oh, she's touching him up the neck! Look! You see?
Why do people not want to let the Jay-Z Blue Cantrell thing go?
I didn't think it would last, though.
What, me and him?
Yeah.
All three artists passed away tragically, and for years there have been non-stop theories online claiming they had conflicts with influential figures in entertainment before their deaths. Because of those references, internet users started dissecting every line of She Knows, trying to figure out if J. Cole was hinting at something deeper happening inside the music business. Some people even pushed the theory that the she in the title secretly referred to Beyoncé, which sent conspiracy channels into complete overdrive and caused endless debates across YouTube, TikTok, and podcasts. Around that same time, blogger Storm Monroe added even more attention to the rumors when he claimed that many celebrities treated Beyoncé almost like untouchable royalty within the industry. According to him, the entertainment business constantly builds certain artists into larger-than-life figures, placing them at the top as the kings and queens of music for specific eras. His comments quickly spread online because people connected them to all those award show clips where celebrities seemed overly emotional or intensely grateful whenever Beyoncé's name came up. Critics argued that it was simply respect for her influence and success, while conspiracy-minded fans believed there was something much deeper happening behind the curtain. The conversation kept growing because social media thrives on mystery, especially when it involves global superstars, hidden power structures, and old celebrity tragedies that still leave fans with unanswered questions. Every resurfaced interview, awkward reaction, or emotional speech suddenly became evidence for people trying to connect dots that may not even exist. Even though there has never been proof supporting many of these claims, the theories continue spreading because they mix fame, fear, power, and secrecy into one dramatic story that keeps audiences watching non-stop. Some online commentators took the theories even further by claiming the music industry always chooses a single superstar to sit at the top of entertainment culture for a certain era. According to those rumors, Madonna supposedly held that position years ago before Beyoncé became the new dominant figure in pop culture. The theory claimed that many artists, even massive stars with successful careers of their own, like Adele, were expected to publicly praise her and show loyalty whenever possible. These claims spread heavily across conspiracy forums and gossip channels, especially whenever celebrities gave emotional speeches mentioning Beyoncé during award shows or interviews. The Oshun discussion added another layer to the internet speculation surrounding Beyoncé during the Lemonade era. Fans quickly noticed the heavy use of yellow dresses, water imagery, and spiritual symbolism throughout the visuals, with many pointing out similarities to depictions of Oshun, a respected deity connected to love, beauty, and femininity in Yoruba spirituality. Online creators began turning those artistic references into exaggerated conspiracy theories, with some people completely misrepresenting the cultural symbolism and pushing dramatic claims that spiraled far beyond the actual themes of the project. The visuals became one of the biggest talking points surrounding the album, especially because Lemonade already had the internet dissecting every frame and lyric for hidden meanings. What really kept the conversation alive was the timing surrounding the Grammy Awards, where Lemonade lost Album of the Year to Adele's 25. Instead of delivering a standard acceptance speech celebrating her own success, Adele became emotional on stage and spent a huge portion of the moment praising Beyoncé and calling her work monumental. That speech instantly went viral because viewers could not understand why Adele seemed more focused on Beyoncé's loss than her own historic win. Some fans saw it as genuine admiration between artists, while conspiracy communities treated it like proof that celebrities felt pressured to publicly honor Beyoncé no matter what happened. The situation became even more talked about after Adele later shared that she went backstage to Beyoncé's dressing room following the ceremony to continue praising her and tell her she deserved the award more. That detail sent social media into another frenzy because people felt Adele was being unusually intense about the situation. Critics online started calling the behavior excessive, while supporters argued Adele was simply being humble and showing respect to an artist she deeply admired. Either way, the moment became one of the most replayed Grammy stories of that decade, and conspiracy theories around it only grew louder with time. People online could not stop talking about how intense Adele's reaction seemed after winning that Grammy. A lot of artists have publicly praised Beyoncé before, but viewers felt Adele took it far beyond a normal thank you speech. During interviews after the ceremony, Adele kept explaining how emotional she felt about beating Lemonade, saying, "I just got this feeling I won. I got overwhelmed with I will have to go and tell her how much her record means to me." She also defended Beyoncé's work by criticizing the Recording Academy and saying, "The way that the Grammys work and the people who control it at the very, very top, they don't know what a visual album is. They don't want to support the way that she's moving things forward with her releases and the things that she's talking about." That explanation only made social media react even harder because people thought Adele sounded unusually nervous and overly eager to reassure Beyoncé that she deserved the award more. Online conspiracy communities immediately jumped on the moment, claiming Adele was trying to make it crystal clear that she did not see herself as competition. Some viewers interpreted her emotional speeches as genuine admiration and respect between artists, while others pushed the idea that she seemed afraid of upsetting one of the most powerful figures in entertainment. The theories became even more dramatic once clips of Adele repeatedly praising Beyoncé started circulating side by side with old celebrity interviews and award speeches. Wendy Williams wasted no time jumping into the conversation either. Just hours after the Grammys aired, Wendy discussed the situation on her show and threw gasoline onto the already exploding debate. She openly suggested that Beyoncé may have been frustrated about Adele's album 25 massively outselling Lemonade, especially since 25 dominated commercial sales worldwide. Wendy argued that the public connected to Adele in a different way because she came across as more relatable and less carefully managed than many major celebrities. According to Wendy, Adele's image felt more natural and less focused on perfection, which she implied gave her an advantage with everyday audiences. The comments instantly sparked backlash because Beyoncé's fanbase saw Wendy's take as disrespectful and designed to create division between two successful women. But at the same time, critics of celebrity culture kept replaying the clips because they believed Wendy was exposing uncomfortable truths about image control, competition, and insecurity in the music industry. As usual, the internet split into two sides almost overnight, with one group defending Beyoncé as an untouchable icon and another group insisting Adele's behavior at the Grammys looked way too intense to ignore. At the time, Wendy Williams faced major backlash for suggesting there was tension surrounding Beyoncé and other female artists in the industry. A lot of people accused her of creating unnecessary drama and trying to turn successful women against each other. But years later, some viewers started revisiting those old interviews and wondering if Wendy had noticed patterns that others ignored. Online discussions began focusing on artists who publicly challenged Beyoncé or became linked to controversy afterward, with many people pointing to Carrie Hilson as one of the biggest examples. The situation between Carrie Hilson and Beyoncé became huge after a remix of Carrie's song Turning Me On leaked online. In the track, Carrie delivered lyrics many listeners believed were directly aimed at Beyoncé. The lines included, "Your vision cloudy if you think that you the best. You can dance, she can sing, but need to move it to the left. She needs to go have some babies. She needs to sit down. She fake." Fans immediately connected "Move It to the Left" to Beyoncé's hit song Irreplaceable, where the phrase became iconic. Once the remix spread online, blogs and entertainment shows exploded with debates about whether Carrie had crossed the line by taking shots at one of the biggest stars in music. Things only became more uncomfortable for Carrie after old clips resurfaced showing awkward moments involving Beyoncé and Jay-Z. One of the most talked about videos showed Carrie appearing hesitant to hold up a magazine once she realized Beyoncé and Jay-Z were featured on the cover. That clip fueled even more rumors about behind-the-scenes tension, and suddenly Carrie found herself facing non-stop criticism online. Fans heavily defended Beyoncé, while Carrie's public image started taking serious hits as the controversy continued growing across blogs, radio shows, and celebrity gossip programs. Over time, many people began linking that controversy to the slowdown in Carrie Hilson's music career. Years later, Carrie explained in interviews that she felt pressured by people within the industry to participate in the remix and record lyrics she was uncomfortable with. According to her, the situation spiraled out of control once the song leaked, and by then, the public had already formed strong opinions about her intentions. Even though she later tried to clarify her side of the story, many fans felt the damage had already been done, and the feud became one of the most talked about celebrity conflicts of that era. By that point, many fans felt Carrie Hilson's career had taken a serious hit after the controversy surrounding the Beyoncé diss track. Online discussions became brutal, and people constantly compared her situation to artists who chose to publicly praise Beyoncé instead of challenging her. That is why some internet users joked that Carrie might have had a smoother path if she had handled things more like Adele by staying supportive and avoiding public tension altogether. Whether fair or not, the perception around Carrie changed dramatically after the remix leaked, and the industry conversation around her never fully recovered. Then people started bringing up Blue Cantrell as another artist connected to these long-running industry rumors. Blue was having a massive rise in the early 2000s, with major labels reportedly competing to sign her because of her strong vocals and growing popularity. Songs like Hit 'Em Up Style made her stand out quickly, and many believe she had the potential to become one of the biggest R&B stars of that era. But according to internet speculation, things allegedly shifted once Beyoncé launched her solo career around the same time. Blue was trying to establish herself as a dominant force in music. In 2003, Blue released her second album Bittersweet, right as Beyoncé was stepping into solo superstardom after Destiny's Child. Fans online later turned that timing into part of a larger conspiracy narrative, claiming there was intense competition between female artists behind the scenes during that period. Rumors also circulated for years, suggesting Blue and Jay-Z may have had some kind of relationship, although those claims were never confirmed publicly. Even without proof, gossip blogs and celebrity forums kept the rumors alive, especially because people were already obsessed with stories involving Beyoncé, Jay-Z, and possible industry rivalries. The speculation became even louder after listeners connected certain Beyoncé lyrics to the gossip surrounding Jay-Z. In the song Signs, Beyoncé sang, "I was in love with a Sagittarius. I wish he were a Virgo, the same sign as me, and know how to show me love, 'cause I've been hurt by a Pisces." Fans immediately started trying to decode the lyrics and match them to rumored relationships and alleged betrayals. As always, social media and gossip culture transformed vague references into full-blown theories, with people convinced there were hidden messages buried inside every lyric, interview, and public appearance connected to Beyoncé's world. Fans online wasted no time connecting the dots once they noticed that Jay-Z is a Sagittarius and Blue Cantrell is a Pisces, matching the zodiac signs mentioned in Beyoncé's lyrics. That only pushed the rumors further, especially among gossip blogs that were already convinced the song contained hidden references to real-life relationships. Over the years, Blue's personal struggles also became part of those conversations. TMZ once reported concerning incidents involving Blue, including claims that she appeared distressed in public and believed people were trying to harm her. Those reports sparked even more speculation online, with conspiracy channels trying to tie her situation back to long-running rumors involving Jay-Z and Beyoncé, despite there being no verified evidence connecting the events. Mia is another artist whose name repeatedly gets pulled into these discussions whenever people revisit old celebrity gossip from the early 2000s. At the height of her career, Mia was seen as one of the most talented performers in R&B and pop, consistently releasing hits and collaborating with major artists. Rumors surrounding her and Jay-Z started gaining attention after they worked together on Best of Me, Part 2. Fans immediately noticed their chemistry in the music video and performances, and entertainment blogs quickly began speculating that there could have been something happening behind the scenes. Even though nothing was ever publicly confirmed, the gossip followed both artists for years afterward. The rumors exploded again in 2014 after Beyoncé performed her song Resentment live and appeared to change some of the lyrics during the performance. The original version included lines like, "I've been crying for too long. What did you do to me? I was writing for you for so long." But during that performance, fans noticed Beyoncé saying, "I know she was attractive, but I was here first, boy. Been riding with you for 12 years. Why did you do this to me?" Because Beyoncé and Jay-Z had been together for around 12 years at that point, viewers instantly believed the lyric change was personal and directed toward real events in their relationship. That performance sent social media into complete chaos because fans immediately started trying to figure out who Beyoncé could have been referring to. Mia's name quickly resurfaced due to the old collaboration rumors, and gossip sites treated the performance like hidden confirmation of past drama. Supporters argued that artists often personalize songs during live shows without it meaning anything specific, while others became convinced Beyoncé was subtly exposing relationship issues in front of the audience. Either way, the moment became another major chapter in the endless online obsession surrounding Beyoncé, Jay-Z, and the rumors tied to people in their circle. According to old gossip reports, a source allegedly connected to Beyoncé's circle once contacted Media Takeout, claiming Beyoncé had discovered a supposed affair between Jay-Z and Mia not long after the Best of Me Part 2 collaboration. The story spread across blogs almost instantly because fans were already obsessed with rumors surrounding Jay-Z's relationships. What made the situation even more suspicious to internet detectives was the fact that the article reportedly disappeared from the website only hours later without any clear explanation. Even though nothing was ever confirmed, people online treated the sudden removal like proof that powerful figures were trying to shut the story down before it gained even more attention. One thing people always say about Wendy Williams is that she may joke around and stir controversy, but she usually says what is already floating around behind the scenes. Looking back at Adele's emotional Grammy speech, a lot of viewers now believe she knew exactly how carefully she needed to handle that moment. Some fans think Adele went out of her way to praise Beyoncé because she did not want to end up caught in the same kind of backlash, rumors, or industry drama that other women in entertainment have faced over the years. Of course, none of these theories have ever been proven, but that has not stopped people online from connecting old interviews, performances, and celebrity feuds together. Social media users had plenty to say once these clips started resurfacing again. One person commented, "So Wendy wasn't lying. Wendy has been telling everybody for a long time, more than just this." Another wrote, "Wendy was messy, but she always said the truth." Those reactions only added more fuel to the non-stop debates happening online about fame, influence, celebrity loyalty, and the pressure artists may feel inside the entertainment industry. Whether people believe the theories or think the internet is reading too deeply into everything, the conversation around Beyoncé, Adele, and these old rumors clearly is not disappearing anytime soon. Now I want to hear what you think. Do you believe these celebrities are genuinely intimidated by Beyoncé, or do you think social media has completely exaggerated these situations over the years? Drop your thoughts and theories in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more celebrity stories, industry drama, and viral entertainment breakdowns.
According to a new report, Wendy Williams does not have frontotemporal dementia.
Looks like Wendy might finally be breaking free from that messy guardianship. After some new medical tests came out, it turns out she was intentionally misdiagnosed with a list of mental illnesses she never even had. Can you believe that? What's worse, those same so-called professionals the court assigned to protect her are the ones being accused of setting her up. Wendy's been shouting from the rooftops for months saying, "I'm not crazy," but nobody wanted to hear her out. Even Nicki Minaj jumped in, spilling major tea about what they were doing to Wendy. But folks brushed it off like it was nothing. Nicki apparently did it because she's afraid she might be the next one to get hit with a fake diagnosis and tossed into a conservatorship. But of course, people are ignoring Nicki just like they ignored Wendy until the truth blew up in their faces. All this chaos started a few days ago when TMZ dropped a bomb. Wendy recently went through a series of neurological tests done by a top neurologist in New York. And guess what? He said Wendy never had the illness that kept her trapped under that guardianship for years. Can you imagine? They locked this woman in multiple mental facilities, yanked her TV show away, kept her away from her own family, and filled her up with meds. All because of a so-called illness that wasn't even real. That's some straight-up foul play. And according to Wendy herself, this wasn't some innocent mistake, it was planned. She's saying Wells Fargo had everything to do with it, pulling strings behind the scenes to control her money and do whatever they wanted with it. Wells Fargo's the one who started this entire circus when they claimed Wendy wasn't capable of handling her finances and needed a guardian to stop exploitation. That's when she got slapped with that diagnosis of frontotemporal dementia and aphasia, and from there, her freedom was gone. But here's the shady part. Right after her legal guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, took over, reports came out that Wendy was doing better. So how did she suddenly go from recovering to supposedly having all these illnesses again? Make it make sense. Even Wendy's son, Kevin Jr., wasn't buying it. He jumped into the comments on a post from the Shade Room and called it out. Plain and simple. He said Wendy's own doctor told them her dementia was supposedly alcohol-induced. But for some wild reason, her team was still letting her drink. That's not care, that's control. On top of that, they cut all contact with her family, leaving them totally in the dark about where Wendy was or what was happening to her. This whole situation screams corruption, and it's finally coming to light.
I feel like the Guardian has not done a good job of protecting my mom.
Wendy's been fighting non-stop to break free from that guardianship, but they just won't back off. She's done everything possible. She even brought in her own independent medical evaluations that clearly showed she doesn't have those illnesses they keep labeling her with. Still, they keep pushing the same tired story like they're desperate to keep control of her life. Experts have already said it. People with frontotemporal dementia are supposed to get worse over time, not better. But Wendy's story is the total opposite. Ever since she got clean and sober 3 years ago, she's shown incredible strength and mental clarity. Her progress alone proves something isn't adding up here. Now, TMZ is reporting that Wendy's legal team is gearing up to file some serious paperwork within the next 2 weeks. They're heading straight to court to request a hearing where they'll demand the judge end this guardianship once and for all. And if the judge tries to play hardball and refuses, Wendy's powerhouse lawyer Joe Tina is ready to take it even further. He'll call for a jury trial and ask real people, not just the system, to decide Wendy's freedom. That's huge. When this whole guardianship nightmare started, everyone had one main suspect in mind, Sean. The tension between him and Wendy goes way back, and anyone who's been watching knows he's been trying to take her down for years. Wendy even once claimed that she got an email with photos showing Sean in a very compromising situation during a trip to Mexico. She said she received proof that made her question everything about him. Ever since then, things between them have been nothing but chaos.
She got fired from Hot 97 because she had a picture of Puffy. So if you don't mind, give me the story from your point of view and what was in the picture.
We were in Cancun. For whatever reason, dude was playing with Puff. He went behind him and grabbed his trunks and pulled them down. Some girls that was taking pictures. They took that picture and emailed it back to Wendy Williams. Wendy Williams said she had him in a compromising position and like it was gay, something like that. She was gonna put it out. Wendy had shown people that email. Puff told Hot 97 if they didn't get rid of her before he got back in New York, that they was not gonna get any music from any of his friends, any of the record labels executives that was cool with him. Everybody was gonna boycott their station. We was out in LA for about 3 days before we landed back in New York. Wendy Williams was in the radio station in Philly. She was fired.
And don't forget that wild moment years ago when a 19-year-old artist ended up taking the blame for that messy club incident connected to Sean. Wendy was the only one bold enough to question what really went down. She didn't buy the official story for a second and kept saying the whole situation needed a proper investigation. She even hinted that Sean and J-Lo might have been keeping something hidden from the public. That's how fearless Wendy was. She wasn't afraid to shine light on the secrets everyone else tiptoed around. And long before Cassie ever walked away, Wendy was already calling out Sean's relationship with her, saying something about it just didn't sit right. Turns out, she might have been right all along.
Puffy wants Cassie back. Oh, it's been all over social media. Puffy posted a picture of Michael Jackson's song, Lady in My Life, and wrote, if anyone sees Cassie this weekend, please tell her to listen to this song 100 times. I suggest don't use social media, though, to reach out. I think this is a grand overture from Puffy. I don't believe he really wants her back. I believe he probably treated her at some particular point like a possession, like a possession. And if you really care, then you'd reach out privately, not publicly.
Y'all had bad blood for a while.
Real bad.
Real bad blood.
The worst blood.
The worst blood. You almost wanted to run you out of New York at one point, right? Well, not run, like push you out of New York at one point. He had you ran out. You give him full credit for that? Okay, cool. He had you ran out of New York.
Things got real tense when Sean made a chilling comment about Wendy's teenage son during an interview. Wendy had invited him for what was supposed to be a normal chat, but out of nowhere, he mentioned her son right in the middle of it. You could see Wendy tense up. She instantly knew that wasn't random. People watching felt it too. Many believed Sean wasn't just talking, but sending a warning, like, stay out of my business. The vibe was cold, and everyone could tell he wanted Wendy to back off, or things could get ugly. Nicki Minaj might stir up drama sometimes, but one thing she's not is a liar, and people are finally starting to see it. For the longest time, everyone blamed Sean for what went down with Wendy because of their history, but Nicki's latest claims just flipped the script. She's saying Jay-Z and Roc Nation also had a hand in Wendy's situation, and now they're allegedly trying to pull the same move on her. A few days ago, Nicki went off after Charlamagne did that interview with Gucci Mane and Keishia, and she didn't hold back. She accused Roc Nation of using Charlamagne to help set up Wendy's guardianship, saying, Charlamagne, the fraud, is Jay-Z's friend and business partner, using iHeartRadio for these disgusting ploys against innocent families. That line shook the internet. Nicki reminded everyone that Charlamagne was close to Wendy before her life spiraled, and she warned, the buck stops here, baby. Bookmark this tweet. She's letting everyone know she's not going down quietly. Then Tasha K came through with even more tea. She claimed Roc Nation's allegedly been plotting to do the same thing to Nicki. According to her, the only reason they haven't succeeded is because of Nicki's husband, Kenneth Petty. Since she's married, if anyone ever tried to fake a diagnosis or take control of her finances, her money would legally go straight to her husband. That makes it way harder for anyone to trap her the way Wendy got trapped. And when you look at the pattern, it all fits. Every celebrity who's been thrown into a conservatorship was single at the time. Britney wasn't married, and Wendy was divorced when Wells Fargo got involved. So maybe that's the secret. Being married gives a layer of protection that makes it harder for anyone to pull these power moves.
This is not something that is like a conspiracy theory. This actually happens. But if they're able to separate Nicki and Kenny, that makes Nicki vulnerable because your husband is your power of attorney. Your husband is your signator on all of your accounts in the event anything goes wrong. Michael wasn't married. Britney Spears was married, but of course they control all of that. And so the mere fact that all these narratives are out about Kenny stealing this to buy chains and buy that, that's not what it is. It's like, you know, they got doctors that are giving out these diagnoses saying that she's schizophrenic and bipolar and all of this stuff. And then Kenny's now here. You know, she trusts Kenny. Of course, they've known each other since they were kids. Their families know each other. And so Kenny is just in the way. And so what do? You create narratives to try to separate, because if you separate, then you can divide and conquer. And so that's what it's about. You know, she's going into her latter years and, you know, there's a lot of money on the line and she's worth a lot, but Kenny is in the way. And so, yeah, I mean, look at what they're doing to Wendy Williams. Had Wendy would have still been with Kelvin, they wouldn't have been able to put her under a conservatorship because she has a husband. So, you know, and like I said, there was only one that was accused of stealing.
People need to stop twisting Nicki Minaj's words for real. She doesn't have schizophrenia. Let's get that straight. What's wild is that this whole thing feels way too familiar. Remember how they tried to 5150 Kanye just for being bipolar? It's a mood disorder, not a crime. And then they turned around and tried to take his assets just because he spoke his mind. Meanwhile, Wendy Williams is sitting in some fancy hospital suite while her lawyers burn through her money like it's nothing. It's the same old pattern. Michael Jackson's gone, Britney Spears had to run off to Mexico just to feel free again after years trapped under that conservatorship. And now Wendy's stuck in this twisted system too. What part of this don't people understand? This is an industry takedown. Systemic, planned, and meant to make powerful artists look unstable so others can control their money. And let's be real, Kenneth, Nicki's husband, is a major obstacle for them. All this drama started after Nicki tweeted about that COVID vaccine, and things have been heating up ever since. Now people are speculating that Wendy's misdiagnosis wasn't just some coincidence, like the industry wants us to believe. Word is, they locked her in that guardianship right when Sean's trial was going down, so she couldn't testify about what she supposedly went through with him. But now that the trial's over and she's no longer a threat, suddenly they're ready to let her go free? Sounds way too convenient. And honestly, it all lines up. Wendy took multiple independent tests proving she wasn't sick. No one listened. But right after Sean's trial ended, another test came out and suddenly everyone's taking her seriously. Please, that timing says it all. And now look what's happening. They're trying to label Nicki crazy, right when rumors start swirling that Jay-Z might be next in line for major legal heat after Sean. It's almost like they're playing games right in our faces, expecting everyone to ignore it. But people are waking up. It's getting harder and harder to look away. Fans have plenty to say too. One person online said Wendy's family should sue that doctor who misdiagnosed her with dementia. That mistake ruined her life. Another person pointed out that her condo was sold, her beloved pet was given away, and thousands of dollars worth of clothes and furniture disappeared while she was under that guardianship. It's heartbreaking. Bottom line, free Wendy. But now it's your turn to sound off. What do you think about Wendy finally breaking free from that guardianship? And do you believe Nicki Minaj might really be the next target in this industry game? Do you think Wendy's finally free for good? Or could there be more twists coming? And what's your take on Nicki's situation? Real threat or just rumors gone wild? I really want to know what you think, so drop your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks so much for watching and hanging out till the end. Don't forget to like, share, and if you're new around here, hit that subscribe button for more updates from Star Watch. There's plenty more drama, secrets, and celebrity talk waiting for you. Go check out another video next. Catch you later. Stay sharp and stay tuned.
And I don't attract gay men, and I'm not attracted to gay men. Like, it's just not a thing.
Who told EJ he was putting that shit on? Dressed to the nines, he said. Now, I give credit where credit is due, but baby, let's be honest, where's the fashion icon? Before you start trying to compare yourself and throw shade, let's have the credentials to back it up, babe.
Nobody expected Wendy Williams to step back into the spotlight and instantly shake the room again. But the second she started speaking, people online knew this was not going to be some soft celebrity chat. Wendy locked in on every detail, every look, and every awkward moment like she never left daytime TV. When she called out E.J. Johnson for showing up with a giant daytime bag at a nighttime event, the internet laughed at first, but then people realized the comment carried a deeper message.
Okay, this is a 35 centimeter. This is a 35 centimeter, and 35 centimeters are for going to your daytime things, to your fashion show during the day, or to your lunch during the day, or to a breakfast during the day, or running your errands during the day. But anyway, it's during the day. Please don't bring your large format bag on a red carpet at night or during your dinner. You must go home and change and find a smaller format bag. Get into your 25 centimeter purse, or your mini Kelly is also an option. Something tiny. This does not go to dinner.
Wendy was hinting that EJ's entire public image has started to feel more like performance than personality, and critics wasted no time jumping in with their own opinions. For years, EJ Johnson built a reputation around shocking fashion choices, flashy interviews, and pushing celebrity culture to extremes. But lately, even longtime supporters have started questioning where the line actually is. Some people feel EJ is no longer just experimenting with identity or style. They think he is deliberately provoking audiences for attention while expecting zero criticism in return. Others inside the LGBTQ community have even accused him of creating unnecessary division instead of bringing people together. And because he comes from one of the richest and most famous sports families in America, critics say he moves through controversy with a safety net most people could never imagine having.
Say call me EJ as much as possible. Okay. You know, it's like pronouns I don't really like he, but like I've also trained myself not to get upset when other people use it, which I think is very important, because you're giving your power away when you lose it. You know, you give your words too much of personal power. They is fine, whatever. She is cool. Like, I'm really not a stickler about it.
Now, the conversation has exploded after a podcast appearance that completely changed the tone around EJ's public image. What was supposed to be a relaxed interview suddenly turned into one of the most talked about celebrity moments online. EJ looked directly at the hosts and explained that the person he used to be is gone. He said he no longer wants his family using words like he, him, gay, or even son when talking about him. EJ then revealed that he now identifies with she and they pronouns, leaving the hosts visibly stunned as the clip spread across social media within hours. The interview took an even stranger turn once EJ started explaining how he sees himself. At first, people thought he was announcing a full transition, but EJ quickly shut that idea down.
Especially if I look cuter than any girl does. Like, what's the problem? Like, what's the issue? And that's exactly how I apply it to myself these days in the way that I present, like in my feminine regalia. I've always been a feminine being, and like, that's just like how I best express myself. But I'm like, listen, I'm out all the time, and like, I'm killing a dress and no one else is. Like, the girls in the room are not doing it. Like, they don't look cute. They're not dressed to any nines. So,
He made it clear that he does not consider himself part of the trans community and said he is not transitioning. That is where a lot of viewers became confused. EJ explained that he prefers feminine presentation and different pronouns, but many people online argued that his comments created mixed signals about identity, labels, and how he wants the public to view him. Then the conversation shifted toward dating, and that is when social media really exploded. EJ openly said he does not date gay men and claimed he has never been interested in them romantically. According to EJ, he is mainly drawn to men with very masculine energy. The statement immediately sparked debate online because viewers could not understand exactly what he meant, especially after he repeatedly referenced attraction from straight men. Clips from the interview spread fast, with people arguing over whether EJ was being serious, provocative, or simply trying to stir reactions. Things became even more controversial after EJ started comparing himself to women in social settings. During the discussion, he confidently claimed that he often outshines everyone else in the room and suggested that he gets attention from the same men women pursue.
EJ Johnson said he is the baddest in the room. He's better than any other female in the room. Well, yes, if the room is empty. Listen, EJ, I don't understand why the LGBTQ community is always trying to be in competition with women. Women is not in competition with us, especially if you up there trying to be a woman. You in woman's clothes, you in a dress, and that's cool. Express yourself how you want to, but why are you trying to bring down the next bit? You better than them. Anybody with two sets of eyes know that's not true. I don't know what land of delusion you reside in, but you best check the mailbox. The brochure said false advertisement. That is not true. That is incorrect.
That comment instantly triggered backlash online, with critics accusing him of turning relationships and attraction into some kind of public competition. Others defended him, saying he was simply expressing confidence in his appearance and presence. Either way, the interview stopped feeling like a casual celebrity conversation and started looking more like a full internet firestorm. EJ kept the controversy going when he said, "If I look cuter than any girl does, like, what's the problem?" That single quote instantly took over social media. Critics argued the comment sounded less like confidence and more like a comparison designed to provoke people. Many women online felt frustrated because they believed EJ was reducing womanhood to appearance, fashion, and attention, while ignoring the real experiences many women deal with every day, including discrimination, pressure, and unfair treatment. The debate quickly became much bigger than celebrity gossip, turning into a wider conversation about identity, privilege, and public perception.
Sexy?
Yes, he's fine.
He's a loser. You don't like him, EJ?
Okay.
I met Anthony over the summer when I was vacationing in the south of France. We flirted, made plans to hook up, and yeah, after that, I've noticed that he was talking a lot with Lisa in the corner, and then the man who led me on is now hooking up with my sister, and I'm supposed to be okay.
The reaction came from every direction. On Twitter and Instagram, thousands of users criticized EJ for comments they viewed as disrespectful toward women. Meanwhile, some LGBTQ creators and influencers pushed back for different reasons. Several argued that EJ's repeated comments about avoiding gay men while focusing on straight men came across as dismissive and confusing. TikTok especially exploded with reaction videos, breakdowns, and heated debates, with creators trying to unpack what EJ actually meant versus how his words were being received by the public. What shocked people even more was that EJ showed no interest in calming the situation down. Instead of walking the comments back, he made it clear that public approval was not important to him. EJ openly said he was not searching for acceptance from any community and seemed completely unfazed by the backlash building online. That response only intensified the criticism, with many viewers saying the interview felt less like self-expression and more like someone intentionally provoking outrage to keep attention focused on them. Once Wendy Williams heard about the interview clips making rounds online, she wasted no time jumping into the conversation. But instead of turning it into a serious debate about identity, Wendy focused on something she knows always gets attention: image, style, and presentation. She criticized EJ's red carpet look and even broke down the difference between oversized daytime bags and the smaller luxury styles usually carried at night events. To Wendy, the issue was bigger than fashion itself. Her argument was basically that if someone wants to position themselves as a top-tier fashion figure, people are going to expect them to understand the details and standards that come with that world. The internet immediately ran with Wendy's comments because they added another layer to the growing criticism surrounding EJ. Some viewers felt Wendy was exposing what they saw as contradictions in EJ's public persona, while others argued she was simply being harsh for entertainment. Either way, the clip spread fast, and suddenly the conversation shifted from identity and dating to whether EJ was trying too hard to create an image that did not fully connect with reality. But the deeper controversy started long before Wendy entered the picture. A lot of people began revisiting stories EJ shared about his personal life and family dynamics, especially involving his sister, Elisa Johnson. During one interview, EJ talked about meeting a man named Anthony while spending time in the south of France. According to EJ, the two were flirting and planning to spend more time together, but things changed after Anthony started talking with Elisa. EJ claimed the attention quickly shifted toward his sister, and before long, Anthony ended up pursuing her instead. That story sparked another wave of online discussion because many viewers felt it revealed a competitive streak EJ had been hinting at throughout the interview. EJ openly admitted he was upset about the situation and did not hide his frustration over losing attention to his sister. Critics online connected that moment to his earlier comments about wanting to outshine women socially and romantically, while supporters argued he was simply being honest about jealousy and rejection in dating situations. Either way, the story added even more fuel to an interview that was already dominating social media conversations. For a lot of viewers, the story with Anthony and Elisa felt bigger than a simple dating disappointment. People online started framing it as a moment where EJ came face to face with a reality he did not expect. Despite presenting himself with strong feminine energy and confidence, the man he was interested in ultimately chose his sister instead. Critics argued that the situation seemed to challenge the image EJ had been building throughout the interview, especially after repeatedly claiming he could compete with women for male attention. That is where the debate around EJ's comments became even more intense. EJ described himself as attracting men who identify as straight, but many people online questioned that label entirely. Social media users, podcast hosts, and entertainment commentators all started arguing over whether those relationships matched the description EJ was using. Some pointed out that sexuality is more complicated than labels, while others claimed the situation reflected men who were not fully open about their private lives. The discussion quickly spiraled into conversations about secrecy, image management, and the pressure some people in entertainment feel when it comes to public identity. Wendy Williams also became part of that conversation because she has spent years discussing hidden relationships and celebrity rumors in Hollywood. Fans began connecting her past commentary about private lifestyles in the entertainment world to EJ's current claims about dating. Online discussions exploded with theories about men living double lives, keeping certain relationships hidden, and avoiding public labels altogether. At the same time, others pushed back hard against making assumptions about people's sexuality based only on rumors or appearances. As the clips continued spreading, people also focused on EJ's comments about family and identity. When he asked Magic and Cookie Johnson to stop referring to him as their son, many viewers saw it as part of a larger effort to redefine how he wants the world to see him. Supporters viewed it as personal self-expression, while critics argued it reflected a deeper struggle with public image and identity. Either way, the interview had moved far beyond celebrity gossip and turned into one of the most polarizing online discussions of the moment. Critics online believe EJ's public image has become centered around competition and attention more than self-expression. According to that argument, EJ presents himself with feminine language, fashion, and energy because he wants access to the same admiration and influence often given to women in celebrity culture. But once comparisons start happening, especially against women like his sister Elisa, many viewers feel EJ responds by becoming louder, more provocative, and more confrontational in interviews and online discussions. That is why comments about being the baddest woman in the room sparked such intense reactions across social media. A lot of the backlash also comes from the belief that EJ moves through controversy with protections most people do not have. As the son of Magic Johnson, one of the most famous athletes and businessmen in the world, EJ grew up surrounded by wealth, connections, and celebrity status. Critics argue that privilege allows him to make shocking statements without facing the same social consequences many others would experience. Some online commentators even accused EJ of dismissing the struggles faced by both women and members of the LGBTQ community while still borrowing parts of those experiences for image and branding purposes. Supporters strongly disagree with that interpretation, saying EJ is simply living openly and refusing to fit into labels people try to force onto him. The biggest contradiction people keep pointing to is EJ's statement that he does not care about acceptance or validation. Viewers immediately compared that claim to the way he talks about attention from men, appearance, and constantly standing out in social settings. Critics argued that someone truly unconcerned with approval would not repeatedly compare themselves to other women or focus so heavily on being seen as the most attractive person in the room. As a result, many online discussions shifted away from identity politics and started focusing on insecurity, public image, and the pressure celebrities feel to constantly maintain attention in the spotlight. At the center of all this controversy, critics believe EJ's biggest goal is not really fashion, identity, or even self-expression. They argue the real focus has always been validation from men he sees as powerful, masculine, and desirable. That is why so many people online reacted strongly to the constant comparisons with women and the repeated comments about attracting straight men. To critics, it comes across less like confidence and more like someone chasing approval from people who may never fully acknowledge him publicly. The backlash grew because many viewers felt those comments crossed the line from personal expression into putting other people down just to elevate his own image. Others see the situation very differently. Supporters argue that EJ has built a career by refusing to follow traditional expectations around masculinity, celebrity culture, and fashion. They believe his confidence, dramatic style, and willingness to speak openly are exactly why people continue paying attention to him. But even among supporters, there are people questioning whether the constant need to shock audiences is starting to overshadow everything else. Every interview, every podcast appearance, and every viral clip seems to create another debate about identity, relationships, and validation, keeping EJ locked in controversy instead of allowing the conversation to move forward. What keeps pulling people back into this story is the uncomfortable question underneath all the headlines. If someone truly feels secure in who they are, why keep chasing approval from people who may never publicly stand beside them? That question is what turned this from ordinary celebrity drama into a non-stop online argument. For some viewers, EJ represents confidence and freedom. For others, he represents insecurity hidden behind luxury brands, social media attention, and headline-making statements. And as long as those mixed reactions continue, the internet is probably not done talking about him anytime soon. If you made it this far, drop your thoughts in the comments because this debate has people completely split online. Do you think EJ is simply expressing himself without caring what people think? Or do you believe the criticism is starting to expose bigger contradictions in his public image? Also, make sure you like this video, subscribe to Star Watch, and turn on notifications so you do not miss the next deep dive into the celebrity stories everyone is arguing about. Star Watch is where we break down the moments, interviews, and viral controversies that have the internet buzzing long after the cameras stop rolling.
I'm not going to take a lot of time because, you know, I'm getting emotional. And I told myself I wasn't going to do this.
People had been talking quietly for months that Sharina Hudson was moving a little too bold, but nobody thought things would turn this serious.
Over the 12 years that I've been here entertaining you on television. Welcome to Hot Topics, Sharina Hudson. Getting out of my car with my money. Good morning, Journey. She'll be almost I think she'll be 3 next month, don't you know? Good morning, Kelvin. It's my truth.
Out of nowhere, everything she had with Kevin Hunter started falling apart, and now people are saying she had no clue it was coming. The situation with Kevin Hunter was never clean to begin with, and now it is all catching up. A lot of people already believe Kevin and Sharina were planning to live easy off Wendy's money without stressing about it.
You left your wife. Now, we may not care about her on the show. That's different. But you left your wife. Got you a side piece. Had a baby and was living a whole different life. And evidently, Wendy Williams was the real bread maker. Because now you can't live that lifestyle without that check. The grass wasn't greener.
But the second Wendy stepped away from her show and got placed under that strict guardianship, everything changed fast. Kevin's money situation got shaky, and he started filing lawsuit after lawsuit, hoping something would stick and force Wendy to keep supporting his lifestyle again. Then, when his latest case got shut down, things shifted quick. Word going around is, Kevin walked away from Sharina just like he did Wendy. No warning, no hesitation, just gone.
It wasn't just an incident. I mean, the relationship that Kevin had with this woman went on for...
No. Kevin was a serial cheater. Kevin had different mistresses depending on, the part of his life.
While Kevin was busy trying to pull Wendy back into court, Sharina went completely off the radar. She wiped her Instagram and stayed silent, like she was trying to avoid any attention or questions. Now, after being quiet for so long, bits of the truth she tried to hide are starting to come out. At the same time, Wendy has been dealing with non-stop pressure, fighting hard to get out of that guardianship she never agreed to. A new evaluation even confirmed she was never dealing with dementia, which had been used as the reason to control her life for more than 3 years. It is starting to look like too many people were moving in the same direction. The judge, her former manager, the doctor, the bank, and even the guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, all seemed connected in a way that kept Wendy cut off from her own money. That kind of situation raises serious questions, and now that new details are coming out, things are shifting fast. Wendy might finally get the chance to break free from that setup and move on.
Anybody ever explain to you why you're in a guardianship?
No, not exactly. But you know what? There are some things that I do know for myself. You know what I'm saying? And I understand. It's about my money. You know what I'm saying?
Can you talk to me about how Wendy ended up in a guardianship?
My understanding is somebody was in her bank account that Wells Fargo flagged, and there was large withdrawals being taken out.
My son, he overstepped his boundaries in terms of me. You understand? He overstepped his boundaries, and he was inappropriately using my money without telling me crap about it. Is he stealing from me? Look, all I know is that in terms of what I'm dealing with, and that this is still going on because, that's when my money got frozen at Wells Fargo, thank God. No more money stealing from my son and the other people.
Wells Fargo, your bank, said you were the victim of undue influence and financial exploitation.
Even if she is not planning a big return to TV or jumping back into work anytime soon. When Wendy stepped away, it hit more people than expected. Friends, critics, and even those who acted like they did not care felt the impact. Kevin Hunter and Sharina were definitely part of that circle. The moment Wendy's show stopped, everything around her changed, and the steady money she once had slowed down quick. That shift forced Kevin, also known as Calvin, to face a reality he did not see coming. He never expected that their divorce agreement had a hidden detail sitting right there. It clearly stated that if Wendy's contract was paused or not renewed, she would not have to pay him any alimony at all. That one clause changed everything fast.
Death to all of them.
The last thing Wendy Williams remembers is being betrayed by her husband. A lot of people do not know how dirty this guy did her and how much she really loved this man. We first met Kevin Hunter at a skating rink in 1994, and she immediately knew that this man was the love of her life. She basically has said that she was immediately infatuated with him and wanted him to be in her life forever. Got married 3 years later and started to try for a baby, although Wendy went through several miscarriages and no doctors were really sure if she would ever be able to carry a baby to term. She was pregnant with her son Kevin Jr., and yes, she did love her husband so much that she named her one and only child after him. She spent much of that pregnancy bedbound, and of course this is when Kevin started cheating on her with other women. Even after all this, Wendy did decide to forgive Kevin for his cheating. He was even quoted, "You know what, I love this man so much, I just pushed it down and forgave him because I wanted to keep our marriage, which was so strong, together." Basically, Wendy wanted anything but divorce. Her life was extremely intertwined with Kevin. Not only did he help her father her only child, but Kevin also helped her launch the talk show, which made her famous.
Whoever slipped that line into the paperwork knew exactly how things could play out, because Kevin clearly thought he was set for life off Wendy's success. When the divorce was finalized, Kevin walked away with a major lump sum, and monthly alimony checks reported to be around $250,000 every single month. That kind of money changes how someone moves, and it looked like he got comfortable real quick. Most people will never touch that kind of money in a full year, but Kevin moved like it would never stop. He did not plan for anything switching up, and he definitely did not expect Wendy's situation to interrupt that steady flow. The moment those payments stopped, everything shifted fast. By 2022, he was right back in court, trying to force Wendy to start paying again so he could keep his lifestyle intact.
But what I needed at the time, because I was running 100 miles an hour, and I was so much of a strong support structure for her and all the dreams that she wanted to accomplish, I needed somebody for me. And my new offspring, my daughter, who is a beautiful, beautiful spirit, she was not an oops baby. She was not a mistake baby.
Kevin told the court he was struggling heavy without those checks coming in. He claimed he was buried in bills, falling behind, and dealing with pressure from where he lived, including strict homeowner fees that had to be paid on time. According to him, missing those payments put him at risk of losing the property, showing just how quickly things were breaking down. He even admitted he could not keep up with insurance payments on his luxury cars, the same ones he used to show off like status symbols. On top of that, he said he was behind on multiple credit card bills, which only added more pressure to his situation. By the time he filed that lawsuit, things must have been serious because he reportedly took out loans against two of his high-end vehicles through a company called Flex Wealth, and it did not stop there. He also had to put the home he shared with Sharina up for sale because without Wendy's money supporting everything, he could not afford to keep it going. It became obvious in real time that the lifestyle Kevin built using Wendy's success was falling apart, and that perfect image he once showed Sharina was losing its shine fast.
It's Barbie. He was tricking up money. She's in the passenger seat of my Rolls Royce Ferrari. And, real.
The idea that everything would be better on the other side did not hold up at all. Even after his first lawsuit got dismissed quickly, Kevin did not ease up or step back. By 2024, he returned with a completely different claim, saying Wendy had supposedly hidden more than $1. People had been talking quietly for months that Sharina Hudson was moving a little too bold, but nobody thought things would turn this serious. Out of nowhere, everything she had with Kevin Hunter started falling apart, and now people are saying she had no clue it was coming. The situation with Kevin Hunter was never clean to begin with, and now it is all catching up. A lot of people already believed Kevin and Sharina were planning to live easy off Wendy's money without stressing about it.
Kevin had gone to LA for business. And I hired a PI. Yes, I did. I hired a PI to follow my husband. And this guy is telling me that Kevin is in Miami with the girl. This is where you show the picture of them on the beach. You know the picture where she's going to the camera and he's laying there on the cell phone like they're chilling like a couple. You understand what I'm saying? The PI was taking pictures of them going to the gym, going to dinner, her with Gucci, Poochie, and...
But the second Wendy stepped away from her show and got placed under that strict guardianship, everything changed fast. Kevin's money situation got shaky, and he started filing lawsuit after lawsuit, hoping something would stick and force Wendy to keep supporting his lifestyle again. Then, when his latest case got shut down, things shifted quick. Word going around as Kevin walked away from Sharina just like he did Wendy. No warning, no hesitation, just gone. While Kevin was busy trying to pull Wendy back into court, Sharina went completely off the radar. She wiped her Instagram and stayed silent, like she was trying to avoid any attention or questions. Now, after being quiet for so long, bits of the truth she tried to hide are starting to come out. At the same time, Wendy has been dealing with non-stop pressure, fighting hard to get out of that guardianship she never agreed to. A new evaluation even confirmed she was never dealing with dementia, which had been used as the reason to control her life for more than 3 years. It is starting to look like too many people were moving in the same direction. The judge, her former manager, the doctor, the bank, and even the guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, all seemed connected in a way that kept Wendy cut off from her own money. That kind of situation raises serious questions, and now that new details are coming out, things are shifting fast. Wendy might finally get the chance to break free from that setup and move on, even if she is not planning a big return to TV or jumping back into work anytime soon. When Wendy stepped away, it hit more people than expected. Friends, critics, and even those who acted like they did not care felt the impact. Kevin Hunter and Sharina were definitely part of that circle. The moment Wendy's show stopped, everything around her changed, and the steady money she once had slowed down quick. That shift forced Kevin, also known as Calvin, to face a reality he did not see coming. He never expected that their divorce agreement had a hidden detail sitting right there. It clearly stated that if Wendy's contract was paused or not renewed, she would not have to pay him any alimony at all. That one clause changed everything fast. Whoever slipped that line into the paperwork knew exactly how things could play out, because Kevin clearly thought he was set for life off Wendy's success. When the divorce was finalized, Kevin walked away with a major lump sum and monthly alimony checks reported to be around $250,000 every single month. That kind of money changes how someone moves, and it looked like he got comfortable real quick. Most people will never touch that kind of money in a full year, but Kevin moved like it would never stop. He did not plan for anything switching up, and he definitely did not expect Wendy's situation to interrupt that steady flow. The moment those payments stopped, everything shifted fast. By 2022, he was right back in court, trying to force Wendy to start paying again so he could keep his lifestyle intact. Kevin told the court he was struggling heavy without those checks coming in. He claimed he was buried in bills, falling behind, and dealing with pressure from where he lived, including strict homeowner fees that had to be paid on time. According to him, missing those payments put him at risk of losing the property, showing just how quickly things were breaking down. He even admitted he could not keep up with insurance payments on his luxury cars, the same ones he used to show off like status symbols. On top of that, he said he was behind on multiple credit card bills, which only added more pressure to his situation. By the time he filed that lawsuit, things must have been serious because he reportedly took out loans against 2 of his high-end vehicles through a company called Flex Wealth, and it did not stop there. He also had to put the home he shared with Sharina up for sale because without Wendy's money supporting everything, he could not afford to keep it going. It became obvious in real time that the lifestyle Kevin built using Wendy's success was falling apart, and that perfect image he once showed Sharina was losing its shine fast. The idea that everything would be better on the other side did not hold up at all. Even after his first lawsuit got dismissed quickly, Kevin did not ease up or step back. By 2024, He returned with a completely different claim, saying Wendy had supposedly hidden more than $48 million during their divorce. He pushed to have the entire agreement thrown out, like it should all start over again, just to get another chance at that money. The court shut that down just as fast, and it raised a lot of eyebrows that he was willing to reopen such a complicated situation over finances again. Then earlier this year, he filed yet another lawsuit, this time asking for $250 million in damages from Wells Fargo, Wendy's guardian, and several others connected to her guardianship. Kevin tried to present it like he was standing up for Wendy, claiming her rights had been violated and saying he had been misled by the court-appointed guardian. So, in a short time, he went from taking legal action against Wendy to going after the people managing her situation. That kind of switch got people talking. Looking at the situation without picking sides, this case still ended up revealing how complex the guardianship setup was. It pointed to Wells Fargo, the court, the guardian, and others around Wendy, all playing roles in a system that kept tight control over her finances and access to what she built over the years. That part really caught people off guard because it helped explain a lot of the strange moves happening behind the scenes. Still, even with all that coming out, most people were not convinced by Kevin's claim that he was doing this to protect Wendy. After everything that has happened, that story just did not land with the public. He is no longer her husband, he does not have legal control over her decisions, and he cannot file anything on behalf of their son since he is an adult now. Those facts made it hard for people to take his actions at face value. So instead of looking like some kind of Zashida move, it came across as a financial play, and a messy one at that. The timing, the claims, and the targets all pointed in the same direction. If anything, the situation highlighted how serious Kevin's financial pressure had become. It looked like he was searching for any angle he could use to bring money back in, even if that meant going after banks, court officials, and others connected to Wendy's situation. And according to reports, those money issues did not stay private. They started affecting his home life too, especially his relationship with Sharina. As expenses stacked up and their lifestyle shifted, tension reportedly started building between them over what to do next. Because at the end of the day, people were saying Sharina did not sign up for a difficult situation. The narrative going around was that she was used to comfort, stability, and a certain level of living, and once that started slipping, everything between them began to change fast. But once that steady money stopped coming in, the pressure showed up fast. Hudson had to switch gears and really start working to keep things afloat. She tried to keep her vegan food business going, but it was not bringing in the kind of money needed. So she stepped into something new and got her real estate license, jumping into the Florida housing market just to create some kind of income. That shift was major because it was not the kind of lifestyle she expected when she first got involved with Kevin. Everything changed, and it changed quick. There have also been claims that Kevin has not been keeping up with child support and does not plan to restart payments until his finances recover. That alone had people questioning his decisions and looking at him differently. Then things took another turn when Sharina suddenly made her Instagram private. Reports started circulating that she moved back in with her mother to stabilize her situation and get her finances in order. After some time offline, she returned and started pushing hard, promoting herself as a real estate agent while also marketing the gut health products she created. It was a full shift in how she presented herself. She went from showing a calm, luxury-focused lifestyle to posting about working, building, and selling her services with urgency. Now it looks like she is doing everything she can to stay steady and take care of her daughter during all this change, and people are saying she and Kevin may have quietly gone their separate ways. Nothing has been confirmed publicly, but the sudden change in her page, her tone, and her moves has everyone talking. The shift is so noticeable that people are connecting dots on their own, and a lot of them are calling it karma catching up. Many are saying there is no way Sharina truly believed that lifestyle would last forever living off someone else's success. No one is openly wishing anything bad on her, but even Sharina seemed to hint that karma came back around, and it did not give any warning. Online reactions have been loud. People were posting things like, "I would never feel right living off another woman's money," and that sentiment spread fast. The overall vibe made it clear that many felt the situation was never built on something stable. One comment that got a lot of attention said, "That is exactly what happens when you rely on the wrong setup." Another person wrote, he and his partner really thought they could depend on Wendy forever, and that kind of reaction shows just how intense the public opinion has become. The tone might be harsh, but it reflects how shocking the whole situation looks from the outside. What really caught people off guard was how quickly everything changed. Kevin once lived like nothing could touch him, spending freely and moving with confidence, and now that image is cracking fast. Watching Sharina go from luxury photos and calm, polished posts to pushing real estate listings and promoting her health products had people stunned because the switch happened almost overnight. With everything unraveling, a lot of people online are showing little sympathy for either of them. Comments are calling out the situation as selfish and short-sighted, questioning why anyone would expect to build a long-term life off money that was never theirs to begin with. Now the big question people keep asking is simple. Did anyone really expect Sharina and Kevin to split this quickly? What makes it even more intense is how fast details about their lifestyle started coming out once the money slowed down. People close to them have been sharing small insights that paint a very different picture from the polished image that used to be shown online. Turns out that picture-perfect luxury life was not as smooth as it looked. It depended heavily on Wendy's past income, and once that stopped, everything started falling apart fast. The shift was immediate, and the cracks became impossible to hide. Reports say Kevin grew frustrated when he realized he could not keep up the high-end lifestyle he had built around himself. He allegedly kept searching for quick ways to bring money in, but nothing seemed to land. That is when the tension between him and Sharina reportedly reached another level because she was not trying to step down from the lifestyle she had gotten used to. The pressure was real and it kept building. At the same time, more details started circulating about how Kevin handled money even before things started falling apart. There were claims that he spent heavily just to maintain a certain image, luxury rentals, designer outfits, expensive dinners, all to make everything look flawless on the outside. But behind closed doors, people say the bills were stacking up quickly, and the reality did not match the image being presented. On Sharina's side, sources say the stress pushed her into survival mode. She reportedly began distancing herself from anything that tied her too closely to Kevin's situation. That included skipping certain events, cutting off shared connections, and even changing how she showed up online so people would not link her directly to the financial issues. That quiet shift did not go unnoticed. It made a lot of people believe the breakup rumors might actually be real. What surprised many even more was hearing that Sharina had been warned early on. According to reports, friends told her that Kevin's lifestyle was not built to last, and that depending on someone else's past success was risky. Still, she chose to trust what she saw at the time because everything looked secure on the surface. Now, as more behind-the-scenes details start coming out, people are really questioning how much Sharina actually knew about Kevin's financial situation from the beginning. Was she ignoring the warning signs, or was Kevin keeping things hidden until everything started collapsing? That question is getting louder, especially now that people are going back through the timeline and noticing the red flags were there the whole time. Kevin moved like someone who believed the money would never slow down, and now that everything has shifted, people are re-examining every move he made. What once looked like confidence is starting to feel more like pressure, like he was trying to hold together an image that was already slipping. The untouchable persona is fading, and the reality behind it is hitting hard. Then there is Sharina, whose shift has people talking non-stop. She went from polished photos and calm, luxury-focused posts to full grind mode almost overnight. Now she is posting, promoting, and pushing every opportunity she can find, but the sudden change has people looking closely. It highlights just how fast her situation turned and how quickly that lifestyle disappeared. Some insiders are even saying Sharina has been quietly cleaning up her online presence to distance herself from all the controversy tied to Kevin. That alone has people wondering what kind of pressure she has been dealing with privately, because this was not a small adjustment. It was a complete reset, and the more she tries to rebuild, the more people question whether she regrets ever stepping into Kevin's world. At the same time, Kevin is still facing heavy criticism. A lot of people feel he had multiple chances to handle things differently, but instead kept chasing quick fixes through lawsuits and risky moves that did not pay off. Now that everything is unraveling, many believe he is finally dealing with the consequences of building a lifestyle that depended on someone else's success. This whole situation shows something clear. No matter how perfect things look on the surface, the truth eventually comes out, and this time it came out loud. If you want more updates and deep dives like this, make sure you like, share, and subscribe to stay locked in with Star Watch. And tap into the next video on your screen for even more celebrity drama and stories that everyone is talking about.
This is it. This is the last episode of Sherry.
She's not well. So there's just a lot going on in Wendy's life that this is where you need your friends, where you need your family. You need people who love you. So all I can do over here is pray for Wendy. Where's Wendy's best friend? I don't know who Wendy's friends are.
The daytime TV world just flipped again because Sherri Shepherd is officially out after 4 years in the spotlight, and people are bringing up every old headline connected to how she got there in the first place.
The most interesting situation in this case is the fact that generally it's the surrogate that becomes attached to the child during pregnancy. In this particular case, you have Sherri, who so passionately told everybody how she's going to be the mother of another child.
I'm having a baby, so everything is going great. Whoa.
And now she's walking away from a perfectly healthy, wonderful newborn infant.
A lot of viewers never fully moved on from the drama surrounding Wendy Williams' exit, and now the conversation is getting loud all over again. Some fans are saying this feels like karma coming full circle, while others think Sherri was simply doing what anyone in television would do to survive in a brutal industry. Either way, the timing has everybody talking, especially after new comments from people connected to Sherri's personal life started making rounds online.
I had consigned myself to, okay, we're gonna have this baby and I'm gonna just be unhappy for the rest of my life and have an affair. Because I said, well, how are we gonna take care of this child? Because I'm working 2 jobs already. I'm doing a newlywed game. I'm doing a viewer. He like, we'll get a second nanny. How are we supposed to afford a second nanny?
I'm just supposed to work myself to
death. And then I told
for
him, because he was an
these
out-of-work
children.
writer, and I said, well, you gotta get a job writing. And he was like, no, because if we have a baby, I'm staying home.
The internet wasted no time digging back through interviews, clips, and old statements to compare what was said then versus what people believe now. For many viewers, this was never just about a talk show. It became a messy story about loyalty, ambition, and who was really waiting in the wings while Wendy's career was falling apart. Back when everything first started, Sherri made it clear she was not going to apologize for stepping into daytime television. She openly defended herself and explained that she and Wendy were never close friends, so in her mind, there was no personal betrayal involved.
Because the child's not biologically connected to me.
Right.
So what
You
it
like,
is
I'm not
is
getting involved in that.
What people don't know, because you will never see anything other than a smile. I don't let you in on my private life. So what people don't know is every day we argue. Every day we argued about this. He wanted a baby. I did not want a baby because I have Jeffrey with special needs. I was tired.
Right.
And he was like, it ain't fair that you have a baby. Do you have a son and I don't have a son? And I mean, it literally, basically, he was like, well, if you don't have my baby, then...
Still, plenty of people felt the situation looked cold because Sherri knew taking that opportunity would completely destroy any chance of having a future relationship with Wendy. The optics alone rubbed viewers the wrong way, especially because Wendy's struggles were already becoming public at the time. Now things are getting even messier after comments from Sherri's ex-husband Lamar started spreading online. According to what he recently shared, this kind of behavior did not surprise him at all because he claimed Sherri had a long history of putting herself first when big opportunities appeared. Those statements instantly added another layer to the public debate surrounding her reputation. Critics started connecting the dots and arguing that the Wendy situation may not have been an isolated moment after all. That is why people still seem divided whenever Sherri's name comes up. Some viewers genuinely supported her because hosting a daytime show had been one of her biggest dreams for years. Others never fully accepted how she landed the position. To critics, it looked less like Sherri earned the slot naturally and more like she carefully positioned herself to take over. She first appeared as a guest host on Wendy Williams' show during Wendy's absence, slowly became a familiar face to the audience.
A reproductive center, like out of the phone book. We went there and it turned out that like one of my tubes was blocked. Then they talked about surgery and then I just felt like, oh my God, what is going on with my body? Everything else is working out in my life, but somehow my body is not working according to how I thought it was supposed to work. We went to the IUI. Meanwhile, I think there were some minor little laparoscopic things they had to do to fix my little package in there.
And eventually ended up taking over the exact daytime space Wendy once ruled. A lot of viewers also pointed out how close Sherri's daytime show felt to the format Wendy Williams made famous. From the celebrity gossip style to the audience energy and even the overall tone, people constantly compared the two shows side by side. Instead of creating something completely separate, critics felt like Sherri was stepping directly into Wendy's lane and trying to keep that same formula alive. Supporters argued that daytime television naturally overlaps, but others believed the similarities were way too obvious to ignore. The comparisons followed Sherri from the very beginning, and social media kept bringing them up every time a new episode aired. At the same time, more personal drama from Sherry's past started resurfacing online after comments from her former husband Lamar Sally gained attention again. According to Lamar, Sherry had a pattern of cutting people off once they no longer served a purpose in her life or career. Those claims immediately fueled even more debate because critics connected his comments back to the controversy surrounding Wendy's show. Whether people agreed with him or not, the accusations added to the image some viewers already had of Sherry being extremely calculated when it came to protecting her success. For some background, Lamar and Sherry first got together after being introduced by actress and comedian Niecy Nash, who happened to be close friends with Sherry at the time. Their relationship moved fast, but according to Sherry's own past interviews, things were rocky almost from the beginning. She admitted that several people in her circle did not support the relationship and reportedly felt uneasy about the marriage. Sherry even joked in interviews that she practically had to convince friends to show up to the wedding because so many of them doubted the relationship would last. Sherry later explained that part of the reason she married Lamar was because she felt lonely and wanted companionship while living and working in New York. But according to her, the marriage quickly became stressful instead of supportive. Over the years, the breakup turned into a very public feud, with both sides throwing accusations at each other through interviews and court proceedings. Sherry repeatedly accused Lamar of taking advantage of the situation financially, while Lamar pushed back against her version of events. The drama became so public that it started overshadowing parts of Sherry's career for a while, especially once headlines about their legal disputes kept making entertainment news rounds. According to critics of the situation, Sherry only really started shaping the public narrative after things between her and Lamar completely fell apart. They believe she worked hard to win public sympathy and keep the media focused on her side of the story. People following the drama closely noticed how quickly interviews, talk show discussions, and headlines began painting Lamar as the main problem in the relationship. Supporters of Lamar argued there was much more happening behind the scenes than what audiences were hearing publicly, and they felt Sherry was trying to stay ahead of the backlash before his side gained traction. What made the situation even more complicated was how their relationship reportedly developed in the first place. After meeting, Sherry strongly pushed for marriage and seemed confident about the kind of partner Lamar would be in her life. At the time, Lamar had built a strong connection with Sherry's son Jeffrey, which made things easier for their family dynamic. He was also available to support Sherry's demanding work schedule, especially since she regularly traveled back and forth between Los Angeles and New York for television projects and appearances. People close to the situation claimed Sherry appreciated having someone dependable at home who could handle responsibilities whenever her career became hectic. Some reports suggested that Sherry valued stability after the painful experiences from her first marriage to Jeff Tarpley. Their relationship reportedly ended after serious trust issues, including allegations of infidelity that became deeply personal and embarrassing publicly. After going through that situation, many people believe Sherry wanted a partner who would stay close to home and fully support her lifestyle and career ambitions. According to Lamar, that role fit him perfectly during their marriage because he was always available whenever she needed help or support. Lamar also claimed that throughout their relationship, Sherry was very open about wanting another child. Sherry herself had previously spoken publicly about her emotional struggles with fertility and how difficult that experience had been for her over the years. She discussed regrets about past personal decisions and explained how those experiences later affected her ability to conceive naturally. Those deeply personal conversations became part of her public story long before the marriage drama exploded into headlines, which is why the topic resurfaced once their relationship started unraveling in public. Sherry and Lamar eventually decided to move forward with IVF after struggling to conceive naturally, but according to reports, they ran into more complications during the process. After learning that Sherry's eggs were not viable, the couple reportedly chose surrogacy as another path toward having a child together. At the time, Sherry openly spoke about the journey in interviews and media appearances, sharing details about how emotional and stressful the experience had been for both of them. Because of those public comments, people later revisited many of her old statements once the relationship drama escalated. One moment that especially caught attention online was the way Sherry described the process of selecting a surrogate. Critics felt some of her comments sounded unusually detached and clinical, which sparked debate across social media. During one interview, Sherry reportedly said, "We found a drama-free uterus. We found a girl that didn't have any drama in her life." She also explained, "We're putting in our egg and Sal's sperm, and we'll let you know how it progresses. Those remarks later resurfaced online, with some viewers calling them awkward and insensitive, while others defended her by saying she was simply trying to joke about an emotional situation. Sherry continued speaking publicly about wanting another child, despite concerns about her age and busy career. In another comment that made headlines, she joked, "I don't know how we're going to have this baby because I'm in my 40s and I can't even remember my first son's name. But I'm going to have another baby because I'm feeling good." The comments were meant humorously at the time, but they took on a very different tone once the legal and personal fallout between her and Lamar became public. What made the entire situation even more controversial was the fact that Sherry had reportedly been deeply involved throughout every stage of the surrogacy process. Reports stated she participated in the planning, legal arrangements, medical decisions, and financial side of the pregnancy journey from the very beginning. Because she had signed legal paperwork and allegedly approved each major step, critics later questioned how the situation unraveled so dramatically afterward. Supporters of Lamar argued this showed the process was originally a shared decision, while Sherry later maintained that circumstances changed in ways she had not expected. Things reportedly took a serious turn once the surrogate pregnancy reached around 20 weeks. Around that time, Sherry and Lamar's marriage was already falling apart behind the scenes, and the tension between them became impossible to hide. According to reports connected to the case, their personal disputes quickly spilled into disagreements over finances, parenting plans, and legal responsibilities tied to the surrogacy arrangement. What had once been presented publicly as a happy journey toward expanding their family suddenly became part of a very public legal battle. Critics of Sherry argued that after the relationship deteriorated, she attempted to distance herself from both the marriage and the surrogacy process entirely. They believed she no longer wanted to remain connected to Lamar and tried to legally separate herself from the agreements that had already been made earlier in the pregnancy. Supporters of Sherry, however, claimed the situation was far more complicated emotionally and legally than people online made it seem. The court proceedings attracted major media attention because they involved questions about parental responsibility, surrogacy agreements, and celebrity influence. Eventually, the legal system ruled that the agreements surrounding the surrogacy could not simply be dismissed after the relationship ended. Reports from the case stated that the court held Sherry financially responsible despite her objections. The ruling became a major entertainment headline because many people were shocked by how public and intense the dispute had become. Legal commentators at the time pointed out that surrogacy arrangements involve binding commitments that courts generally take very seriously once the process is already underway. At the same time, public opinion around the case became heavily divided. Some people felt Sherry had unfairly used media appearances and public sympathy to shape the narrative in her favor, especially because she had a larger celebrity platform and stronger media connections than Lamar. Others believed she was being unfairly attacked during an already painful breakup. Either way, the situation damaged her public image for many viewers, and critics continued accusing her of trying to distance herself from responsibilities once the relationship collapsed. The controversy followed her for years afterward and remains one of the most debated chapters of her personal life. With how polished Sherry's public image has always been, a lot of critics feel she has managed to avoid the same level of backlash that other celebrities would have faced in similar situations. People online often point to the contrast between her cheerful television personality and the serious accusations tied to her past relationships and public feuds. To some viewers, the way things played out with Lamar, the child involved in the legal dispute, and even the Wendy Williams situation painted a completely different picture from the upbeat image she presents on camera. That disconnect is exactly why debates around Sherry continue years later, especially as more old interviews and court details keep resurfacing online. Even now, Lamar reportedly still believes he was treated unfairly throughout the entire ordeal. According to sources and past statements connected to him, he has accused Sherry of being very different behind closed doors than she appears publicly. He allegedly described her as someone who knows how to appear friendly and relatable while quietly making moves that benefit her career and personal goals. Critics tying this back to Wendy Williams believe the daytime television situation only strengthened those opinions, and some viewers now say they are starting to notice patterns they ignored before. Social media has definitely added more fuel to the conversation. Some users have posted harsh reactions like, "Saw her husband didn't want her," and tried to pull the fetus deletus. wanted no parts with the surrogate. Others questioned why certain celebrities seem to escape major backlash while public outrage hits other people much faster over smaller controversies. At the same time, supporters of Sherri argue that internet commentary often oversimplifies complicated legal and personal situations without knowing every detail behind the scenes. Still, the criticism has never fully disappeared, and every new headline seems to bring the entire controversy back into public discussion again. What do you think about everything surrounding Sherri, Lamar, and the Wendy drama? Do you think the criticism is fair, or do you believe people have been too hard on her over the years? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and if you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more celebrity tea right here on Star Watch.
I'm gonna tell you, I've always wanted my own talk show, maybe called Sherri. I don't know. Because I love to have fun. I love people feeling good. When I tell you the battles, people don't understand. When we are in power, the battles we gotta fight that you will never know about. Never. To keep a show on the air for all of us here at Sherri. And I know that you have seen the news, and I'm ready to address it. Our show has not been renewed for another season. And I wanna say to y'all, everybody, y'all try not to faint or fall out, because healthcare is expensive and none of us have it anymore.
Wendy Williams could be making a return to daytime TV after Sherri Shepherd's sudden show cancellation, and the industry is buzzing about it. Word is, Wendy has been quietly planning a big comeback, ready to reclaim the title that once made her the queen of daytime talk.
Y'all, that things are finally looking up, y'all, for Wendy Williams. And they're saying if the signs are right, they're saying 2026 could be her biggest year yet. Now, they say just one day, honey, after the news broke that her daytime replacement, Sherri Shepherd, is being canceled after 4 seasons. It's being reported, y'all, MTO has learned that producers are actively, y'all, working on a plan to bring Wendy Williams back, y'all, to television.
And this isn't just empty talk. It's spreading fast across major networks. Insiders say producers are already in serious discussions about a possible 2026 return. The timing raises eyebrows, especially with reports suggesting Wendy might be released from her conservatorship as soon as next month. That's too perfectly timed to overlook. But what really stands out is that Sherri's show ending might have more behind it than Wendy's return. That's where things start to get messy. Why is Sherri so emotional right now? What's really happening behind the scenes?
So people don't understand. When we are in power, the battles we gotta fight that you will never know.
Something about this whole situation feels off, like there's more going on than anyone's letting on. For months, whispers were floating around that Sherri's show was barely hanging on. The rumors kept piling up until the official confirmation finally hit. Then came the statement saying Sherri will continue as planned, with the series airing its final episodes in the fall. That same statement added, this decision is driven by the evolving daytime television landscape and does not reflect on the strength of the show, its production, which has found strong creative momentum this season, or the incredibly talented Sherri Shepherd. We believe in this show and in Sherri and intend to explore alternatives for it on other platforms. It all sounds clean and carefully worded, but people in the industry know things are never that simple.
Okay, so Sherri Shepherd. Sherri.
Reports claim the show's ratings were solid and it wasn't losing money. So if the issue wasn't performance or finances, what really caused this move? Something about it doesn't quite add up, and fans can tell there's more being hidden than revealed. The fact that the cancellation first surfaced through an article rubbed people the wrong way. For a daily talk show where the host is in front of viewers almost every day, why didn't Sherri share the news herself? Many felt she deserved to make that announcement directly, the same way Kelly Clarkson did when she revealed her own show was ending earlier that day. The timing raised even more eyebrows, especially after that emotional moment when Sherri talked about Tyra Banks and America's Next Top Model. Her reaction didn't seem random, it felt raw and personal. Right around that time, Netflix released a series that many joked should have been called Surviving Tyra Banks because it dove deep into the behind-the-scenes chaos and shocking stories from America's Next Top Model. The drop reopened old industry wounds, and suddenly, Sherry's emotional reaction didn't seem like just another on-air moment. People started to think something bigger might be happening quietly behind the scenes. Soon after, things got real.
To keep a show on the air, there are things that we have to do that people will tell us, if you want to stay on the air, this is what you got to do. And we got to weigh the options. And sometimes we make bad decisions and we look up and we go, in hindsight, maybe I should not have done it, but I just want to open the door and give a platform to people who look like me.
Following her emotional segment and the surprise cancellation, fans began connecting dots that didn't look random anymore. Insiders claimed serious power plays were happening off camera, and not everyone agreed on the show's future. Whatever was brewing backstage, it sounds like the off-screen tension might have been louder than anything the audience ever saw. There's talk that some network executives had been planning a major daytime shakeup long before anyone on the outside noticed. And when big networks start rearranging things in silence, it usually means a major reveal is coming. If Wendy Williams is truly being considered for a comeback once her conservatorship is lifted, that could flip the entire daytime scene upside down. This wouldn't just be another hosting change, it'd be a full-on media storm that could take over headlines overnight. Now fans are starting to wonder if Sherry's exit was just one piece of a bigger plan to reset daytime TV and bring back a name that's already built for attention. In this industry, timing is everything, and this timing feels far too neat to ignore. At the same time, Tyra Banks' name has been thrown right back into the spotlight. She faced major backlash in 2020, and now the talk about her and America's Next Top Model is spreading again.
Starting in September, I am debuting my own talk show, Sherry! I am so excited because I am going to be joining the Debmar Mercury family. That is the company that produces this show and several others that you love.
It almost feels like the industry dug up that whole Tyra debate just to stir it up and shut it down all over again. Somehow, Sherry's show ended up caught in the middle after she brought on former top model judges to speak openly about their time on the show. What makes it even more layered is that Sherry had already defended Tyra long before this new wave of drama hit. She said that when Tyra first pitched America's Next Top Model, she was a young black woman trying to break through in a tough industry. According to Sherry, Tyra pushed for inclusivity, fighting for featuring black women, Latina women, and plus-size models when the fashion world wasn't ready for that kind of change. Sherry also pointed out that back in those top model years, there was no social media to call out issues in real time, no intimacy coordinators, no on-set therapists for the contestants. She even gave Tyra credit for having a long-term vision that opened doors for models like Isis King, a transgender model, and Winnie Harlow, whose vitiligo became a symbol of beauty and confidence in later seasons.
Goal right now, then the priority is to get her back home. Wherever home is, not there. Where she come go as she pleases.
Right here in New York, where I'm working, and you know what kind of stuff I want to do. As a matter of fact, we just met somebody very familiar with, well.
She wants to get back to work, and she should get back to work.
Right.
People
And
love
we
her.
miss you.
I get more calls in support of her than I've ever had for any client, ever.
Still, Sherry didn't completely let Tyra slide. She admitted Tyra should face accountability since some contestants were treated unfairly. Through tears, she explained that it was a different era and that people today don't really understand what it took to survive in such a ruthless business. That raw defense hit hard, and a lot of viewers began to wonder if Sherry was also talking from her own scars. That's where things turned personal, when Sherry broke down defending Tyra and talked about how brutal the entertainment world can be. Fans felt she wasn't just standing up for Tyra, she was revealing her own pain. That kind of emotion doesn't just appear out of nowhere. Think about it, Sherry stepped into the daytime spotlight in the middle of chaos, right after Wendy's dramatic exit. From the start, she faced constant comparisons, criticism, and endless questions about whether she could carry the show on her own. That kind of pressure lingers. So when she said people don't understand what it takes to stay on air, it didn't sound like a comment. It sounded like she was speaking from experience. Now, with the show ending just as rumors swirl about Wendy's possible return after her conservatorship, the timing feels almost unreal, like history repeating itself. Some fans think Sherry may have been quietly hidden at her own struggles behind the scenes the whole time. Was she dealing with network pressure, executive tension, or hidden battles the public never saw? Because in daytime TV, everything shines under the lights. The smiles, the laughter, the perfect set. But the real power games play out in private rooms, far from the cameras. And when those network calls get made, they hit fast. Listening back to what Sherry said during those emotional moments, it all sounds simple until you remember her show was suddenly cut. Then her words take on a whole new meaning. She talked about how the public doesn't understand what people in her position deal with, how they're constantly torn between protecting themselves and doing whatever it takes to keep the job. That no longer feels random. Many viewers now believe she was quietly signaling that she was being edged out, that this had more to do with politics than performance. Some even claim Sherry didn't want to play the game behind the scenes, and that made certain people in power uneasy. According to that theory, her show might have been considered too positive for today's market, where drama and controversy pull bigger numbers than feel-good content. Nothing's confirmed, but the buzz keeps growing. The deeper people dig, the more it sounds like her split with the network may have been way messier than it appeared on TV. Word in the industry is that Sherry was expecting a raise and had already pitched changes for the show. One rumored shift, she supposedly wanted to film fewer days. If true, that could have caused tension with the network. Things got even more interesting when whispers spread that she requested a higher salary while cutting back her filming schedule, stacking multiple episodes in one taping block so she'd have time for acting work. From her angle, that's smart business, but in network TV, execs rarely love when a host starts shifting their focus elsewhere. Rumors say Sherry's relationship with Debmar Mercury, the production company behind the show, started to go downhill sometime last year. Even though her show was reportedly pulling steady ratings and bringing in more than it cost to produce, her contract was cut short, and not by accident. Sources claim Sherry was blindsided and heartbroken, expecting a multi-year renewal and a bigger paycheck heading into season 5. She didn't see it coming, and that's when Wendy Williams allegedly stepped back into the picture. Word is Debmar Mercury made a strategic move to consider bringing Wendy back to daytime. Her name still carries serious pull, and reports suggest she's in a much better personal place now. Insiders believe executives see this as a golden shot for a massive comeback, one that could pull big ratings and attract new advertisers. Because while Sherry's show was stable and profitable, it wasn't dominating daytime like Wendy once did. Producers are said to be chasing that old spark again, and Wendy's name still has that power to draw instant attention. So now the question becomes, was this purely a business move, or was it about reviving a guaranteed headline magnet? Wendy Williams built her empire on unfiltered opinions, viral moments, and saying what others were too careful to say. That fearless unpredictability draws eyes fast, and in television, attention equals profit. If executives really think Wendy can return at full strength, that could flip daytime TV on its head overnight. Advertisers pay for buzz, and Wendy has always been the one to create it. Sherry, meanwhile, built her platform on faith, humor, and warmth, a style that connects deeply but doesn't always set the internet on fire like controversy does. Some insiders claim this whole situation looks like a numbers-driven business decision dressed up as a creative strategy. Others think it's really about control, image, and which host fits the network's future plans. Either way, it's a tense setup. One host blindsided and hurt, the other possibly preparing for a massive return. And if Wendy Williams does make that 2026 comeback, it's going to dominate every headline in entertainment. Executives know exactly what Wendy brings: presence, controversy, and non-stop buzz. The rumors surrounding her return sound almost cinematic. Word is she's chosen a luxurious 3-floor penthouse with a private elevator so she can move easily between levels while managing her lymphedema. That's not all. Sources say production would handle the entire setup to make sure she's fully supported. There's even talk about a custom purple mechanical chair designed to glide her smoothly onto the stage. That image alone would set social media ablaze. Behind the scenes, it's clear this isn't just a comeback. It's a full-scale relaunch built to put Wendy back at the center of the conversation. Insiders also say production is arranging serious accommodations to protect her health and stability, but with tight conditions attached. Reportedly, she'd have 2 full-time personal drivers available beyond filming days, along with a private chef and a life coach to help her stay balanced and focused. In return, sources say Wendy agreed to random scheduled testing to reassure the network she's staying steady. It's a setup designed to keep her supported while keeping accountability clear on all sides. Adding to that, insiders claim Wendy secured a retroactive multi-million-dollar payout from Debmar Mercury connected to how her earlier exit was handled. She's also been vocal about wanting her independence back, questioning why she's still under guardianship since 2022, especially after reportedly passing 2 mental capacity evaluations with perfect results. All of that makes this potential comeback sound less like gossip and more like a calculated rebirth waiting to unfold. If the rumors prove true, daytime TV could be on the verge of a major shakeup. Wendy stepping back onto that stage wouldn't just mean a new season. It'd be a full-circle moment filled with history, tension, and years of unfinished business. Viewers would absolutely tune in just to hear what Wendy says in her first few minutes back, and that puts Sherry in a complicated position. Imagine building a show from scratch, keeping it consistent, and then watching the original queen potentially take that seat again. That's not just a storyline, it's a power shift the entire industry would be watching closely. Fans are already split. Some say Wendy deserves a real comeback and a fair shot at redemption. Others argue Sherry earned more time, more recognition, and a better farewell. Either way, it's clear the network is betting everything on buzz, nostalgia, and bold personalities to fuel the next chapter of daytime TV. If that's the path they're choosing, things are about to get louder than they've been in a long time. Wendy has spoken out herself, explaining that even after passing a mental capacity evaluation, she still had to wait for another cognitive review, this time involving her court-appointed guardian, Sabrina Morrissey. That detail alone set off a wave of online debate, with people questioning power, control, and who really gets to decide when someone is ready to take back their own life. In several interviews, Wendy made one thing crystal clear. She wants her full independence back, including control over her finances and personal choices. She didn't come across as unsure or fragile. She sounded focused, sharp, and determined. One of the interviews that truly reignited public interest was her sit-down with The Breakfast Club, and that conversation blew up across social media within hours. Clips from that interview spread fast, and Wendy's supporters rallied behind her like never before. Her fan base is now more vocal than it's been in years, eager to see her take her place back on top. Some of her most loyal fans even say they don't feel sympathy for Sherry at all. There's also a lingering narrative that Sherry slipped into Wendy's old time slot a little too smoothly. Some critics whisper that she might have played a quiet role behind the scenes and taken over that space. Nothing about that has ever been confirmed, but in this industry, perception often hits harder than proof, and that perception has stuck. One of Sherry's first big moves after landing her show was cutting ties with Wendy's longtime executive producers David Perler and Suzanne Bass. Reports say that call came straight from Sherry herself, and it immediately set off reactions from Wendy's loyal fans. To many, it felt personal, like she was clearing out the old guard to make the space completely her own. Not long after that, Sherry brought in John Murray, someone close to her, often described as her rock, her prayer partner, and a key member of her inner circle. But soon after he joined, things reportedly shifted. Allegations about his behavior surfaced, and the once upbeat energy behind the scenes began to fade. What was supposed to be a smooth, supportive work environment started feeling tense, and that tension only fueled more whispers about cracks forming behind the scenes. Crew members allegedly described the atmosphere as uncomfortable, saying his temper and ego often took over meetings. Some staff felt dismissed or talked over, and what had once been a lively set began to feel heavy. Even Sherry's dressing room, once seen as her safe space, reportedly became a pressure zone. According to insiders, all that quiet tension and behind-the-scenes politics eventually hit a breaking point. When John left, several team members allegedly felt a wave of relief, saying it felt like the weight finally lifted. Rumors claimed he had created division among staff, pushed his own vision too forcefully, and even dragged Sherry into conflicts that strained relationships across the team. Now that Sherry's out too, everyone's asking what really went down behind those studio doors. Some people are even saying, good riddance, bring Wendy back. That's how intense the debate has gotten. A huge part of Wendy's fan base never moved on, insisting daytime TV hasn't been the same without her raw honesty and those unforgettable viral moments. But there's one complication no one can overlook. If Wendy really returns to television, she might have to start paying alimony again to Kevin Hunter. Her divorce reportedly included a clause that required those payments only if she was actively working on TV. That's said to be the reason she's been exploring other spaces like radio and digital projects. So while a comeback could bring massive money, it could also come with some heavy financial strings attached. Still, this is Wendy Williams. Nothing she does is ever random. Every step she takes is strategic. If she's truly setting up a return, you can bet she's already prepared for every legal and financial twist waiting down the road. Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think Sherry was pushed out to clear the way for Wendy's return? Have you noticed signs that something deeper has been brewing behind the scenes? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Like this video, share it with your crew, and don't forget to subscribe to Star Watch for the latest updates on what's really happening in daytime TV.
I feel like The Guardian has not done a good job of protecting my mom.
This is not something that is like a conspiracy theory.
According to a new report, Wendy Williams does not have frontotemporal dementia.
I feel like The Guardian has not done a good job of protecting my mom.
After years of being pushed into silence, locked away, and treated in ways people now call downright cruel, Wendy Williams is finally snapping those chains, finally getting her shot at real freedom. For so long, she was kept out of the spotlight, stripped of her voice, while others twisted her story and spoke for her like she didn't exist. But now, secrets are spilling, and what's coming to light is darker, deeper, and way more explosive than anyone ever saw coming. Recently, leaked confidential neurological test results turned the whole story upside down. These tests came from one of New York's top brain specialists, and the results? Straight up shocking. According to those reports, Wendy Williams does not have the mental conditions that supposedly justified taking her independence away. Let that sink in for a second. A woman who lost her talk show, her fortune, her peace, and even some of her closest relationships might have been misdiagnosed from day one. If that's true, then everything we thought we knew about her downfall might have been a complete setup. And here's where it gets even messier. The same people who were supposed to protect Wendy, the ones running her guardianship, are now being accused of pushing a fake diagnosis.
Wendy Williams, she got fired from Hot 97 because she had a picture of Puffy. So if you don't mind, give me the story from your point of view, and what was in the picture?
We were in Cancun. For whatever reason, dude was playing with Puff. He went behind him and grabbed his trunks and pulled them down. Some girls that was taking pictures. They took that picture and emailed it back to Wendy Williams. Wendy Williams said she had him in a compromising position and like it was gay, something like that. She was gonna put it out. Wendy had shown people that email. Puff told Hot 97 if they didn't get rid of her before he got back in New York, that they was not gonna get any music from any of his friends, any of the record labels executives that was cool with him. Everybody was gonna boycott their station. We was out in LA for about 3 days before we landed back in New York.
Can you believe that? For months, Wendy tried to speak out. She told anyone who would listen that she wasn't sick, that she was being controlled and silenced, but no one wanted to hear her. Now the truth might finally be catching up, and it's looking wild. Instead of standing by her, they flipped the script on her. They called Wendy Williams unstable, untrustworthy, and claimed she couldn't even make her own choices. Her words were pushed aside again and again, like her voice meant nothing. But one person saw through all the lies and tried to sound the alarm: Nicki Minaj. Not too long ago, Nicki spoke out and dropped some serious hints that something dark and twisted was happening behind the scenes with Wendy.
Not something that is like a conspiracy theory. This actually happens. But if they're able to separate Nicki and Kenny, that makes Nicki vulnerable because your husband is your power of attorney. Your husband is your signator on all of your accounts in the event anything goes wrong. Michael wasn't married. Britney Spears was married, but of course they control all of that. And so the mere fact that all these narratives are out about Kenny stealing this to buy chains and buy that, that's not what it is. It's like, you know, they got doctors that are giving out these diagnoses saying that she's schizophrenic and bipolar and all of this stuff. And then Kenny's now here. You know, she trusts Kenny. Of course, they've known each other since they were kids. Their families know each other. And so Kenny is just in the way. And so what do? You create narratives to try to separate, because if you separate, then you can divide and conquer. And so that's what it's about. You know, she's going into her latter years and, you know, there's a lot of money on the line and she's worth a lot, but Kenny is in the way. And so, yeah, I mean, look at what they're doing to Wendy Williams. Had Wendy would have still been with Kelvin, they wouldn't have been able to put her under a conservatorship because she has a husband. So, you know, and like I said, there was only one that was accused of stealing. We're gonna leave it at that.
And she didn't just hint, she came right out and said she was scared the same thing could happen to her. She warned that powerful people in the industry could slap the label mentally unwell on her just to strip away her power, her freedom, and her money, the exact same way it happened to Wendy. Back then, everyone brushed it off. Some people said she was being dramatic. Others claimed she was just paranoid. But look at what's surfacing now. Those leaks, those reports, all these shady moves. Suddenly, Nicki's warning doesn't sound so far-fetched anymore. Maybe she wasn't just speaking for herself. Maybe she already saw what was really going on before the rest of us even had a clue.
A grand overture from Puffy, I don't believe he really wants her back. I believe he probably treated her at some particular point like a possession. Like a possession. And if you really care, then you'd reach out privately, not publicly.
Y'all have bad blood for a while.
Real bad.
Real bad blood.
The worst blood.
The worst blood. You almost wanted to run you out of New York at one point, right? Well, not run, you know, like push you out of New York at one point. He had you ran out. You give him full credit for that? Okay, cool. He had you ran out of New York.
Now, what Nicki Minaj said doesn't sound like fear anymore. It sounds like straight-up foresight, like she saw the storm before it even hit. And to really understand just how deep this whole situation runs, we need to break down exactly what went down with Wendy Williams, because the truth is layered, messy, and honestly shocking. So here's the deal. According to a brand new report, Wendy recently went through another round of neurological testing, and this time the results completely flipped the narrative. The top brain specialist who examined her, one of the best in New York, concluded that Wendy does not have the medical condition that was originally used to justify putting her under guardianship. Can you even wrap your head around that? For years, we were told Wendy was too sick to manage her own life, too unstable to handle her finances, too fragile to be in control. But this new evidence says otherwise. It paints a picture of a woman who was never truly given a fair chance, whose freedom was stolen under the guise of protection. That's not just concerning, it's outrageous. But here's the heartbreaking part. By the time this truth came to light, the damage was already done. Wendy had already been cycled through multiple psychiatric facilities, each one claiming to be helping her while stripping away another piece of her independence. She was heavily medicated, monitored, and muzzled, her voice drowned out by people who claimed to know what was best for her. The talk show she built with her own hands, the same one that flipped daytime television on its head and made her a household name, was axed without hesitation. Years of hard work gone overnight. And to make it worse, she was completely cut off from the very people who loved her most. No visits, no phone calls, no contact, not even a chance to say she was okay. She was left isolated, silenced, and stripped of everything that made her who she was. A woman who once dominated the media world, now trapped behind closed doors, with no one truly fighting for her voice. This isn't just sad, it's chilling. Because if it can happen to someone as powerful and outspoken as Wendy Williams, who's really safe? Now, Wendy Williams is speaking up, and she's not biting her tongue anymore. She's calling it exactly how she sees it, claiming that none of this was an accident. According to her, everything that happened was carefully planned, step by step, like a script written to destroy her independence. She says someone wanted her locked away, silenced, and stripped of control, and they made sure it happened right under everyone's nose. That raises one chilling question. Who benefits when a rich, high-profile celebrity gets labeled mentally unfit? Who gains the power, the money, and the control once that person is no longer allowed to make decisions for themselves? Wendy says she knows exactly who. In a shocking claim, Wendy points the finger straight at Wells Fargo. She insists the bank played a major role in placing her under guardianship. According to her, they went to court and argued that she couldn't manage her own finances anymore, that she was, quote, at risk of being taken advantage of. Their solution? Strip her of all financial authority and hand her entire estate over to a court-appointed guardian. Not long after that, everything spiraled out of control. Wendy was suddenly labeled with two serious conditions, frontal temporal dementia and aphasia, diagnoses so severe they automatically justified full guardianship. But here's the twist. These new neurological test results are telling a completely different story. They suggest that Wendy does not suffer from those conditions at all. So now people are asking the obvious question, was this ever about her health, or was it all a setup to take her money and control her empire? And that's where things get even more suspicious. If these diagnoses were wrong, or worse, exaggerated, then someone had to benefit from keeping her under guardianship. Someone had to gain from silencing her. And that's when one name comes front and center, Sharina Morrissey, Wendy's court-appointed guardian. Morrissey was the one given total control over Wendy's finances, her property, and even her communication with the outside world. She became the gatekeeper of Wendy's life. Now, with all these new revelations coming out, people are starting to look at her role a lot more closely. Was she just following orders, or was she part of a bigger plan to keep Wendy powerless while others handled her fortune behind the scenes? This story just keeps getting darker, and the deeper you dig, the wilder it gets. At first, the public was fed a calm, polished story. Everything was supposedly fine. We were told Wendy Williams was getting the best care possible, that she was safe and protected under the watchful eyes of professionals. But the longer this guardianship went on, the more things started to smell off. Something wasn't adding up, and soon the cracks started showing, big time. Out of nowhere, Wendy began collecting new medical labels like trophies. Conditions that had never been mentioned before suddenly appeared on official papers. Each fresh diagnosis seemed perfectly timed, another convenient reason to keep her locked down, quiet, and totally dependent on her guardians. It started to look less like care and more like control. And that's when Wendy's son, Kevin Hunter Jr., decided enough was enough. He started digging, asking the questions everyone else was too scared or too comfortable to ask. Kevin Jr. began noticing that the story being told to the public just didn't make sense. He saw the contradictions, the inconsistencies, the strange decisions that no loving caretaker would ever allow. One thing in particular stood out to him, and it was a bombshell. The doctors were supposedly claiming that Wendy had alcohol-related brain damage, yet she was still being given alcohol. How could that possibly make sense? If drinking was allegedly ruining her health, why wasn't it stopped immediately? Why would anyone caring for her allow that to continue? Kevin Jr. wasn't trying to stir up chaos. He was just trying to protect his mom and get real answers. But the more he asked, the more walls he hit. Suddenly, people got defensive, stories started shifting, and access to Wendy became harder and harder. It was like every question he asked exposed another secret someone didn't want out in the open. What Kevin Jr. uncovered started to paint a very disturbing picture, a situation where Wendy's health, freedom, and finances might have been tangled in something much darker than anyone imagined. And the scariest part? It started looking like someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, playing a dangerous game with Wendy's life and money while pretending it was all for her own good. But even after all those red flags, nothing changed. Absolutely nothing. And that made no sense to Kevin Hunter Jr. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could so many people claim to be protecting Wendy Williams while she was still suffering, still cut off, and still trapped? Something wasn't adding up, and Kevin Jr. knew it. Then he dropped an even heartbreaking truth. Wendy's own family had been completely shut out. No visits, no phone calls, no texts. total silence. For her family, it felt like she had disappeared off the face of the earth. To Kevin Jr., this didn't look like protection at all. It looked like isolation. Someone was keeping Wendy away from the very people who loved her most, and that's what made everything start to look really suspicious. But the mess doesn't stop there, because when you take a closer look at Wendy's medical history, things start to unravel fast. Over the past few years, she's been evaluated by several independent doctors, none of whom were connected to the people handling her guardianship. And guess what? Every single one of those evaluations came back saying the same thing. Wendy did not have the illnesses her guardians claimed she did. Yet somehow, those reports were brushed aside like they never existed, ignored, buried, silenced. It's almost like the truth was being hidden on purpose. And when you start asking why, well, that's when things start getting really uncomfortable for certain people. Then there's the big question that's got everyone talking, that supposed frontal temporal dementia diagnosis. People with that condition typically decline fast. Their memory, speech, and awareness all deteriorate rapidly. It's devastating. But Wendy, she's been doing the opposite. Once she cut back on drinking and began taking better care of herself, her clarity, focus, and memory actually started improving. How could that be possible if she truly had such a severe and irreversible condition? That contradiction alone blows a massive hole in the entire diagnosis. It doesn't just raise doubt, it exposes the cracks in a system that might have been built on manipulation and lies. And if the doctors tied to her guardianship ignored that kind of progress, then you have to ask, what were they really trying to protect? Wendy's health or their own control? Now, Wendy Williams' legal team is gearing up for a full-blown war in court. Her lawyer isn't holding anything back. They've made it crystal clear that they're demanding an immediate end to her guardianship, once and for all. And if the judge refuses, they're taking this straight to a jury. Wendy is done being silenced. She's ready to fight tooth and nail for her freedom, no matter how long it takes. But as people began digging deeper into who might have wanted Wendy silenced in the first place, one name started popping up again and again: Sean Combs. Their history runs long, personal, and downright messy.
As the mother of a now 16-year-old.
Who I met backstage,
He did?
He's a great young man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. You represent a lot.
For years, Wendy used her talk show as a platform to spill major tea, calling out stories and whispering about secrets that Sean definitely didn't want out there. And now fans are asking the question nobody can ignore: could that old tension have anything to do with the nightmare Wendy's living through today? And here's where things take an even sharper twist, because when you bring Nicki Minaj into the mix, the whole situation explodes. Nicki boldly accused Roc Nation and Jay-Z of playing a part in Wendy's downfall. She didn't bite her tongue for a second. Nicki said the company has a pattern of manipulating media figures, twisting their narratives, and ruining reputations to protect their power players. According to Nicki, Wendy wasn't just another talk show host caught up in scandal. She was a threat to the people who run the game. She was outspoken, fearless, and she had too much inside knowledge. And when you combine that with her public clashes with Sean Combs, plus her willingness to say the names that others only whispered, the picture gets darker. Now fans are looking back at all the old clips, all the interviews, all the headlines, and wondering if Wendy's downfall was truly about her health, or if it was really about power, revenge, and control. The deeper you dig, the more this story feels less like a medical case and more like a Hollywood cover-up. Then, out of nowhere, blogger Tasha K jumped into the mix, and she came in hot. She didn't just back up Nicki Minaj's claims, she took them to a whole new level. According to Tasha, the same powerful forces that came after Wendy Williams might be gearing up to pull the same move on Nicki next. Yeah, she said it, and she meant it. Tasha K claimed that these industry power players have a pattern. The moment a celebrity, especially a woman, starts speaking her truth and stepping out of line, they hit her with the mental health label, take her money, and shut her down. But in Nicki's case, Tasha says there's one thing stopping them cold: her marriage to Kenneth Petty. Once you start connecting the dots, the pattern looks straight up chillin'. Look at other high-profile cases. Britney Spears wasn't married when her conservatorship began, and Wendy Williams wasn't either. Both women were single, isolated, and surrounded by people who had a lot to gain from controlling them. It's like the same blueprint being used over and over again. Find a strong, outspoken woman with money, claim she's unfit, and take everything she built. When you break it down like that, this stops looking like a coincidence and starts looking like a system that seems to prey on powerful women the moment they stop following the script or refuse to stay quiet. And that's what makes all of this so alarming. It's no longer just about Wendy Williams or even Nicki Minaj. It's about a much bigger pattern that's been hiding in plain sight. A cycle wherein independent, successful women get punished the moment they take control of their own lives. And now people are finally waking up to it. More and more people are starting to open their eyes, and what they're seeing is unsettling. It's like the same story keeps playing on repeat in the entertainment world. The moment a celebrity dares to question the system, call out the industry, or simply stop following the unspoken rules, they get hit with that same label, unstable. Once that label sticks, everything they've built, money, career, reputation, starts crumbling like clockwork. It's like a playbook that's been used over and over again, and people are finally starting to notice. Kanye West has talked about it openly, how speaking your mind can get you branded as crazy. Britney Spears lived it for over a decade, trapped in a conservatorship that controlled every move she made. And Michael Jackson, he tried to warn everyone about the dark forces in the industry long before he passed.
Cassie back. Oh, it's been all over social media. Puffy posted a picture of Michael Jackson's song, Lady in My Life, and wrote, if anyone sees Cassie this weekend, please tell her to listen to this song 100 times. I suggest don't use social media, though, to reach out. I think this is a grand overture from Puffy. I don't believe he really wants her back. I believe he probably treated her at some particular point like a possession. Like a possession.
Now, it's Nicki Minaj standing in that same storm, fighting off rumors that she's schizophrenic. She's shutting it down loud and clear, saying she knows exactly what's going on, and she's not about to let anyone rewrite her story. But here's where things take a seriously dark twist, a theory that's gaining more and more traction online. People are now claiming that Wendy Williams wasn't placed under guardianship for her own safety at all. It was done to silence her. According to this theory, Wendy knew way too much about Sean Combs, and the timing of her guardianship might not be a coincidence at all. And just when you think it can't get any messier, the story takes yet another turn. New whispers are flying that Jay-Z could be facing serious legal problems of his own, and right when those rumors start heating up, Nicki Minaj suddenly becomes the new target of mental health